Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The stench of betrayal was thick in the air, acrid, suffocating, as Ross stood, battered and bleeding, surrounded by the very men who once swore loyalty to him. His closest allies had turned, seduced by promises from a rival cartel hungry to dethrone him as mafia king. Yet amid the treachery, one man still stood by his side, his adopted brother, loyal to the bitter end. I stepped forward, blood pouring from fresh wounds, but my eyes locked onto his with burning resolve. "You have to leave," I urged, my voice low but firm. "I'll hold them off. Don't worry. I'll be right behind you." The words struck through the chaos like lightning. He hesitated, searching my eyes, and saw the truth I'd carried for years. Warnings he'd ignored, sacrifices he'd dismissed. Now, as the storm I foresaw came crashing down, regret flickered in his eyes. "Thank you, brother," he rasped, barely audible. "I'll be waiting." As he fled, gunfire erupted around us. I staggered to cover, pain threatening to drag me under. But I couldn't fall. Not yet. I reloaded my rifle with trembling fingers. Only a few rounds and 2 grenades left. My vest was torn to shreds, but resolve was my armor now. Through the smoke, I watched him disappear into the armored SUV I had stolen to break us free. But relief turned to dread as enemies surged into the underground lot, weapons raised. An RPG locked onto the vehicle. Without hesitation, I fired. One shot. Clean. The attacker crumpled. More came. I moved like a ghost from cover to cover. Every bullet a promise, every kill a message. Tires burst, vehicles swerved and crashed. I was a wall between my brother and death. Then came the cartel boss, his voice a thunderclap of rage. "Ross, you fucking bastard. I'll rip you apart." His screams echoed as I laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. "Bring it, Pablo." Each breath was fire, but I refused to fall. I fired until the magazines ran dry. I fought until my limbs gave out. Then, the grenade landed at my feet. The blast hurled me into a concrete pillar. My rifle clattered beside me, my body screaming in agony. As I reached for it, a heavy boot pinned my hand. Bullets tore through me. "You should have joined us," someone mocked. "Your brother treats you like—" Bang! I blew his brains out mid-sentence. The man who betrayed us. The one who led my brother into this trap. "Pablo, you dumb fuck," I gasped, laughing. "My brother survived, and your ending is going to be hell." But the words cost me. 2 more bullets hit me in the back. My world dimmed. "Don't kill him," the cartel leader barked. "Not yet. He dies slow." He raised a machete, grinning. But I was smiling too. I tossed my last grenade. Boom! Chaos erupted once more. My laughter faded into silence. As darkness closed in, I felt peace. I had done what I had to do. My brother lived, and that was enough. A new life begins. Somewhere far away, in another world, another body. Rosinante's scream echoed in pain, an arrow lodged in his chest. As tormentors closed in, he felt it, a ripple through his soul, a sudden presence that didn't belong. My consciousness stirred. Memories, guns, blood, betrayal flooded a mind that wasn't mine. Confusion gave way to clarity. The past life of Ross, the mafia enforcer, began to merge with the dying body of young Don Quixote Rosinante. Then, awareness. I was here. I was him. Rosinante's pain became mine. My soul had slipped into this world, rewriting fate. A second arrow pinned me to the wall as someone aimed for Doflamingo. Jonathan? No, it was Daffy. But something inside me screamed that they were one and the same. Different worlds. Same bond. Daffy. No, I knew the canon. I knew he'd survive. But my heart didn't care. My soul recognized him, not just as a character from fiction, but as my brother. Emotion surged. Brotherhood that transcended dimensions. In Daffy, I saw Jonathan. I felt the same desperate need to protect. This was no longer a second chance. It was the chance. A new life, a new world, a new purpose. but the same vow. Protect my brother, at any cost. Let my brother go, you bastards! I roared, blood seeping from my wounds as I struggled against my restraints. I swear, if I get free, I'll tear you all apart. A voice sneered in response. Look at this kid, still breathing after 2 arrows. Seems like he wants more. The archer who had shot at Daffy smirked, knocking another arrow, his attention shifting toward me. Then I heard it, our father's trembling voice. Please, my children are innocent. Aim at me instead. His pleas made my blood boil. The very man whose actions brought us to this point, whose cowardice and delusion had taken everything from us, our home, our status, even our mother's life. But I had no time for him. Daffy was my priority. Another arrow buried itself into my leg. I screamed, the searing pain nearly unbearable. The mob leader spat with disdain. These brats just won't die. Finish them off before the Marines show up. Pain blurred my vision, yet strangely, even with my blindfold, I could see clearer than before. Something had awakened. My senses stretched outward. I reached for Daffy. Then it hit, like a cold storm ripping through fire. I'll get even. Doflamingo's voice had changed, lower, darker. Pure hatred laced every word. You idiots will pay. Brother, I called out, both frightened and relieved. I knew this moment was coming. I'm not dying today, Daffy said calmly. No matter what they do, I'll survive. And one day, I'll kill every single one of them. The mob froze. Even the most hardened among them took a step back. Fear rippled through their ranks. Then, I'll kill you all. A blast of raw power exploded from Daffy. A wave of pure conqueror's haki surged through the room, toppling men like leaves in a storm. Bodies hit the ground unconscious. Even father collapsed. Only 2 remained standing, Doflamingo and me. My observation haki flared to life. I sensed someone still awake. Another boy, hidden in the rubble, just outside Daffy's blast radius. Before I could act, Daffy called my name, snapping my focus back. I forced myself to break free. The ropes cut into my arms, but I tore through them, dropped nearly 20 feet, and landed hard. No broken bones. Strange, but I was grateful. Maybe this world was more forgiving to the strong. I crawled to a fallen sword, sliced off the remaining binds, and limped toward Daffy. Hold on, I've got you. I spotted a discarded pistol, old and rusty, but still usable. I aimed and fired, one clean shot. The rope holding Daffy snapped. He dropped, landing beside me. He was hurt but alive. The arrow in his side hadn't hit anything vital. I helped free his arms, then undid his blindfold. As I did, everything caught up to me, pain, blood loss, exhaustion, and I collapsed. When I came to, I was wrapped in rough bandages. The room was small, the walls cracked and stained with age. Dust danced in the dim light. You're awake. A strange, squeaky voice pulled me back to reality. In the corner sat a large figure in a mask, etched with sharp lines and hidden meaning. Young Pika. Despite the pain, I sat up trying to gather my thoughts. Why was he here? How had I survived? But then it hit me. Daffy. If he had already met Pika, then he might be going after father. Panic surged. I shoved myself out of bed. Where's my brother? Take me to him. Pika was surprised by my tone, but didn't argue. He led me to the next room, where Treble sat with a casual smirk, a strange white fruit on the table. Ito no mi. And beside it, an empty pistol holster. Where's Daffy? I demanded. Treble shrugged. He went out. Said he's taking matters into his own hands now. I didn't wait for more. I pushed through pain and fatigue, using observation haki to stretch my awareness across the city. I had to find him before he did something he couldn't take back. Through streets and alleyways, I ran until I found 2 boys, Virgo and Diamante, spying from the shadows. I followed their gaze, and my heart dropped. Father was on his knees, beaten and bruised. Daffy stood over him, gun raised, ready to end it. Bang! I threw myself between them just in time. The bullet struck my shoulder. Pain exploded, but I held Daffy's wrist tight. Let me go, he growled. No, Daffy. He's not worth it. You don't get it. If we take his head, they'll take us back. They'll accept us again. He was trembling, angry, broken, desperate. Then shoot me too, I said, stepping in front of him. Offer them both our heads. You think those bastards up there care about us? They'll never take us back. His hand wavered. Then, smack. I slapped him. Hard. Silence fell. He tore his hand away, gun now aimed at me. Do it, I whispered. But if you pull that trigger, you'll lose more than just your father. For a long moment, he didn't move. Then, with a trembling sigh, Daffy lowered the gun. He turned, stepping away. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Rosinante, I'm sorry. Our father's broken voice called out. I turned, my eyes cold. You killed Mother. You destroyed everything. The Rosinante you knew died with her. If I see you again, I won't stop Daffy next time. Back at the hideout, the air was tense. Daffy sat in the center, quiet. The others gathered around. You shouldn't have stopped him, young Diamante said, his tone disapproving. I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing, but I was sure of one thing. This world was cruel, and we had only just begun to shape it with our own hands. I met Diamante's gaze but chose to remain silent. I understood that everyone in this room would become fiercely loyal to Doflamingo in the future, and challenging Daffy's decisions in front of everyone like that could have severe consequences. Having been part of the mafia in my past life, I knew how these dynamics worked. My intervention was an act of defiance, one that would have cost me dearly if it had been directed at a normal member of the group. Forget it. Let's not dwell on the past. It's time we think about the future. It's time you eat this, Daffy. Treble intervened, shifting the focus to the devil fruit he held out to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, still lost in contemplation over recent events, snapped out of his thoughts at Treble's words. He reached out to take the devil fruit, but my voice interrupted the momentary silence. Do you at least know what kind of devil fruit it is? I questioned, causing both Doflamingo and Treble to pause, confusion evident on their faces. Brother, let's set aside the matter of devil fruits until we can get our hands on a devil fruit encyclopedia. Don't rush to eat a devil fruit. I advised my brother, though I could sense the disappointment in Treble, Diamante, and Pika's expressions. They had likely put in considerable effort, possibly even staking their lives, to acquire this rare treasure. Devil fruits were scarce commodities, even in the treacherous waters of the New World. Rosinante, devil fruits are super rare. Eating one will make Daffy instantly stronger. Don't you want your brother to become strong? Treble pressed, acknowledging the truth in my words while urging for immediate action. However, I knew the fruit before us, the string fruit. Though there was a saying that there were no weak devil fruits, in my eyes, this particular one was not worthy of my brother. Before committing to it, I needed to confirm if my knowledge of the canon held true. If so, as an avid fan of One Piece, I had knowledge of undiscovered devil fruits, some of which were Logia types. To fulfill my brother's dream, we needed strength, enough to challenge even the world government, which had held power for centuries. My little brother is right. If I want to fulfill my ambitions, I cannot settle for mediocrity. Treble, keep the fruits safe until we can acquire the encyclopedia. But before anything else, I want to personally go to Mary Geos and uncover the truth, Doflamingo declared, his words resonating with determination. Deep down, he still harbored hope that the celestial dragons would welcome them back, absolving them of their father's mistakes. Daffy, you can't be serious. Going back there will simply spell your doom. You're no longer part of the celestial dragons. They wouldn't hesitate to remove you from the equation for convenience's sake. Treble sprang up from his seat, urgency evident in his voice as he tried to persuade my brother to change his mind. It was clear that despite their recent allegiance to Doflamingo, they still believed in and cared deeply for him. No, I want to go. No matter what, the blood of the Don Quixote family runs through my veins. They simply cannot deny me my birthright, Doflamingo stated firmly, his celestial dragon upbringing still influencing his mindset. He believed that a single word from him could move the world. Understanding what motivated my brother's decision, I couldn't let him walk willingly into the lion's den. I wanted to ensure that even if his request was denied, we would have a chance to retreat from Mary Geos unscathed. My knowledge of the canon might give us an edge, so I immediately began formulating plans in my mind. Young master, if that's the case, then let us follow you to Mary Geos. If something untoward happens, at least we can try to get you out safely, Diamante suggested, aware of the dangers that lay ahead on this journey. No, it's better if it's just me and my brother making the trip. If I'm not mistaken, our visit will be short and we'll soon return. We'll need you guys here to help us if things go awry up there, I countered, rejecting Diamante's suggestion. I knew it was better to keep our small force hidden, ready to facilitate our escape if necessary. Doflamingo was surprised by my sudden assertiveness, but he realized that the recent hardships we had endured had changed me for the better. He understood that his once meek little brother wouldn't survive in this cruel world unless he adapted. But Treble began to protest, but a glance from Doflamingo silenced him. Doffy signaled for me to continue, placing his trust in me as his last blood tie. Do you guys have any transponder snails on hand? I inquired, turning to the 3 future executives. They exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Although we don't have any at hand, we can obtain a few given some time. Is it important? If so, we can arrange it within 2 days, Diamante offered, realizing that my abilities were underestimated. If possible, try to get young snails that haven't been registered yet. I don't want them traced back to this location. If we're ousted by the dragons, this will be our new home for the foreseeable future. I shared my thoughts with the group in the cramp house. Virgo had stood beside Doflamingo throughout the meeting, resembling a loyal bodyguard. I made a mental note to ensure that everyone's fate would change. Though I couldn't fulfill my brother's wish in the last life, I was determined to make it happen in this one. If history were to go unaltered, I knew my brother would be denied by the celestial dragons, and the people around me would become the foundation of the future Don Quixote family. Although I was not averse to the actions my brother took in the canon, except for a few, I knew they were weak, pitifully weak. At best, they could be called minor antagonists in a major arc. But with my intervention, I want to change all that. I aimed to subdue the world and crown my brother the king of the world. To achieve that, we needed power, fame, wealth, and, most importantly, strength to vanquish anyone who defied us. I also wanted to ensure that my brother didn't repeat the same mistakes in the world I only knew as fiction. Currently, in the family, we only had Treble as the sole devil fruit user, and we had the string fruit in stock, but we set it aside for the time being. Now that I was in this new body, my soul was a blend of Ross and Rosinante, and I had found a balance between the 2 souls. I stood up to make the necessary arrangements, but Pika stood up and stopped me, indicating that I should just let him know what was needed. He, like Virgo, had kept silent throughout the meeting. I quickly shared my plans with the rest, and we ironed out the details, further polishing the plan. Treble, known for his intellect, couldn't help but praise me for my plans, and Diamante and Pika left to carry out the preparations. Within a week, all our preparations were set. It was decided that Diamante would accompany us to the Red Port in the North Blue as an added layer of security. Virgo chose to follow my brother, even when asked to stay back, so it was decided that he would accompany us until the Red Port. Young Diamante and 3 children boarded the little caravel that we had taken from a group of small-time pirates. The size of the craft was perfect for our mission, and we had provisioned ourselves well enough to reach the Red Port comfortably without any stops in between. Treble had also acquired 2 pairs of young transponder snails, providing 1 each to Daffy and Diamante. As we set sail towards Mary Geos, Daffy was patiently looking forward to his chance at redemption, but I held no such hope. Instead, I dedicated the time towards my training, understanding that in this world, without enough strength, we would be nothing but bugs waiting to be crushed at any time. Here, young Master Ross. Virgo handed me a strip of black cloth. I had specifically asked for his help in my training. I blindfolded myself and tossed an iron rod toward Virgo. Hit me, Virgo, I requested, asking him to strike me with the iron rod. Doflamingo, by my side, although distracted, was eyeing my actions curiously. Even Diamante was observing my antics, as the sea was calm and the winds were steady. "Are you sure about this, young master?" Although Virgo asked me the question, his gaze was directed at Daffy, who had now turned his complete attention towards my action. With a nod from my brother, Virgo launched a quick overhead strike. As if by magic before the attack could connect, I sidestepped, dodging the incoming attack completely. Virgo was confused for a second, and he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Again, Virgo, but a bit faster this time. "You are as slow as a snail. Even my grandmother can swing the rod better, and don't stop this time," I taunted. As I dodged the first attack, I understood that somehow my transmigration had spiked the mediocre talent of the original host, and the observation hockey had already crossed the threshold of the reaching an unprecedented stage. Suddenly, Virgo turned serious at my blatant mockery and unleashed a barrage of attacks. He swung each strike with ferocity, and the more attacks I dodged, the more frustrated he became. I observed as his face turned ugly because he couldn't perform in front of Daffy. Daffy was already standing in sheer excitement, seeing how his young brother was dodging all these attacks blindfolded. Only Diamante, a failure who couldn't survive the new world, understood the true significance of my actions. After a few minutes of aggressive swinging, Virgo fell to his knees defeated. He was huffing and puffing, trying to land a hit on me while I casually dodged each attack. Although I looked relaxed on the outside, I knew internally that I was struggling to keep my observation hockey continuously for a few minutes. If I wanted to be a true powerhouse in the future, I knew that I needed to hone my hockey to a stage where it was as simple as breathing. As Virgo fell, my brother rushed forward to check if he was all right. "Little brother, what was that? What kind of trick was that? You dodged every single attack blindfolded for the past few minutes." Daffy wanted to know exactly what technique I used, and, if possible, he wanted to learn it too. That Daffy is one of the 3 hockey powers inherent to human beings, known as observation hockey. It is a form of hockey that grants the user a 6th sense, allowing them to sense the presence, strength, and emotions of others, as well as gain limited precognitive abilities when trained to the extreme. However, it was Diamante who answered first. Young Diamante had still not recovered from his shock at my display of observation hockey prowess. Although he had come across hockey users during his short time in the New World, he had never heard of anyone mastering observation hockey to such an extent at such a young age. "Diamante, is there a way to learn it? I want to learn this if it's possible." Daffy wanted to grow strong, and his interest in hockey showed that. But Diamante's answer only gave him disappointment. "Daffy, though it's rumored that there are ways to train in 2 types of hockey, I am not aware of it. Even I am not trained in hockey yet." Diamante couldn't help but put down his head in shame because he couldn't provide what Daffy had asked for. Daffy clenched his fist and gritted his teeth in frustration, disappointment etched on his face. "Daffy, it's not a surefire method, but I can't think of a crude way to help us train in observation hockey," I interjected, sharing my opinion. If the Don Quixote family wanted to reach the pinnacle, then we needed to master hockey, as in the One Piece world, hockey reigned supreme. Even devil fruits could not match their importance. "Rosinante, you don't mean?" Diamante quickly caught onto the crude method of training that I was referring to as I held the rod and blindfold in each hand. Both Virgo and Daffy were confused, but my wide grin made them sweat as if they were going to experience hell. The time until we reached the Red Port was simply hell on the little caravel. Even Diamante was not spared from the training regimen. At first, he did not believe that the famed hockey could be unlocked in such a crude manner. However, after a week of repeated beatings with a wooden pole, both Virgo and my brother showed signs of instinctively dodging a few attacks. As time passed, both Virgo and Daffy started dodging even more hits. This excited Daffy so much that he made Diamante go through the training regimen as well. As a young teen who had missed the best time for training, according to his little brother, all 3 kids simultaneously struck, while Diamante was blindfolded to increase the intensity and help Diamante awaken observation hockey faster. The trip towards Red Port took longer than anticipated, as Diamante prioritized the safety of the little ones. Even the small-time pirates who targeted the caravel were quickly dispatched by Diamante, who unleashed hell upon anyone who threatened them. He needed to vent out his frustration, as the 3 little monsters in the boat had been hitting him daily in the name of training. After 3 weeks of travel, the caravel finally made it to the Red Port on the side of North Blue. There were large lifts that connected all the way from the Red Port to the top of the Red Line, where Mary Geos lay. The entire port and surrounding sea area were under the complete control of the world government. One could also see regular patrols by world government and Navy ships that guarded the waters of this strategic port. Diamante docked at the port under the guise of being a merchant. The toll was so high that not even moderately rich people could make use of this service. However, Diamante had enough money to pay for the toll and also secured 2 tickets for Daffy and myself to travel to the top of the Red Line. Little brother, I want you to be at your best. This is our final chance at returning to our home, Daffy said excitedly as we slowly moved up the lift. Both myself and my brother were adorned in some of the finest clothes money could buy in North Blue, though they were stolen. As the lift reached the top, Daffy moved with the arrogance inherent to the celestial dragons. As we moved away from the regular path and towards the Holy Land, my brother's dream shattered as we reached the main gate. Halt! How dare you peasants try to enter the Holy Land so brazenly? Do you have a death wish? The low-level soldier by the main gate pushed both myself and my brother to the floor, threatening to impale us with the spear he was holding. Daffy's anger flared at the blatant show of disrespect. Just a few years ago, these vermin would crawl at his feet, but now they dare to even push him down. Brother, are you all right? I helped my brother up while glaring at the man who pushed him down. Daffy stood up, still angry, and tried to pull his pistol to shoot the soldier, but I quickly stopped him from doing anything foolish. I'm a descendant of the Don Quixote family. How dare you lay your hands on me? Daffy shouted at the soldier, still seething with anger. Are you sure you want to offend us? Have you thought for a second what would happen to you if what we said were true? I questioned the low-level soldier with a cruel glint in my eyes. My smile made him falter, and my words made him sweat, because if the kids were really celestial dragons, then death would be a mercy. As the commotion happened near the main gate, a tall man who wore an exquisite black suit approached us. One of the other soldiers, standing guard, quickly explained the situation to him, and he approached us after understanding the situation. You get back to your post, and you, what's your name? He gestured for the soldier to step back and directed a question at Daffy. I am Don Quixote da Flamingo, and this is my brother, Don Quixote Rosinante. We are the descendants of... Before Daffy could finish introducing ourselves, the man in the suit interrupted him. I know who you are. You are the son of a traitor. Hasn't your father already given up on his status as a descendant of God? So tell me, what reason are you here for? The man, with no change in emotion or facial expression, questioned us regarding the purpose of our visit. However, I realized that this man must have high status because he dared to directly declare homing a traitor. Only a person with connections to the higher echelons could blatantly show such disrespect to a former celestial dragon. Even Daffy understood that the person we were speaking to had high status and prestige within the Holy Land, so he chose to maintain his decorum. I just want to meet with the Don Quixote family members. I'm sure they are willing to take us back. We cannot be faulted for our father's mistake. The man in the suit couldn't help but smirk when he heard Daffy's words, because he knew what would happen if the kids really approached the other Don Quixote members. After thinking for a few moments, just for amusement's sake, he gestured for an armed soldier and whispered a few words into his ears. Although I wanted to eavesdrop using my heightened senses, I chose to hold back in the name of precaution. The guard swiftly departed to carry out his orders, leaving my brother and me waiting patiently. After a few moments, he returned with a group of soldiers, and at their center stood someone we both knew well, our uncle. From his approach, I could tell he was pleased to see us again. Oh, my dear nephews, it's been far too long. Why are you waiting out here? Come in, come in. No one would dare to stop you with me by your side. Our uncle boasted with the arrogance befitting a celestial dragon. The guard around him maintained a respectful distance, and unlike most celestial dragons, he didn't use a slave mount for travel. However, I noticed a couple of beast tribe members, shackled with collars, trailing behind his group, dressed as maids. But as soon as our uncle's eyes landed on the man in the suit, his demeanor shifted. He quieted down abruptly, realizing that a person of high standing was waiting near the main gate. If he had known beforehand, he wouldn't have acted so brazenly. What many outsiders didn't understand was that even among the celestial dragons, there are different levels of status, and our uncle was classified at the lowest level, while the man in the suit was among the higher-ups. The man in the suit didn't say a word about our uncle's behavior, but simply turned and left. Our uncle hurriedly urged us to follow him to meet the members of the Don Quixote family. Before we left, I discreetly passed a sheet of paper to one of the guards, instructing him to deliver it to the man in the suit. It was our insurance in case things took a turn for the worse, as my gut instinct told me they might sooner than later. Our uncle led us to the palace area designated for the Don Quixote family. Different areas were assigned to the descendants of various families. As we entered the expansive garden allotted to the Don Quixote family, it became evident that some sort of gathering was underway. Other descendants noticed our uncle's arrival, followed by 2 children, and they approached us with curiosity. Among them was little Njasgard, who eyed us with interest. It had been years since we left Mary Geos, and he must have forgotten about us. "Father, are they our new slaves? Can I brand them personally?" One of the children standing next to their parent couldn't resist asking, their curiosity reflecting the mindset of many children at Mary Geos, where slaves were treated like toys, and the more they had, the happier they were. Our uncle couldn't help but panic a bit, and Daffy stood in front of me defensively, trying to protect me, his hand subtly resting on the pistol tucked behind his back. "Ahem, these are my nephews, descendants of our Don Quixote bloodline." Our uncle quickly interjected, gesturing for Daffy to introduce himself. Daffy stepped forward confidently to introduce himself, but before he could utter a word, his dream was shattered. A half-eaten pie splattered right across his face, catching us all off guard. I was too slow to react, and the contents of the pie stained my brother's new clothes. "Too, aren't they the spawns of that traitor homing? What are they doing here on the Holy Land?" One of the descendants questioned me in disdain, spitting on me as he spoke. The faces of most adults in the gathering turned ugly at the revelation of our father's identity. Daffy's anger flared, his veins popping, as he witnessed the man insulting me by spitting on me. Meanwhile, the guard I had assigned the paper to had caught up to the man in the suit and handed over the paper. The man superficially glanced at it at first, but as he read further, his expression grew increasingly serious. Without hesitation, he hastened towards the interior of the castle, where the elders resided. If what was written on the paper was true, the elders needed to be notified immediately. Back at the Don Quixote garden, tension was palpable as more and more voices joined the chorus, branding us as traitors. Each insult seemed to chip away at Daffy's composure, his face contorting with rage. "Enough!" Daffy erupted, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, silently urging him to remain calm amidst the storm. "You worm, how dare you raise your voice? You're nothing but nobodies now, stripped of your status by your traitorous father. Why isn't he here begging alongside you?" One man sneered, his words dripping with disdain. "I'm a dragon. I was born a Dra. Dragon. You cannot deny me my birthright. I will kill you all. I will kill you all if you stand in my way." Daffy had already lost control as all his dreams came crashing down around him. I tried to rein in my brother, but Daffy was too lost in rage. I was wondering who was bold enough to interrupt the gathering that I personally hosted. It seems like a lost pair of pups that want to pretend to be dragons. What your father did left a stain on our Don Quixote family in front of the families of other descendants of God, but that bastard homing made us lose face in the whole of Mary Geos, and you still have the audacity to call yourself a dragon. An old man who seemed to hold high authority stepped up as the crowd around him parted. Our uncle, realizing the futility of defending us, retreated with Njasgard by his side, unwilling to challenge the old man's authority. as Daffy reached for his pistol in a foolish attempt to intimidate our accusers. Shadows flickered around us, signaling impending danger. Before we could react, we were struck with brutal force, the attackers showing no mercy as they pinned us to the ground with trained precision. The old man leisurely took a seat, his gaze fixed on us with a mixture of amusement and cruelty. A good dog needs a collar and a master. Gift them the new collars, he ordered, as men approached with slave collars, sealing our fate. Panic rippled through the ranks of the celestial dragons as the news spread like wildfire. In that moment, I realized that my plan had succeeded. The reaction of the elite was a testament to the impact of our unexpected intervention. I couldn't help but laugh defiantly like a madman one last time before I passed out. The same evening that I fell unconscious after the auction, a caravel hastily departed from the Red Port under the watchful eyes of a few CP agents. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Holy Land, the 5 elders, the highest governing authority of the world government, gathered for a meeting. Was it wise to let them go like that? They could pose a problem in the future. It's not too late to send a few ships to hunt them down, remarked a bald elder, his tone suggesting a desire to eliminate the potential threat. No, we cannot take such drastic action. We do not know with whom else the children have shared their information. They may be young, but they have shown meticulous planning. It would be prudent to monitor them closely for now, countered another elder, who wielded a sword, acknowledging the cunning of the youngsters. I'm more concerned about how they access such sensitive information. We should monitor the Don Quixote family more closely. Even their current family head should not have access to such secrets, suggested another elder, voicing a deeper worry about security breaches. Those children will remember this incident. They are promising seedlings, a rarity even among our own descendants. If only Homing hadn't acted so recklessly, the swordsman elder mused, acknowledging the potential of the young escapees. What if they do remember? At most, there will be a minor inconvenience. Let us move on and discuss the matter of the vacant admiral position. We have promising recruits from last year, showing immense potential. We should nurture them and, if necessary, provide them with suitable Logia devil fruits from our collection, diverted the final elder, shifting the focus to the development of the Marines. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself in a small cabin, with Daffy sitting patiently by my side, his eyes still stained with tears, but a glimmer of relief shining within them as I opened my eyes. He didn't say much, and I could sense the weight of guilt he carried for my suffering and humiliation. I didn't want to reopen his wounds, so I kept my words soft. How long? How long was I out? I whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. 3 days. We left Mary Geos on the same day. Daffy replied, his voice carrying a mixture of exhaustion and determination. Your plan worked flawlessly. I was called to meet the elders, but they realized we had backup plans in case of capture. They had no choice but to let us go. But I'm certain they're wary of us, especially you. I've already arranged for us to move to the island of Downs as an added precaution. As I sat up, I noticed that most of my wounds had healed, leaving me bandaged like a mummy. Yet, the mark on my back still stung, whether from physical pain or the memories it invoked. I couldn't tell. It's all right, Daffy. We knew something like this could happen. We should be grateful we made it out in one piece. And it's not like we're not going to make them pay someday. I reassured him, hoping to alleviate his guilt. At the mention of payback, Daffy's head lifted, his eyes filled with resolve and a burning hatred. In that moment, I realized that the Daffy before me was no longer the same as the one from the canon. This Daffy held a fierce determination to dominate the world and exact vengeance upon all who defied us. And I was proud to stand by his side, following a brother with such unwavering resolve. I promise you, little brother, someday I will make them pay. Every last one of them will regret crossing us. They will rue the day they dared to defy us. Daffy declared, his fists clenched with a determination never to experience such humiliation again. The next day, despite Daffy's insistence that I rest, I found myself moving about the caravel. My body's vitality and resilience were unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Initially, I attributed it to the peculiar traits of this world, but after Diamante's assessment of my wounds, I realized I was different. I was built differently. While an ordinary person with an above-average physique and vitality would have needed over a month to fully recover from such injuries, I managed to do so in under 4 days. Daffy chose to keep most of the events that unfolded at Mary Geos from Diamante and Virgo. He only shared superficial details, but even with the limited information, Diamante must have sensed that something significant had occurred. With the visible wounds on my body and the branded slave mark etched into my back, his deductions weren't far from the truth. Moreover, Diamante was aware of our backup plan for escape, which added another layer of understanding to the situation. After the tumultuous events in Mary Geos, Daffy threw himself into training with an almost manic intensity. He understood that strength was the ultimate power that would pave his path to ruling the world. Even Virgo, who usually followed Daffy's lead, began training more vigorously. While Virgo possessed a rare talent for tainting hockey, Daffy's determination made up for any difference in raw talent. I noticed a subtle shift in the way Diamante and Virgo treated me. It was as if my position had been elevated in their eyes, perhaps due to the resilience I showed during our ordeal. During our journey back, Diamante took a deliberately longer route to potentially throw off any pursuers. Although I knew that the world government could easily track us if they truly wished, I hoped they deemed us insignificant, just two defeated children in their grand scheme. My hopes were realized as we arrived at Downs Island without incident after a month-long voyage. As the caravel docked on the new island in North Blue, we were greeted by Treble and young Pika, eagerly awaiting our arrival. It was a relief to see familiar faces, especially those we could trust implicitly. As Daffy and I made our way to our new dwelling within the scrapyard, followed by our group, we stumbled upon a shabby-looking house that would serve as our home. As we settled in, Treble shared the tragic news of Homing's suicide. He had taken it upon himself to provide our father with a decent burial. Daffy remained stoic at the news, but I felt grateful for Treble's gesture. Despite everything, Homing was still our father, and holding on a hatred for a deceased man served no purpose. Daffy, your decision to leave the last town was wise. The entire island was swarming with government agents after we departed. It seems you two caused quite a stir back in Mary Geos, Treble remarked as we gathered to discuss our future plans. Well, let's forget about them for the time being. They'll calm down soon enough. Rosinante, do you have any plans regarding our future? Daffy waved off Treble's praise and turned to me for my opinion. Unlike the original canon, Daffy had matured early, and this would greatly impact the future world. Yes, Daffy. For the time being, I suggest we lay low and focus on training while simultaneously building ourselves a power base. If you want to rule the world, we'll need strength, status, power, connections, and wealth. We can't afford to lack any of them. They'll be the foundation of our future empire, I explained, drawing from my knowledge of a world ruled by those in power. Rosinante is right, Daffy. As we are now, even going to a nearby island would be dangerous. Even the first half of the Grand Line, we will not survive. We should start with North Blue. We do have a few connections in the underground. Treble supported my words. The trio chose Daffy for his potential, and his recent changes since returning from Mary Geos only increased their confidence in him. Learning about my supposed actions from Diamante had made them accept me more warmly than before. In that case, we have a lot of options. We could get involved in weapon trading, smuggling, or even slave trading. Treble began, but Daffy's conqueror's hockey flared out involuntarily. His emotions were running rampant. We will never get involved in slavery. Not today, not tomorrow, never ever in the future. Anyone from our family who involves themselves in slavery, I will personally rip their heads off. Is that understood? Anything else is fine. Daffy seethed with rage at Treble's mention of slavery. My torment and humiliation at the hands of the celestial dragons had left a deep scar on Daffy's heart. I understood Daffy. Neither of us were saints, but his helplessness made him instinctively repulsive towards slavery, one of the major businesses of the underworld. Daffy, I understand the situation, but human trafficking is one of the most profitable businesses that could help us propel our power in the short term. I'm sure Rosinante will understand too. Treble turned to me, seeking my support. I had no aversion to carrying the slave mark, unlike others. What was the worst that could happen? People might try to capture me, thinking I was an escaped slave. But I was resolved to cut down anyone who tried that in the future, so I had no issues with involving ourselves in slavery. However, I also had to ensure that we didn't repeat the mistakes of the world government. However, before I could start, Daffy raised his arms to stop me. That was my order. I don't like people questioning my decisions, and that includes you, little brother. I hope you guys remember this in the future, Daffy declared majestically. We could vaguely see the shadow of the king in the making, and a smile unknowingly crept on my face as my brother stepped up and lived up to his role. Treble, I know we might have difficulty, but don't worry. Even without involving ourselves in slavery, we will eventually come out on top. Rosinante, show them. Daffy turned to me with a wide grin, and after his words, I walked in to bring back a large sketchbook that was as tall as me and dropped it on the table. For the past month while we were on the caravel, I had dedicated most of my time between my training and this large sketchbook. Only Daffy and I knew what the book contained. Even Diamante and Virgo were not allowed to take a peek under Daffy's strict instructions. Now that the large sketchbook lay before them, they were curious. Treble was the one who first moved to flip the book, and the first page had a detailed sketch of a firearm. The design was way ahead of the current mainstream weapons used in this world. In my previous life, I was a gun enthusiast, and I had even mastered myself in the field of gunsmithing. Redesigning the guns to fit into this new world was an easy task for me, and Daffy did not ask many questions when I introduced him to these weapon designs because he believed in me with all his heart. As Treble flipped through the pages, more and more detailed designs of different weapons were sketched. Diamante and Pica were practically standing on their toes to get a better look at the futuristic weapons. I knew that these weapons might not have much of an impact in a world where things like devil fruit and hockey existed, but still, they would give the Don Quixote family a complete monopoly in the field of firearms once we could establish a stable supply source. Daffy, why would you share such important things with us? We have barely known each other for a month or two. In this world, people would stab you in the back for much less. Treble, although delighted, expressed his concern about the trust Daffy had placed in them. Do you guys have any intention to betray me? Daffy narrowed his eyes towards the trio, probing their intentions. No, Daffy, that wasn't what he meant. He just... Never mind, let's talk about this. Is this what you were working on during this past month, Rosinante? Diamante quickly intervened, defending Treble's words. He realized that Daffy wouldn't have shared such information if he didn't trust them, so he turned to me for confirmation, to which I simply nodded. Well, if we have this, then you're right, Daffy. We can revolutionize firearms and have a monopoly on this business in the underground. But first, we'll need a place where we can build a stable base. Treble collected himself quickly and added his comment regarding our upcoming idea of establishing a foundation. Daffy picked up a tattered map of North Blue and rolled it open, pointing at a certain island. This is Spider Miles, a port town. However, what many fail to notice is what a treasure trove it is. It's the largest waste processing island, especially when it comes to metal and other related items. Establishing a weapon factory is no easy task. We'll need a lot of metal for guns and ammunition, and this place could be the best start that we can get. Eventually, we can expand from there. For the time being, we should first try taking control of Down Island, and then move on to Spider Miles, Daffy explained, having discussed this plan with me earlier. After learning about all the islands and places in North Blue, we came up with the most strategically sound plan. And just so you guys know, we have found a crude way to train observation hockey. So both of you will start training from today, and both of you will help me build a base. Daffy pointed at Treble and Pica, while Diamante visibly flinched because he knew what kind of crude method Daffy was referring to. As for you, Diamante, you will accompany my brother to East Blue. We have the location of a certain Logia-type devil fruit, and it's your duty to retrieve it. And remember, now that you're my family, I will provide you with the best, so do not rush to eat devil fruits. With the information that I have at hand, in the future, we will have quite a few rare devil fruits. As for the string fruit, we will find someone worthy of it. Don't worry, Daffy explained. Our first target was the flame fruit, Mara Mara no Mi. Although I realize this might be an alternate universe, and everything has changed since I came into this world, my gut instinct told me to check out these locations because if I was right, our family would come into possession of quite a few rare devil fruits, especially the Logia types and mythical zoans. While I shared the information about devil fruits earlier, Daffy never once questioned the source of the information. He simply chose to believe my words resolutely. I knew that going after the lightning fruit, Goro no Mi, was not feasible with our current standards because the only way to reach Sky Island was either through the knock-up stream or the summit of the High West. So, I had only shared most of these details with Daffy, and, for the time being, I would only trust him with these specifics. As the days passed, we grew more accustomed to our new life on Downs Island. While I had initially planned to journey to Sixus Island, I wasn't in a hurry. My priority was to first secure control over the entirety of Downs Island before venturing out to procure the flame fruit. I knew that the fruit wasn't going anywhere, so I prioritized securing our home base first. During this time, I developed a keen interest in swordsmanship. Diamante personally took me under his wing, training me in the basics of swordsmanship. He was pleasantly surprised at how quickly I absorbed his teachings and began to boast about my progress to Daffy. However, Daffy didn't show much interest in swords, so Diamante intensified my training, pushing me to my limits every time we practiced. Today, we'll focus on the basics, Diamante began, his voice carrying authority. Footwork, balance, and precision are the foundation of swordsmanship. Master these, and you'll be one step closer to becoming a formidable swordsman. I nodded in understanding, my eyes fixed on Diamante as he demonstrated the proper stance. His movements were fluid, and each step was deliberate and purposeful. With measured breaths, I mirrored his stance, feeling the muscles in my legs tense as I adjusted my position. Good, Diamante praised, his voice encouraging. Now, let's start with some simple strikes. He guided me through a series of basic strikes, emphasizing the importance of timing and control. With each swing of the blade, I focused on maintaining balance and precision, the rhythm of our movements echoing across the training ground. As the training session progressed, Diamante introduced more advanced techniques, pushing me to refine my skills. We practiced parrying and counterattacks, the clash of our blades ringing out like a symphony of steel. Despite the physical exertion, I was fueled by a sense of exhilaration, with each strike bringing me one step closer to mastery. Sweat glistened on my brow as I pushed myself to the limit, determined to prove myself worthy of Diamante's tutelage. Time flew by, and our first major clash occurred a month after settling down on Downs Island. We encountered a local pirate group that had control over the entire island. It was hardly a clash, more like a one-sided massacre. Despite our youth, our recent training paid off, while the pirates were just your average thugs. I didn't even bother to ask for their group's name. They were a ragtag bunch who relied on sheer numbers, boasting nearly 200 members. Who are you guys? Why are you attacking us? We have no quarrel with you. This must be a misunderstanding, the supposed leader of the group pleaded, cornered in a shabby tavern where he had been enjoying his drinks. Now, he was missing a limb, which had been severed earlier when he aggressively raised his blade and pointed it toward Daffy and mocked him. More than 20 corpses lay within the shabby tavern, all once belonging to the little pirate group. Daffy leisurely walked and sat down on a chair and observed the man without responding to his pleas. The pirate leader was stalling for time, and I knew he was waiting for the rest of his pirate gang to gather to try and confront us with numbers. But the poor fellow had no idea that his fate had already been sealed. It was then that Daffy said, I really didn't want to shed much blood while settling down on this island. We simply cannot afford to have any disruptions to our plans. Daffy's tone was calm, almost indifferent, as he surveyed the scene before him. The pirate leader's eyes widened in fear as he realized the gravity of his situation. Please spare me. I'll do anything. Just let me go. he pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. Daffy's expression remained unchanged, his gaze unwavering. You had your chance to negotiate, but you lost it when you pointed that blade at me, he said, his voice cold and final. Without another word, Daffy stood up from his chair, and I drew my sword with fluid grace. The pirate leader's eyes widened in terror as he realized his fate was sealed. In one swift motion, I delivered the final blow, ending the pirate leader's life with a decisive strike. It seems like we have quite the commotion outside. It seems like the rest of the gang is waiting outside to ambush, maybe. Diamante couldn't help but mock the pirate gang's actions. Our entire family has been growing steadily stronger in the past month. Even Virgo was strong enough to overpower a normal pirate, and except for Treble and Pika, the rest had started breaching the initial stage of observation hockey. I was the only exception, as I had awakened it innately. I just had to hone it steadily. Daffy stood at the front with me, next to him, followed by the rest of the family. Daffy gestured to me and Treble to take the lead, as it would be ideal. I was able to dodge bullets, and Treble could use his devil fruit to defend himself. I had already observed the surroundings, and I saw more than 100 pirates who had surrounded the tavern to ambush us. With Diamante and Virgo at our backs, we stepped out into the fray, ready to confront the pirate gang that surrounded us. Daffy's confidence radiated like a beacon, his presence commanding respect and instilling fear in our adversaries. As Daffy opened the door for me and Treble, I felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. With my blade drawn, I charged forward, my senses heightened by the rush of battle. Bullets whizzed past me, but I moved with preternatural speed and agility, dodging and deflecting each projectile with ease. The rooftop snipers posed a significant threat, their vantage points granting them clear shots at our exposed positions. But with my observation hockey flexed to its current limit, I anticipated their moves, sidestepping their attacks, and redirecting their gunfire back at them with deadly accuracy. As I closed in on the first enemy, I could feel the weight of my blade in my hand, its edge eager to taste blood. With a swift upward slash, I severed the pirate's jaw, his agonized scream drowned out by the cacophony of battle. The pirates, faced with the sudden onslaught, faltered in their resolve. Their attempts at drawing melee weapons proved futile against my lightning-fast strikes. With each adversary I dispatched, their ranks grew increasingly panicked, their fear palpable in the air. Meanwhile, Treble stood steadfast at Daffy's side, his devil fruit powers poised to defend our leader against any potential threats. We fought bravely, but we were not reckless, mindful of the dangers that lurked amidst the chaos. As the fight intensified, I could feel adrenaline surging through my veins, heightening my senses and sharpening my focus. Bullets whizzed past me. Their trajectory was easily predicted with my observation hockey. I danced through the chaos with fluid grace, each movement calculated to evade the deadly projectiles. With a flick of my wrist, I deflected incoming bullets, sending them ricocheting off the walls and into the ranks of the pirates. Their cries of pain echoed through the air, but I didn't relent. Every strike was swift and precise, aimed at incapacitating my opponents with ruthless efficiency. As I closed in on the nearest pirate, I could see the fear in his eyes. He swung his blade wildly, but I effortlessly sidestepped his attacks, my movements a blur of speed and agility. With a swift motion, I disarmed him and delivered a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. But there was no time to dwell on my victory. More pirates surged forward, their numbers seemingly endless. I moved with calculated precision, weaving through their ranks and striking with lethal accuracy. With each enemy I dispatched, my confidence grew, fueling my determination to emerge victorious. Through the chaos, I caught glimpses of my family fighting alongside me, especially the trio, whose skills had been honed through years of struggle and hardship. Together, we were an unstoppable force. It was a one-sided massacre, but even as we fought, I could sense a shift in the tide of battle. The pirates began to falter as more bodies piled up, their morale wavering in the face of our relentless onslaught. With one clean swing, I beheaded the vice captain of the pirate group, and we pressed forward, driving them back until they were forced to succumb like the rest of the gang. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, I stood amidst the wreckage, my chest heaving with exertion. But there was no time to rest. Not yet. This victory was just the beginning of our journey, and there were still many challenges ahead. Time flew by, and it took us another month to completely bring the entire island under our control because of the lack of manpower on our side. After taking Downs Island completely under control, the new Don Quixote family was officially established. Daffy was the leader, with me being the vice leader, and the other four were designated the post of elite officers. Drawing inspiration from the original canon, I suggested an idea to represent our family with a deck of cards, and Daffy's fascination with the king's persona led him to claim that title for himself, changing the canon altogether. As for me, I took on the mantle of the Joker, symbolizing the anomaly. The four main squads, each led by an elite officer, were each assigned a suit in the deck, respectively. The ace, queen, and jack positions remained vacant for the time being, awaiting the recruitment of worthy individuals who would embody the spirit and values of the Don Quixote family. I had already begun compiling a list of potential candidates, each possessing unique skills and talents that would complement our crew's strengths. Our crew's structure was more than just a hierarchy. It was a reflection of our unity and purpose. Each member had a role to play, contributing their strengths to our collective success. And as we continued to grow and expand our influence, our bonds would only strengthen, solidifying our place in the treacherous world of piracy. Ross, promise me you'll prioritize your safety above all else. Daffy's voice held a hint of concern as he clasped my shoulder, his gaze filled with brotherly affection. Despite his tough exterior, I knew he harbored a deep-rooted worry for my well-being as I embarked on a journey to East Blue in search of the flame fruit. I returned his gaze with a reassuring smile, determined to ease his apprehension. Don't worry, Daffy. I'll be back before you know it, and with that devil fruit in hand. I replied confidently, though I couldn't shake the sense of foreboding that lingered in the back of my mind. As Daffy handed me a transponder snail for communication, I felt a surge of gratitude for his unwavering support. With Diamante by my side, we set out on our journey, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in our quest for the flame fruit. Leaving Downs Island felt like stepping into a whole new world. The salty air greeted us as we boarded a small boat, heading towards the distant shores of East Blue. The ocean stretched out endlessly before us, both scary and exciting. Our journey started with lots of excitement and some nervousness, too. Leaving behind our familiar home was tough, but we were determined to explore new places and make exciting discoveries. As we sailed on, days turned into weeks. We saw so many amazing things along the way. Tropical islands with lush green forests and clear blue waters looked like paradise compared to the rough terrain of Downs Island. We faced storms and tricky waters, but we never gave up. With each passing day, our anticipation grew. We were ready for whatever adventures lay ahead in East Blue. 1736, 1737, 1738. I counted each push-up, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me like a boulder. But I persevered, knowing I hadn't reached my limit. It had been over a month since we began our hunt for the famed Logia fruit. While crossing over to East Blue from Downs Island took only 3 weeks, finding Sixus Island was proving to be a different challenge altogether. In a world where islands littered the seas in their thousands, finding one whose name might not even be accurate was like shooting in the dark. Many would call our pursuit foolish, but my instinct told me we would succeed, so I hadn't given up hope despite visiting 3 towns in East Blue without any leads on Sixus Island. So, as we ventured on the hunt for the devil fruit, I immersed myself in training. Boom, boom. The faint sounds of shells exploding caught my attention. Using my observation hockey, I probed the area around the caravel, but there were no signs of any ships. I understood that there must be a fight nearby. Diamante emerged from inside and began observing our surroundings, He must have heard the cannon fire too. After a minute or two, we could still hear faint cannon explosions. That's when Diamante spotted the source of the sound. There, it seems they caught a big fish, ha. I could see a huge merchant ship besieged by 2 pirate ships. Judging by the pirates' swift approach, they were quickly gaining on the merchant ship, and unfortunately, they were heading in our direction rapidly. We had no intention of interfering with the ongoing piracy. After all, we were pirates ourselves. However, before we could turn our caravel and move, one of the pirate ships moved to intercept our path. Simultaneously, a cannonball hit the main mast of the merchant ship, shattering it and causing the vessel to slow to a complete stop near our caravel. A couple of shells were fired in our direction, and Diamante quickly moved to intercept them. With a swift motion, he pulled out his sword and deflected the shells back into the sea. It was clear that these pirates considered us their prey, but they were sorely mistaken. This wasn't the first time we had encountered such attackers, and I had already sent many of them to a watery grave. Diamante, having little experience in the New World, regarded these East Blue pirates as little more than a joke. For me, they were simply training dummies to hone my skills. After Diamante deflected a few more shells, I observed as the pirate from the first ship began boarding the merchant vessel, armed with cutlasses, pistols, and other weapons. Using my observation hockey, I could sense the chaos unfolding on the ship. A few armed soldiers tried to fend off the pirates, but they were quickly overwhelmed. Amidst the screams and threats, it was clear that the situation on board was dire. As the second pirate ship closed in on us, more than 10 goons landed on our caravel, surrounding us with pistols and other weapons drawn. "You're lucky to have avoided our cannon shots," a man close to 3 meters tall announced, jumping from the pirate ship with a massive 2-sided battle axe in hand. "But your luck ends here. We are the infamous Red Scorpion Pirates of the East Blue. Surrender peacefully if you know what's good for you." Before he could continue, Diamante interrupted him. "If you value your lives, I suggest you leave this boat immediately. We don't take kindly to strangers aboard. I'm offering you this courtesy as fellow pirates, so don't push your luck." "Ha ha ha. Look here, guys, a little kid and a teenage clown calling themselves pirates," the tall man mocked, his voice dripping with arrogance. Then he abruptly stopped. "Do you two really know what it means to be pirates? Do you hear that scream, kid? Those aren't screams, but music to the ears of a real pirate." He flexed unnecessarily, trying to intimidate us. "What's wrong, kid? Frozen in shock? Have you already pissed your pants?" he taunted further. "Look here, guys. It seems like the kid has soiled his pants in fear. Now, be a good kid and show me where you've kept the money and other valuables. Maybe I'll find it in my heart to spare your lives." His words grated on my nerves, and I grew increasingly irritated. "TCH, such a poor joke. You don't have any class. Why is it that I always come across fools like you?" I leisurely started walking towards the man with the battle axe. As I stood in front of him, I gestured for him to come closer. The fool didn't think twice and bent down. However, what he didn't expect was my swift movement as I pulled out my blade and thrust it through his neck. What followed was carnage. Diamante didn't even make a move, leisurely standing by the side, watching my performance. I quickly drew the pistol from the waist of the now-dead man. Before his body hit the deck, I had shot 5 times, every bullet finding its mark. With observation hockey enhancing my marksmanship, my shots were precise, a skill honed from my previous life. Thud, the bodies hit the ground. One of the remaining pirates reacted, swiping down with his blade to cut me in half from behind. I simply sidestepped, and the blade harmlessly crashed onto the deck. I swung my sword upward, severing both of the pirate's arms. "Kill him!" With a loud scream, the remaining half-dozen pirates charged at me simultaneously, completely forgetting about Diamante. The commotion aboard our caravel had already attracted the attention of the pirates on the second ship. When they saw the large man lying in a pool of blood, some pirates couldn't help but scream, "Vice Captain!" I realized the man I had plunged the blade into should have been the vice captain of the so-called Red Scorpion Pirates. I dodged all the attacks and bullets fired at me by the remaining goons, while the pirates from the second ship prepared to fire a cannon at such close range. Diamante swiftly intervened, landing on top of the cannon that was about to be fired. Sorry, but I cannot let you guys do that. This little caravel still needs to help our journey, and it's kind of perfect for us, so I've grown attached to it, he declared before striking down the man aiming the cannon. As I started cutting down the remaining pirates on the boat, Diamante initiated his own slaughter, quickly decimating the pirates on the second ship. By the time the pirates on the first ship had taken the merchant ship under control, Diamante and I had already eliminated all the pirates on their second ship. Only after the chaos subsided did the remaining pirates notice the silence from the second ship. You guys, what are you daydreaming about? Quick, transfer the loot back to our ship before the Marines arrive. The captain of the Red Scorpion pirates kicked a dazed subordinate who was staring at the second pirate ship, noticing the unusual silence. Captain, something's not right. I don't see anyone on our second ship, and I felt like I heard the screams of some of our fellow crewmates earlier, the subordinate quickly explained. Oh, you guys don't have to be worried about them. They're no longer part of this world. A voice interrupted, drawing the attention of all the pirates on the merchant ship. The pirate captain laid his eyes on a tall youth and a small child carrying a blade and a pistol in each hand. Who the hell are you? How did you guys escape from? One of the pirate crew began to ponder, but before he could finish, the pirate captain shot him dead, fear evident in his eyes. Oh, really interesting, someone who has brains. Well, in that case, it makes things easier, I remarked, realizing the pirate captain must have realized we were not to be offended, especially young Diamante, as fear was evident in his eyes. Don't worry, we just need a few pieces of information. As long as any of you can answer here, we will be on our way, not bothering you guys with your exploits, I reassured, knowing I needed information on Sixus Island, and who better to ask than a pirate who frequented these waters. The pirate captain showed no resistance and nodded quickly. I began describing the details of Sixus Island and its surrounding sea features from my memory, amidst a group of pirates and the remaining passengers who had been tied down on the deck of the ship. Patiently, I waited for a response as the pirates frantically discussed the information I'd shared. After a minute, I realized it was a failure, but unexpectedly, the captain of a merchant ship called out. Sir, I don't know about the island you are referring to. At least I believe it's the same island from the description you provided, the man called out while being bound. Interesting. Go on, I said, approaching the man, while the pirates simply glared at the merchant captain, none daring to move as Diamante kept a watchful eye on them. I'm sorry, sir. I cannot do that unless you can guarantee the safety of everyone on this ship from the pirates, the man replied, attempting to use us as a shield against the pirates, realizing that the Red Scorpion pirates were no match for us. Ha ha ha, you want to negotiate? Is that so? You sure are either brave or stupid. Fine, I will give you a chance. Tell me, what do you know about the island's location? I asked the man. The remaining pirates understood the situation and quickly started boarding their own ship under their captain's orders, while Diamante watched, seemingly bored. After a few minutes, I finally had the information I needed. By the time I had it all, the pirate ships had already traveled a long distance. Now, most of the people on the merchant ship were free from their bonds, and I had kept my word. The remaining were helping the others through their bondage. Thank you so much for your help, sir. We will never forget your kindness. The merchant captain bowed deeply towards me and Diamante. Just then, my words froze the man in shock as he stood back up. You know, I really do hate people who try to deceive me. I truly had no intention of harming you after I gave you my word. But you just had to go ahead and push your luck, didn't you? My words made the merchant captain falter. However, what he didn't know was that I could somehow read his emotions and, in turn, his surface thoughts. Even I was not aware of how exactly this worked. I did not know if this was a type of power that I acquired from observation or a rudimentary form of something similar to the voice of all things. As I concentrated my observation hockey enough, I was able to read other people's thoughts. The cunning merchant had planned to share the intel about the island I was looking for in the black market and with the Marines because he rightfully guessed that I was looking for some sort of treasure. Sir, I have no idea what you're talking about. Everything that I have shared is true. I was not trying to deceive you. The merchant captain started sweating, still confused as he hadn't realized that I already knew about his motives. He must have thought I was a mere kid and easy to fool. Well, he would have succeeded if not for my ability to hear his thoughts. Bang! I did not want to waste too much time here now that I knew the approximate location, so I simply shot the man and threw away the pistol, walking away and jumping back to my caravel, not bothering about the reactions of the remaining passengers. Diamante and I resumed our journey, with the details collected from the merchant captain. Diamante estimated that we would need another week to reach the suspected sea region. Diamante, let's first stock up on a nearby island before we venture into Sixus Island. If everything goes well, we should be back home within a month or two at worst, I said, and with that, Diamante set course to a nearby island, which had a town where we could restock. After a week of travel, according to the acquired information, we were finally able to pinpoint the sea area where the island we were looking for happened to be. The sea in this particular area was much rougher than the normal condition of the East Blue Sea, more akin to the Sea of the Grand Line. Finally, after 2 hours of rough sailing, I laid my eyes on an island that resembled Sixus Island in my memory. I instinctively knew that this was the island I was looking for. I also saw a tall cylindrical landmass at the center of the island and huge birds flying around the landmass, probably using it as their nest. The island was not as barren as I believed, as it was surrounded by lush vegetation, which didn't bother me much because I had already taken enough precaution and stocked up on enough resources, even if the island lacked sustenance. With my confirmation, Diamante carefully sailed the little caravel through the turbulent waters. I had to say, Diamante is a decent navigator and helmsman, and I knew for a fact that if it were me sailing, the caravel would have already been in pieces. After we reached ashore, as per Diamante's suggestion, we pulled the caravel onto the island because he estimated that the sea was too turbulent to let the caravel be anchored on the water. Pulling such a small caravel was something that even I could do with my current strength. Phew, at last, Diamante. Now all we have to do is carefully scour this entire island for that devil fruit, I expressed in delight after we had tied the caravel to a tree after pulling it ashore. Screech! I heard an annoying bird cry, and I detected with my observation hockey that the birds had finally taken notice of our arrival and started approaching us, thinking of us as prey. But Diamante quickly dispatched the first 2 birds that made it near us. It seems like this island is filled with some interesting creatures. Let's say we split up and use this as a training session. This way, we can scour the island faster, Diamante suggested, as this was a pretty huge island, and we would need weeks if we scoured this island together. So it was better to split up. You're right. How about this? Let's meet back at the ship in a week. We can use this time to hone our skills. I quickly agreed to Diamante's suggestion because I could detect quite a few strong animals within the interior of the island, so it would be a perfect place to test my current progress. As the sun set over the trees, I began my hunt for the devil fruit. The forest was alive with chirping birds and rustling leaves as I tiptoed through the greenery. But soon, the calm was shattered by the growls and roars of the island's creatures. With my special sense, I stayed alert for any surprises. Wild animals pounced from the bushes, but I dodged and fought them off. There was a tough fight with a huge python, whose scales were like armor. It took all my strength, but I defeated it. As I explored, I marveled at the beauty of the forest. I paused to admire a rare flower and watched a spider spin its web. But danger was always close. I had to fight off predators and other creatures. When night fell, I camped under a giant oak tree, feeling tired but determined. I knew the devil fruit was out there, waiting for me to find it. As the sun rose on the 4th day, I felt a sense of excitement in the air. I knew I was close to finding the devil fruit, and my heart raced with anticipation. As I explored the shore, I stumbled upon a hidden cove. It was a magical place, with crystal-clear waters and colorful fish darting between coral reefs. Diving into the water, I felt a sense of wonder wash over me. I swam amidst the vibrant sea life, my eyes scanning the ocean floor for any sign of the fruit. And then, amidst the swaying seaweed, I spotted it, an old, tattered chest nestled amongst a bed of broken wreckage, probably from an old shipwreck. With a sense of triumph, I reached out and picked it up from its resting place. Emerging from the water, I cradled the chest in my hands, feeling a surge of power coursing through me. Although I hadn't opened the chest yet, I knew in my gut that this was what I had come for. After making it back to the shore, I settled into a comfortable spot and turned my attention to the small chest I had discovered among the wreckage. Despite its weathered appearance, the chest seemed surprisingly intact. Ignoring the scattered debris around me, I focused solely on unlocking the secrets within. With 2 swift strikes, the lock yielded, allowing me to pry open the chest. To my surprise, the interior remained relatively untouched by seawater. Among the few items nestled inside, old maps, a logbook, a broken log pose, one item in particular caught my eye: a round, orange fruit adorned with flame-shaped patterns and a swirled stem at the top. My initial instinct was to consume the fruit immediately, but I resisted the urge. I knew that if Daffy couldn't acquire the Goro Goro no Mi, this fruit could serve as a worthy substitute. Determined to choose wisely, I carefully returned the fruit to the chest and rose to make my way back to our ship, the potential of the devil fruit swirling in my mind. I waited aboard the ship as agreed, and on the morning of the 7th day, I spotted Diamante approaching with a triumphant smile on his face. Initially puzzled, my confusion turned to joy as he revealed a makeshift bag containing a pear-shaped, crimson-colored devil fruit. While I couldn't identify its type, the sight of an additional devil fruit thrilled me. Never had I imagined finding 2 devil fruits on the same island. Ross, it seems like I've won this time," Diamante taunted, but my response left him momentarily stunned. "That's not the devil fruit we're seeking." I smirked, leading him to realize the truth. "You mean this isn't the Mera Mera no Mi? Then what kind of devil fruit is this?" Diamante's excitement mirrored mine as he saw me bring out another small chest, indicating that I had found our original goal. "This, my friend, is the Mera Mera no Mi. Would you like to consume it?" I offered, though it was more of a test. I needed to be certain that Diamante wouldn't betray my brother, Daffy, as the Diamante I knew from canon might not be the same in real life. So, I had to be sure. However, my fears were unfounded. Diamante immediately declined, insisting it was better to give such a powerful fruit to Daffy to ensure his limitless future potential. I respected his decision and turned my attention to the other fruit. "What about this one? Are you willing to take the risk?" I inquired about the crimson fruit, but Diamante's response only widened my smile. If it were earlier, I might have taken the chance and consumed any devil fruit available. But now, no. If I want to stand by Daffy's side in the future, I need strength. My talent doesn't compare to that of Daffy and Virgo, let alone a monster like you. So, if I truly aim to become a top powerhouse, I can't rely on luck alone. I'm confident that in the future, the family will find a suitable fruit for me, Diamante declared, showing no hesitation in declining both fruits. His resolve impressed me, and I made a mental note to inform Daffy about the need to acquire a top-class devil fruit for Diamante in the future. It had been a week since we found the 2 devil fruits. Currently, we were in Logtown, a place I had longed to visit, as it would one day lay the foundation for the world of One Piece. The future pirate king, Gold, Roger, was still somewhere in the New World, yet to acquire his title. Although renowned, he had not yet reached the pinnacle of piracy. I had already informed Daffy about our successful mission using my personal transponder snail, and although he insisted on my immediate return, I managed to convince him to let me have a quick look around Logtown. While I leisurely strolled around, Diamante was purchasing supplies for our return journey. Both devil fruits were under his protection, as he was undoubtedly the stronger combatant between the 2 of us currently, especially after awakening his rudimentary form of observation haki along with his decent swordsmanship. As I walked an old, shabby-looking store caught my attention. I realized it was the same shop where Zoro would later obtain Sandai Kitetsu in the future. My legs instinctively moved towards it, curious to see if my luck would hold. The interior of the shop was much better than its exterior suggested. As I entered, an old man behind the counter noticed me. "Kid, are you lost? If so, I can help you find your parents," he offered kindly, assuming I was lost rather than a potential customer. "No, sir, I'm not lost. I'm here to see if I can find a suitable sword. The one I'm currently using may break any time," I replied, showing him the old katana Diamante had given me, strapped to my back. The old man was surprised at first, then composed himself. "Kid, are you aspiring to become a swordsman in the future? That's a great dream. Just don't go around swinging the sword and cutting down innocents in the future, all right?" he advised, standing up from behind the counter and approaching me. He directed me towards the various swords on display within glass cases and started explaining them with relish. He didn't even inquire if I had enough money to afford a sword, but seemed more interested in sharing his knowledge. To my disappointment, none of the swords on display were what I was looking for. "Sir, do you have any more swords other than the ones on display? Most of these look very expensive. I don't think I can afford them," I asked politely, despite having more than enough money from Diamante. "Let's see. Other than these swords, I have quite a few well-crafted, affordable blades in the warehouse. Would you like to check them out, kid?" The old man must not have many customers, so he offered to show me the blades kept in the warehouse. As I entered, I noticed hundreds of swords, some brand new, some old, some ancient, but all in pristine condition. Every blade was well maintained, even the cheap ones within the barrels. However, what caught my attention was a conspicuous corner of the warehouse where more than a dozen katanas wrapped in thick fabric were neatly set aside. I moved towards them, and the old man followed me. "Sir, what about these swords? Are they for sale? If they are, I would like to look at them." I pointed at the dozen or so swords wrapped in thick fabric. The old man hesitated for a few moments, then replied, "Kid, I suggest you look into other weapons from the warehouse. Although I don't strongly believe in the concept, every sword here is believed to be cursed in some form. These swords have been collected by my family for generations from various sources. People often threw these swords at us, thinking they were cursed in exchange for chump change. We acquired all these fine swords at a dirt cheap price. Although I don't believe in cursed swords much, I can't have a kid like you buying such swords. Why don't you select something else?" The old man patiently explained, but I couldn't resist my curiosity. Under his watchful eyes, I started unwrapping the blades and checking them one at a time. The seventh blade that I unsheathed was the sword I was looking for. I felt an eerie feeling when I grabbed the blade. This was Sandai Kitetsu, the blade believed to be cursed according to One Piece lore. Its wielder is believed to become cursed and destined to suffer horrible deaths. As an aspiring swordsman, I had learned how to determine the quality of swords from Diamante, and I studied the blade in my hand carefully, without missing an inch. After careful examination, I was more than satisfied. She was a beauty. I carefully sheathed the blade and went back to examine the remaining ones. Although most of these blades were top quality, none matched Sandai Kitetsu, so I stood up with the blade I had selected in hand. "Sir, I would like to buy this blade. Please quote me the price." I showed the blade that I had picked to the old man. "Kid, are you sure? If anything were to happen to you, curse or not, I would." The old man still hesitated, despite not believing in cursed swords. He was reluctant to sell it to a little child. "Sir, if that is my fate, then so be it. Curse blade or not, if my time has come, then my time has come. I am not going to let a sword dictate my destiny." I declared simply because I knew that even if the blade was truly cursed, I had the will and determination to overcome it. I met Diamante's gaze but chose to remain silent. I understood that everyone in this room would become fiercely loyal to Doflamingo in the future, and challenging Daffy's decisions in front of everyone like that could have severe consequences. Having been part of the mafia in my past life, I knew how these dynamics worked. My intervention was an act of defiance, one that would have cost me dearly if it had been directed at a normal member of the group. Forget it. Let's not dwell on the past. It's time we think about the future. It's time you eat this, Daffy. Treble intervened, shifting the focus to the devil fruit he held out to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, still lost in contemplation over recent events, snapped out of his thoughts at Treble's words. He reached out to take the devil fruit, but my voice interrupted the momentary silence. Do you at least know what kind of devil fruit it is? I questioned, causing both Doflamingo and Treble to pause, confusion evident on their faces. Brother, let's set aside the matter of devil fruits until we can get our hands on a devil fruit encyclopedia. Don't rush to eat a devil fruit. I advised my brother, though I could sense the disappointment in Treble, Diamante, and Pika's expressions. They had likely put in considerable effort, possibly even staking their lives, to acquire this rare treasure. Devil fruits were scarce commodities, even in the treacherous waters of the New World. Rosinante, devil fruits are super rare. Eating one will make Daffy instantly stronger. Don't you want your brother to become strong? Treble pressed, acknowledging the truth in my words while urging for immediate action. However, I knew the fruit before us, the string fruit. Though there was a saying that there were no weak devil fruits, in my eyes, this particular one was not worthy of my brother. Before committing to it, I needed to confirm if my knowledge of the canon held true. If so, as an avid fan of One Piece, I had knowledge of undiscovered devil fruits, some of which were Logia types. To fulfill my brother's dream, we needed strength, enough to challenge even the world government, which had held power for centuries. My little brother is right. If I want to fulfill my ambitions, I cannot settle for mediocrity. Treble, keep the fruit safe until we can acquire the encyclopedia. But before anything else, I want to personally go to Mary Geos and uncover the truth, Doflamingo declared, his words resonating with determination. Deep down, he still harbored hope that the celestial dragons would welcome them back, absolving them of their father's mistakes. Daffy, you can't be serious. Going back there will simply spell your doom. You're no longer part of the celestial dragons. They wouldn't hesitate to remove you from the equation for convenience's sake. Treble sprang up from his seat, urgency evident in his voice as he tried to persuade my brother to change his mind. It was clear that despite their recent allegiance to Doflamingo, they still believed in and cared deeply for him. No, I want to go. No matter what, the blood of the Don Quixote family runs through my veins. They simply cannot deny me my birthright, Doflamingo stated firmly, his celestial dragon upbringing still influencing his mindset. He believed that a single word from him could move the world. Understanding what motivated my brother's decision, I couldn't let him walk willingly into the lion's den. I wanted to ensure that even if his request was denied, we would have a chance to retreat from Mary Geos unscathed. My knowledge of the canon might give us an edge, so I immediately began formulating plans in my mind. Young master, if that's the case, then let us follow you to Mary Geos. If something untoward happens, at least we can try to get you out safely, Diamante suggested, aware of the dangers that lay ahead on this journey. No, it's better if it's just me and my brother making the trip. If I'm not mistaken, our visit will be short and we'll soon return. We'll need you guys here to help us if things go awry up there, I countered, rejecting Diamante's suggestion. I knew it was better to keep our small force hidden, ready to facilitate our escape if necessary. Doflamingo was surprised by my sudden assertiveness, but he realized that the recent hardships we had endured had changed me for the better. He understood that his once meek little brother wouldn't survive in this cruel world unless he adapted. But Treble began to protest, but a glance from Doflamingo silenced him. Daffy signaled for me to continue, placing his trust in me as his last blood tie. Do you guys have any transponder snails on hand? I inquired, turning to the three future executives. They exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Although we don't have any at hand, we can obtain a few given some time. Is it important? If so, we can arrange it within 2 days, Diamante offered, realizing that my abilities were underestimated. If possible, try to get young snails that haven't been registered yet. I don't want them traced back to this location. If we're ousted by the dragons, this will be our new home for the foreseeable future. I shared my thoughts with the group in the cramp house. Virgo had stood beside Doflamingo throughout the meeting, resembling a loyal bodyguard. I made a mental note to ensure that everyone's fate would change. Though I couldn't fulfill my brother's wish in the last life, I was determined to make it happen in this one. If history were to go unaltered, I knew my brother would be denied by the celestial dragons, and the people around me would become the foundation of the future Don Quixote family. Although I was not averse to the actions my brother took in the canon, except for a few, I knew they were weak, pitifully weak. At best, they could be called minor antagonists in a major arc. But with my intervention, I want to change all that. I aim to subdue the world and crown my brother the king of the world. To achieve that, we needed power, fame, wealth, and, most importantly, strength to vanquish anyone who defied us. I also wanted to ensure that my brother didn't repeat the same mistakes in the world I only knew as fiction. Currently, in the family, we only had Treble as the sole devil fruit user, and we had the string fruit in stock, but we set it aside for the time being. Now that I was in this new body, my soul was a blend of Ross and Rosinante, and I had found a balance between the two souls. I stood up to make the necessary arrangements, but Pika stood up and stopped me, indicating that I should just let him know what was needed. He, like Virgo, had kept silent throughout the meeting. I quickly shared my plans with the rest, and we ironed out the details, further polishing the plan. Treble, known for his intellect, couldn't help but praise me for my plans, and Diamante and Pika left to carry out the preparations. As the battle raged on, I remained vigilant, my senses attuned to every movement around me. With each passing moment, I grew more confident in my abilities, my movements becoming more fluid and precise. Despite the odds stacked against me, I refused to back down, determined to emerge victorious. With a fierce battle cry, I launched a counterattack, driving back the encroaching Marines with a flurry of powerful strikes. The Marine captain, seeing his forces falter, redoubled his efforts, launching a series of devastating blows in a desperate attempt to turn the tide of battle. But I was ready, my instincts sharp as I parried his attacks with expert skill. Bang! Bang! My observation hockey picked up multiple incoming projectiles as I was engaged in deadly combat with the Marine captain. Just as I was about to dodge, the Marine captain intervened with a sword strike of his own, preventing me from evading. Despite my best efforts, a bullet pierced through my shoulder. Unflinching, I parried the Marine captain's attack while gritting my teeth in pain, then re-engaged him in combat. But despite my best efforts to balance the fight again despite the injury, the captain's skill proved formidable, and with a swift movement, he punched me, sending me flying across the ground. With a triumphant smirk, he raised his sword, ready to deliver the finishing blow. But I refused to go down without a fight. With a burst of adrenaline, I summoned all my strength and agility, dodging his strike at the last moment and delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him staggering backwards. Seizing the opportunity, I unsheathed my second blade and launched a series of lightning-fast strikes, each one aimed with deadly precision. The Marines fought valiantly, but one by one, they fell before my onslaught, their cries of pain echoing across the battlefield. As the battle raged on, I cut down the Marines one by one, their numbers dwindling rapidly with each swing of my blade. Despite the bullet wound in my shoulder, I fought fiercely, fueled by adrenaline and determination. With each fallen foe, my confidence surged, knowing that victory was within reach. The Marine captain, realizing that his forces were being decimated, grew desperate and launched a relentless assault against me. But I met his strikes head-on, my swordsmanship matching his blow for blow. With each clash of our blades, sparks flew, illuminating the chaos around us. Suddenly, the gunfire from the hidden snipers ceased, leaving the Marine captain bewildered. But a smirk played across my lips as I realized that Diamante had intervened, neutralizing the snipers and tipping the scales further in my favor. With renewed vigor, I pressed my attack, cutting through the remaining Marines with ferocity. The sound of clashing steel and cries of battle filled the air as I fought with all my might. Despite the odds stacked against me, I refused to yield, my determination unwavering. Finally, after a fierce exchange of blows, I landed a decisive strike against the Marine captain, incapacitating him and leaving him with his stump sprawled on the ground. With his defeat, the remaining Marines faltered, their morale shattered. Sensing victory, I pressed my advantage, driving them back until they were forced to retreat. I was seething with anger at the Marines for targeting me, and with the Marine captain at my mercy, I was determined to end it. As I thrust my blade toward his neck, a sudden movement from behind caught my attention. Reacting on instinct, I dodged sideways just in time to evade an arm reaching out to grab me by the shoulder. Surprised by the unexpected intervention, I quickly rolled to safety and turned to face the newcomer. Standing before me was a man I immediately recognized. Monkey D. Dragon, albeit younger and still clad in a Marine uniform. Despite his young age, there was an air of authority and power about him that commanded respect. Interesting. Such high mastery of observation hockey at such a young age. Maybe you awakened it innately, Dragon remarked calmly, his voice carrying authority. Sorry, kid. I do not know who is at fault here. I cannot let you kill any more Marines. Because you have already taken lives, even in self-defense, I must take you in. I hope you understand. With that, Dragon walked past me, his back exposed as he checked on the fallen captain. Despite his calm demeanor, I knew better than to underestimate him. Trained by the revered hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp, Dragon was undoubtedly a formidable Marine, even in his youth. As I observed Dragon, I caught sight of a few brave onlookers who remained, watching the events unfold. From the corner of my eye, I saw Diamante drawing his blade, poised to intervene. But I knew better than to let him face Dragon. Even with his strength, Diamante would be no match for the trained Marine. With a subtle gesture, I signaled to Diamante not to intervene. I couldn't risk him falling into the Marine's hands, especially with the devil fruits in his possession. I had to face this problem alone. Meanwhile, Dragon had already tended to the wounded captain, halting the bleeding from the stump of his arm. The epaulette on Dragon's uniform indicated his rank as Rear Admiral, confirming my suspicions of his formidable strength. Despite the odds stacked against me, I held both my blades at the ready, refusing to back down. Are you sure you want to do this, kid? I promise you. Unlike the other Marines here, you will not be subjected to any harm if you surrender peacefully, Dragon said, still with a calm tone, trying to convince me to surrender. But I had other plans. I rushed forward, swinging both my swords frantically around like a madman. Unlike my earlier finesse in swordsmanship, my current display was anything but elegant. My strikes were totally random, hitting the ground, the surrounding walls, and anything that impeded my path. However, Dragon simply dodged these attacks as if he were taking a walk in the park. Suddenly, he vanished and reappeared behind me with a chop aimed at knocking me out, but my observation hockey allowed me to track his movements despite his speed. I quickly crouched and swung both my swords behind me. Dragon caught both swords with his arm, but I knew he was using armament hockey to coat his arm. Although I couldn't use it, I could instinctively feel it. Even the famed cursed blade could not tear through Dragon's skin. While I tried to pull back the swords, none of them budged as they were clutched by Dragon's grip. So, I gave up on my swords and quickly retreated. I unholstered a pistol from my back and started firing, but Dragon, to all my dedicated readers, I want to extend my deepest gratitude for your unwavering support on this exhilarating journey of storytelling. Your enthusiasm fuels my passion for crafting immersive worlds and unforgettable characters. For those eager to dive into the next chapters of our One Piece saga before anyone else, I invite you to join me on Patreon. By becoming a patron, you'll not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters, but also play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our narratives. Your support means the world to me, and it is your encouragement that propels me forward in this creative odyssey. Together, let's explore the depths of imagination and bring our wildest dreams to life. Join me on Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/silent_Steely and let's make magic happen, one chapter at a time. With boundless gratitude. Kid, you are good, but you still need practice, and I see you haven't awakened your armament hockey yet. So please give up this pointless struggle, Dragon said, still thinking of subduing me without harming me. If not, I would have been punched to the ground long ago. I will never. A sudden strike to my gut took the air out of me, and I crumbled to the ground in pain. Although the man held back, it felt like being hit by a sledgehammer. You get distracted too easily, kid. Hasn't anyone taught you how to fight? You could have reacted if you had all your concentration on me, Dragon declared, crouching down to check on my crumpled form. However, I knew for a fact that even though I could follow him using my observation hockey, my body was not fast enough to react to dodge that strike. My consciousness was fading, but I used the pain and sheer will to hold on. Sigh, kid, why are you so stubborn? You should have just followed me quietly when I asked. Why suffer so much? Dragon was moved by the way I was still trying to stand back up despite the overwhelming pain. He moved again, and then I felt everything around me go dark. A few minutes later, the entire scene was cleared out by the Marines. Diamante stepped out of a nearby alley towards the location where I had fought the Marine captain and then Dragon. He was carrying a transponder snail in his hands, seemingly connected on the other end. Diamante, what's the situation there? Is my little brother safe? Daffy's voice came from the other end of the snail, carrying so much anger and frustration that Diamante could feel it. Diamante carefully observed the battleground, and after examining it, he discerned a hidden message within the random scars left on the floor. He immediately conveyed this message to Daffy, who seemed to calm down a bit, though the anger lingered. Although he didn't blame Diamante, he felt a bit disappointed in him. Even Diamante felt ashamed of his own weakness and apologized to Daffy. Daffy, I'm sorry I was not able to save Ross. If I were strong enough, maybe Ross wouldn't have stopped me from intervening. I promise you, I will personally infiltrate the Marine base and get back young Master Ross, Diamante conveyed through the transponder snail, awaiting Daffy's instructions. No, you will follow Ross's instructions. My little brother would not do something without a proper reason. If he has asked you to return to Downs Island, then do it. But you're going to wait in Lowtown until he contacts either one of us. Just monitor the Marines from a distance. Your life is also as precious as my little brother's, so don't act recklessly, Daffy said, having received the hidden message that I left for him. I had asked Diamante to return home, and I would contact him shortly to update them on my plans if possible. In a room designated for higher-ranking officers within the Logtown Marine Base, Dragon leisurely sifted through some documents. On a small couch beside him sat a child wrapped in bandages. Oi, brat, why did you call me here? Didn't I tell you that we had to leave for the New World after stocking up? Why are you still loitering around here in Lowtown? Have you become lazy again? Bellowed the middle-aged Garp as he burst into the office, berating Dragon for delaying their departure, as he had instructed them to leave for the New World earlier. Dragon, brat, you better have a good reason for making us delay our departure. If not, I will be personally handling your punishment, Garp threatened. Although Dragon seemed composed, I could see the slight twitch on his face. Maybe he still feared his father's fist, but I didn't care much about it. I was more interested in how Dragon would explain the situation. It's the kid. He has caused quite a commotion in the town in broad daylight. He cut down more than 4 dozen Marines, including the Marine captain of Lowtown. Dragon started explaining the situation slowly. The moment Garp heard that I had killed Marines, his demeanor shifted to that of a dangerous, bloodthirsty beast. Calm down, old man. It wasn't the kid's fault, honestly. They were trying to capture the kid. At first, I was not sure about what was happening, as I was just passing through. But after some questioning, I found the real reason. Garp's calmness quickly returned after hearing Dragon's words, but his face turned a bit ugly as he could deduce that it must have been the Marines who tried something underhanded. Garp prided himself on being a Marine and believed in Marines representing justice. However, despite his power, he couldn't stop all the bad deeds that some Marines performed, and he felt ashamed of such actions. Garp sighed and walked up to sit down on the chair, gesturing for Dragon to continue. The kid has been marked as a slave of the celestial dragons. He bears the mark on his back. The Marine captain wanted to capture the kid and sell him back to the Celestial Dragons, listing the kid as someone who had escaped the clutches of the world government. Dragon revealed, disclosing the reason that I already knew about from reading the thoughts of the Marine captain. I realized that someone must have seen my back while I was swimming alongside the caravel when we had reached Low Town, and the Marine captain wanted me captured, so he could earn some brownie points. Bam! Garp's fist crashed on the table with ferocity, blasting the sturdy wood table to smithereens. Dragon couldn't help but look at his father because now he had to rework all these scattered documents. After becoming his father's aide, he, along with Bogard, had been handling all the administrative work while the old man either chased pirates or relaxed. Are you saying Marines were involved with slavers? I could see the anger and helplessness etched on the Marine hero's face. He was someone who hated slavery, but he couldn't do much about it, as the world government itself was encouraging it despite it being declared illegal. Dragon didn't voice out his answer, but simply nodded. Garp contemplated for a long time before turning to me. Kid, I cannot fault you for defending yourself, but I would like to know if you were someone who escaped from the clutches of the Celestial Dragons. Garp questioned me, seeking to better understand my situation. He knew how complicated the situation was. The entire Low Town had seen me cutting down all those Marines, so to save face, they couldn't just release me. Yet, Garp couldn't bring himself to harm a child who was just defending himself. He understood the horrors a child would face if captured. Before I could answer, Dragon added, and there is one more thing. The kid's talent is way too monstrous. If by some miracle he survives and bears a grudge against Marines, then I am sure he will be a bane for all Marines in the future. Garp raised his brows at the unexpectedly high remarks coming from his son. Dragon had never reacted so strongly before, not even towards his recent protege, the Ice Brat. Garp's curiosity about me instantly skyrocketed. His mastery of observation hockey is so strong for his age that I have not come across such talent ever, Dragon continued, praising my abilities. Suddenly, I felt a projectile flying towards my head. I simply tilted my head to dodge it. The projectile was only aimed at grazing me, and I understood that Garp was testing my reaction. Not bad at all. You can sense intent at such a young age. You sure are a monster, kid. So, tell me, are you still wanted by those pompous idiots in Mary Geos? If so, it might be a little troublesome, Garp said, showing little concern about me carrying the slave's mark. It would only be a little more troublesome to deal with. No, I'm a free man. I am no one's slave, and I don't mind cutting down everyone who tries to capture me, I declared with pride oozing out of every pore. The humiliation that happened to Mary Geos is still vivid in my memories. Although I had submitted for Daffy's sake, that did not make the humiliation I faced any less. But the Marine hero's next words made me sulk. Oh, such pride. Tell me, kid, aren't you still our captive now? What's the point of holding on to your pride when you do not have enough strength? Even now, you are at the Marine's mercy. If this were someone else here, I am sure you would have already been executed as a criminal or maybe even sent to impel down, sentence for life, Garp said, knowing he had to change my mindset. If not, the knot in my heart against the Marines would only grow worse. Say what you want. I never asked you to spare my life. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. It just means that I wasn't strong enough. I will never blame others for my incompetence, I declared honestly. Deep down, I knew I couldn't just back down because I was facing an apex predator. If I stepped back today, it would only shake my resolve to help Daffy rule the world. Look, Dragon Brat, look. That's how a man should be. Never backing down, no matter the odds. I have decided, kid, you will join the Marines. You will serve directly under me. I will not stop you if you want to leave, but remember this. I spared your life today. If you walk out of here without repaying me, in the future, no matter how far you grow, you will only be called a coward. A true man always pays back his debts. So, tell me, kid, do you want to grow up as a man or as a coward? Garp declared a verdict, even without asking for my consent. Even Dragon was taken aback, because he didn't expect his father to accept the kid under his wing. As far as Dragon knew about Garp, he was not someone who impulsively picked someone, so he must have seen something special in the kid. I was completely caught off guard by Garp's one-sided declaration. I didn't know what madness drove him to offer me this chance. Maybe he saw something in me, a great future threat if left unchecked. As per the original canon, shouldn't he be averse to taking apprentices at this time? As far as my knowledge goes, even Kazan was rejected countless times before Garp accepted him under his wing. But now the same man was offering me an opportunity to follow him even before I asked. Boy, what makes you think I will listen to your words? I am not your errand boy, to command me however you wish. Like I said, I didn't ask for you to spare my life, I retorted. I knew Garp was goading me to try and join the Marines by accepting his offer, but there were quite a few things that I had to consider. My pride also didn't allow me to refute the man's words. No matter what, he spared my life, and I owed him. My brain quickly started turning, wanting to see the pros and cons of this offer. My biggest weakness is currently my strength, and learning under Garp would be like the best master anyone could ask for in the world of One Piece, especially for someone as determined as me. Say what you want, child. I spared your life today, and that's an irrefutable truth. The final decision is up to you. Garp nonchalantly waved off my comments, not even bothering to listen to them, as he had made up his mind to take me in. As I was contemplating my options, Garp and Dragon were waiting for my decision. I need some time to think, and I will need my things back, I declared. I knew this was an opportunity that I could seize to grow stronger. Although I could make this decision alone, I wanted to discuss it with Daffy first. Fine, kid. You have until the evening. Then we will be leaving Logtown. I hope you can come to your decision before then. Garp stood up from his seat, and Dragon escorted him while pointing at another table where my things were kept, leaving me alone in the room. As I contemplated in silence, I retrieved my transponder snail and also Sandai Kitetsu. The other blade that Diamante had given me had snapped in half, so I had to set it aside. The transponder snail connected immediately. It seemed like Daffy was anxiously waiting to hear from me. Ross, is that you? Are you safe? The moment the call connected, I heard Daffy's worried voice sounding through the snail. I realized that Diamante must have received the hidden message that I had left. I knew for a fact that Dragon noticed this, but he simply didn't care. If I'm not wrong, he must have also noticed Diamante's presence when I pulled out my blade to engage him. That was also one of the reasons I had asked Diamante not to interfere. It's all right, Daffy. I am safe. How about Diamante? Has he already left Logtown? There are some powerful Marines on the island now, so advise him to depart immediately. I share my concerns with my brother. Although Diamante was not a well-known pirate, you never know how fate works, so it was better to be cautious. Wait, what do you mean by wanting to let Diamante return? What about you? How will you get back? Daffy questioned with concern evident in his voice. I slowly started explaining exactly what happened and the offer that I had received from Garp to study under his wing. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Dragon was following Garp, who had just returned after interrogating the now imprisoned Marine captain. Old man, why are you so interested in that kid? What makes him so special? Dragon was confused because of the extent of interest Garp was showing in this matter. Brat, do you have any idea who that kid is? Without pausing to wait for an answer, he continued. He is a former celestial dragon. The kid is from the Don Quixote family. The entire news about the kid has been sealed by the world government. Garp shared the top secret information that he had recently come across. The moment Dragon heard this, he was shocked. A celestial dragon bearing the symbol of a slave? What kind of madness was this? Looking at his father, who was steadily walking in front, he could not help but ask, "Don't you hate them? So why are you helping the kid?" Dragon couldn't help but ask his father about the doubts in his mind. Garp stopped abruptly and turned to face Dragon. Brat, do you still think that the kid still holds the privileges of those scoundrels? He has fallen. Moreover, he is just a child who wanted to defend his freedom, and I cannot fault him for that. But if left alone, like you said, he will hold deep resentment towards the Marines, and I cannot have that. He is a conqueror. I can see that his power lies dormant within him. I'm not sure if even the kid realizes how much power he holds deep within him. As a Marine, I could not fulfill my dreams, but I feel in my gut, maybe, just maybe, this kid will pave the way for a new future. It's more like a gamble. Ha. Well, what's the worst that can happen? Garp then started walking again to finish the preparations for his upcoming voyage, while Dragon hastily followed him. As evening inched closer, I waited for Garp. I'd already made the decision to stay back and join the Marines under Garp's wings until I could learn everything from him. I wasn't ungrateful enough to up and run the moment I gained all my knowledge. Convincing Daffy was a challenge because he was adamant about having me return. However, I patiently explained that we were not strong enough to pursue our ambitions yet, and we needed to grow much, much stronger. It was a good thing that I had already left the details about the probable Devil Fruits location with Daffy. Otherwise, it would have been a big hassle. I did not know how long I was going to be under Garp's care, but having future knowledge was an added advantage for me. So, I knew I would eventually be quitting the Marines later down the line. I had even suggested to Daffy that he send out Virgo to join the Marines in the near future. In the canon, Virgo only grew strong enough to reach the position of Vice Admiral, but I had other ideas. And to rule the world, eventually, we needed the Marines under our control, so I planned on having Virgo join the Marines earlier and grow far beyond his canon self. I had also suggested getting a certain devil fruit for Virgo, which I knew was in the New World. But the current Don Quixote pirates stood no chance. However, in a few years, maybe just by some blind luck, they might get their hands on the fruit that I had envisioned for Virgo. I had promised Daffy that I would keep in constant touch with him, and having first-hand information by being next to Garp was an added advantage for the growth of the Don Quixote pirates. I did not feel bad about acting as a spy, because I did not hold any attachment to Garp. Maybe in my old life, I might have liked the character, but this was real life, so I had to set my priorities straight. I was resolved to put out a few of my conditions before I joined the Marines. The door to the room opened, and Garp walked in, followed by who I believed should be Bogart. "So, kid, have you decided yet? Quick, we need to set sail soon." Garp leisurely wandered into the room and turned to me while questioning. Bogart from the side was curiously eyeing me because of Garp's recent interest in me. "I don't mind joining the Marines, but I have a few conditions of my own. If you can promise me these, I can join the Marines," I declared. Garp, who was nonchalant, now showed an interested look. He had believed the stubborn kid would refuse, but now he was offering conditions, so he wanted to know exactly what my conditions were. "I will only be under your direct command, and I don't want to be transferred under any circumstances. You will promise never to order me to act against my family, as I am sure you are already aware of my true identity. You will personally teach me without holding anything back. I will not be forced to accept any sort of promotion and the responsibility that comes with it. I will be allowed to carry my personal transponder, and you should swear never to intercept my communications. Lastly, if there ever comes a day when you cannot defend the justice you believe in your heart, you will personally relieve me from the Marines." I put forth all the conditions that I had in my heart that would not hinder or restrict my actions in the future. Garp squinted his eyes dangerously, while Bogart at the side had an amused smile plastered on his face. "Kid, those are some steep conditions. Even a potential admiral candidate would not have such blatant demands." "Fine. It was me who wanted you to join the Marines, so I cannot be stingy. However, I will have to set a few conditions of my own. I don't have an issue with you carrying your personal transponder, Snail, but I need your word that you will never leak any of the Marine secrets. And as for training, any secret manuals that I share, you have to promise not to share with others. The experiences that you gain on hockey are your own effort, so I won't restrict them. Finally, as long as I personally don't relieve you from the Marines, you must promise me not to betray the values of a Marine and stay a Marine." Garp put forth his own conditions and couldn't help but unconsciously pout because the man had blocked most of the loopholes that I had left. Especially agreeing to his words would make me unable to share crucial intel with Daffy, but then Virgo can bear that burden in the near future, and I couldn't share the training manual of Marines that could have helped my family. However, regarding quitting the Marines, he must have been confident that his resolve wouldn't waver. But I knew in the future that there were instances where Garp stood by the side, even when he knew what was happening was absolutely against the justice he believed in and couldn't do anything about it. So, after some contemplation, I spoke up. "Fine then, I agree to all your conditions. With that statement, my journey with the Marines officially started. As the agreement settled, I found myself amidst the hustle and bustle of the Lowtown Marine base, preparing to embark on the massive Marine warship that would become my new home. The ship loomed over the harbor like a formidable fortress, its sleek design and towering mass a testament to the might of the Marines. As I stepped aboard, I was greeted by the sight of disciplined Marines moving about with purpose, preparing for departure. The deck was alive with activity, with sailors hoisting sails, polishing cannons, and running drills under the watchful eye of their superiors. Amidst the organized chaos, I caught sight of a young man who stood out from the rest. Clad in the crisp uniform of a Marine officer, he exuded an air of calm confidence as he supervised the crew. His icy blue eyes scanned the deck with keen observation, and I could sense an aura of power emanating from him. Kazan, calmly observing the Marines, quickly turned towards me as he felt my gaze on him. He seemed surprised to see a young kid on the warship, but then he put his doubts aside and greeted me with a calm smile and nod, which I reciprocated. If I was right, then I would be spending much of my time training alongside the future admiral. As I admired my new surroundings, the last of the superiors boarded the Marine warship. Garp was among the last aboard, and as he noticed me, he whispered something to Bogard, who quickly moved towards the interior of the ship. After relaying a few instructions to the other Marines, Garp gestured for Kuzan to come closer as he moved towards me. Kuzan immediately moved to greet his mentor. "Nice brat meet. Kid, what's your name, by the way?" Garp quickly turned to me, wanting to know my name. I gave him a bland look, but ignored him, stepping forward and stretching my hand toward young Kazan. "I'm Ross. I have recently been accepted under Garp Sensei's tutelage." I confidently shared my first name, as I had no plans of revealing my family name, thinking it was of no great significance. Kazan was once again surprised by the amount of maturity I displayed and shook my hand while introducing himself. "Kid, you'll be a chore boy from today onwards. I hope you will not slack on your duties just because I took you in as a special recruit," Garp declared, while Bogard passed a Marine shirt that was surprisingly my size. I knew that Garp had the power to assign me to a higher position, but I did not care about it. Gaining prestige within the Marines was not my concern. My single goal was to grow strong. 2 days had flown by since I unofficially became a Marine. My days were spent doing chores, but I didn't mind. Garp, my mentor, promised he'd start training me once my tasks were done. So I worked hard, doing almost everything on my own while the others lagged behind. Scrubbing the deck and shining cannons became part of my routine. Garp watched me from afar, impressed by how fast I worked compared to the others. When I finished, I stood before Garp, waiting for his feedback. He came over, looking surprised and proud. "Kid, you've done better than I expected," Garp said, sounding pleased. "Thanks, Garp Sensei," I replied, feeling grateful. Garp then looked at Kazan, another new Marine under his wing, and then back at me. "From now on, you'll train with Kuzan," Garp announced. "He'll be your partner, helping each other improve." Kazan, now 19 years old, looked hesitant when Garp ordered us to train together. He was worried that his strength might be too much for me, considering he was a decade older. However, Garp simply smiled, took off his Marine coat, and asked the other Marines to clear the space on the deck. I understood what was happening, so I quickly walked to the opposite side of Kazan and took a guard stance, ready for the fight. "Ice brat. No using your ice powers," Garp commanded sternly. "This will be hand-to-hand combat only. If you resort to elementalization, you lose." Garp's declaration made it clear he wanted to assess my true strength. I wasn't sure if I could win against Kazan, as my only advantage was observation hockey. I didn't even know if Kazan had learned hockey yet, given his recent entry into the Marines. Despite his initial skepticism, Kazan got into a fighting stance, ready to begin our training session. As Kazan and I squared off on the cleared deck, tension filled the air. Garp's eyes flickered with anticipation as he watched us, ready to gauge our abilities. Kazan lunged forward with a swift jab, aiming for my midsection. With a quick sidestep, I evaded his attack, feeling the rush of air as his fist whizzed past me. His movements were aggressive, reminiscent of a street brawl, lacking finesse but brimming with raw power. I maintained my focus, relying on my observation haki to anticipate his next move. As Kazan pressed on, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks, I weaved through his attacks with precision, each movement calculated to avoid his strikes. Despite his lack of refinement, Kazan's strikes carried significant force. I could feel the impact of each blow as they grazed past me, testing my agility and reflexes. His determination was evident, his eyes locked on me with unwavering intensity. But I remained steadfast, utilizing my superior observation haki to stay one step ahead. With each dodge, I analyzed his movements, noting the patterns and openings in his attacks. As Kazan unleashed a series of rapid kicks, I ducked and weaved, narrowly avoiding each strike. Sensing an opportunity, I countered with a swift jab to his exposed side, landing a solid blow before darting away to evade his retaliatory strike. Garp watched intently, nodding in approval at my display of skill. He could see the potential in my abilities, the keen observation and quick reflexes that set me apart. Meanwhile, Kazan adjusted his tactics, recognizing the need to adapt. With a focused expression, he tapped into his newfound knowledge of armament haki, infusing his strikes with a subtle layer of hardened energy. As his punches gained newfound strength, I felt the impact reverberate through my body, each blow hitting with greater force than before. But I refused to falter, channeling my own determination into swift, evasive maneuvers. Kazan's attacks became more relentless. His movements were fueled by a growing determination to overcome the little me. But even as he pushed forward, I remained elusive, using my observation haki to predict his every move. With a sudden burst of speed, Kazan unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick, aiming for my head. But in the split second before impact, I ducked beneath his attack, feeling the rush of wind as his legs sailed overhead. Taking advantage of his momentary imbalance, I launched a rapid flurry of strikes, landing blows with precision and speed. Kazan staggered back, momentarily stunned by the onslaught. Kazan realized that he had underestimated me. If he didn't take this fight seriously, there was a chance he might lose to a 9-year-old. With a renewed determination, he jumped back into the fight with vigor. After half an hour of intense sparring, I lay exhausted on the deck, feeling drained from the continuous use of observation haki. Kazan stood opposite me, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his brow, his shirt clinging to his skin. The kid had given him a run for his money, dodging every attack he threw until the very end, where Kazan managed to land a decisive blow. As I lay there, defeated but not discouraged, Garp couldn't resist a comment. "Hey, Ice Brat, if you keep this up, forget about your dream of becoming an admiral. This kid will catch up to you in no time," he chuckled. Garp was more than pleased with his new protege. What had started as a whim had turned into something more. He saw the potential in me, a potential that could surpass even Kazan's if I continued to grow at the same pace. After Garp dismissed me, I returned to my assigned berth, and my daily routine continued unchanged. Each morning, I woke up early to begin my chores as a chore boy, then reported to Garp for training. I had also approached Garp about swordsmanship training, but he simply directed me to Bogard. As a result, my days were filled with a cycle of work, training, and more training. A month passed swiftly as the warship patrolled the East Blue Seas and visited various marine bases. Eventually, we found ourselves in front of the comm belt. I have been regularly in touch with Daffy, and like promised, the Marines have not monitored any of my transmissions. Even I kept my word regarding the things that I had promised Garp, as I was a villain with principles. Diamante had already reached Downs Island, and the establishment of our new weapons factory has been progressing smoothly. Kid, are you sure about this? Even I would not assign such harsh training to a mere beginner. This is no joke, kid. It's the comm belt. The Sea Kings here are of a different league compared to the ones in the Four Seas. Garp questioned me as I had shared my intention of swimming alongside the ship as they traversed through the comm belt. The Marine ships already use the technology of sea stone developed by Vegapunk, so they could cross the comm belt with relative safety, but that doesn't mean absolute safety. That is why only Marine ships with officers who could handle Sea Kings were allowed to traverse the treacherous water. I'm sure about this, Garp-sensei. I replied confidently, meeting his concerned gaze with determination. I understand the risks, but I believe it's a necessary challenge for my training. Garp regarded me for a moment, his expression serious yet contemplative. Very well, kid. If that's what you want, I won't stop you. He conceded finally. But remember, the calm belt is unforgiving. You'll need to be on high alert at all times. With a nod of understanding, I thanked Garp for his approval. Despite his reservations, I knew he trusted my judgment and respected my determination to push myself to the limit. As a Marine ship traversed through the calm belt, I swam alongside it with Kitetsu strapped to my back, serving as an additional safety measure. Quite a few Marines watched my actions with awe. Is the kid mad? Why would someone swim in the calm belt? Does he have a death wish? A group of Marine soldiers animatedly discussed, puzzled by the sight of me swimming in the open sea at the same pace as the Marine warship. Ahem! Everyone's attention was drawn to a man sitting on the rails of the ship. It was none other than Bogard, who had been assigned by Garp to keep an eye on me. Garp was resting in his cabin while Dragon worked on a few documents. Suddenly, the transponder snail started ringing. Dragon picked up the call, and a sturdy voice from the other side called out, "Dragon, where is Garp? Put him on the call." Dragon turned to where Garp was resting, who had now opened his eyes and stood up. The man speaking on the other side was none other than current Marine Fleet Admiral Kong. As Garp took over the transponder snail, he listened intently as Kong relayed the mission details. "Garp, I have a mission for you. I need you to travel to Kano country in the West Blue and deal with the Happo Navy. Shinjo has recently started attacking and plundering nearby countries affiliated with the world government. These attacks include the heavenly tribute mint for the celestial dragons. I want you to go there and put an end to this menace. TCH, so they only pass down an order when Shinjo reaches into their own pockets? Damn bastards." Garp did not hold back his evident dislike for celestial dragons. Shinjo, a pirate of the Happo Navy, had been active for quite some time. However, the world government had not bothered to restrict him because the Shinjo family, who ruled Kano country, was affiliated with the world government. Until recent days, they only attacked countries not affiliated with the world government. But now, it seemed Shinjo had grown arrogant enough to set his sights on world government-affiliated countries. Garp, you better not show such disrespect when you talk to people from the world government. I know you dislike them, but at least hold your tongue rather than speaking out. And the higher-ups have informed us that as long as you teach Shinjo a good lesson, there's no need to capture him, because Kano country, end of the day, is someone who pays the tribute regularly. Kong knew Garp's character and his dislike for celestial dragons, but he knew he could rely on the man when it counted. As Garp listened to Kong's instructions, a strong sense of duty welled up inside him. Even though he couldn't stand the celestial dragons, he knew it was his responsibility to keep the peace and safeguard those under the world government's rule. "I've got it covered," Kong Garp replied firmly, his determination clear in his voice. Shinjo's been getting away with too much for too long. It's time he faces the consequences. Dragon observed quietly, understanding that once his father had made a decision, nothing could sway him. He admired Garp's commitment to justice, even when it meant going against the usual rules. "Garp, be careful out there," Kong cautioned. Shinjo's no pushover, and dealing with him in Kano country adds an extra challenge. "I'll be ready for anything," Garp assured him. "And don't worry about me mouthing off to the celestial dragons. I'll keep it in check." With their conversation over, Garp turned to Dragon. "Get the crew ready. We're heading to Kano country." Dragon nodded, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. As they set sail for their destination, Garp's mind was already busy devising a plan to confront Shinjo and restore peace to the troubled waters of the West Blue. As the orders were passed down, the entire warship buzzed with activity. A Marine soldier approached Bogard, who was monitoring my situation as I swam alongside the ship. I had already dispatched more than 24 Sea Kings, either fending off their attempts to devour me or protecting the warship from their attacks. Bogard's method of training involved leaving me to deal with the smaller and medium-sized sea kings on my own, helping me hone my swordsmanship skills under pressure. Every swing of my blade sent a jolt of pain through my exhausted muscles, exacerbated by the resistance of the water and the relentless assault of the sea beasts. But I pushed through, determined to prove myself worthy of Garp's tutelage. After the Marine soldier relayed the new orders, he returned to Bogard's side. With a firm command, Bogard signaled for me to return on board. "Kid, it's time to get back on board. We have new orders. We're setting sail for Kano country." In a shadowy alley of Spider Miles, a grim scene unfolded. More than a dozen men surrounded a group of battered and bruised children, their faces twisted with cruelty. Among them stood a lone boy, barely a teenager, blood seeping from a wound on his forehead. Despite his injuries, he stood protectively in front of the unconscious and bleeding children. The boy, in his early teens, held a makeshift club, facing down the menacing figures who sought to capture the helpless youngsters. These men, armed with knives and rods, were part of a group of child traffickers preying on orphan children. Despite the odds stacked against him, the young boy refused to yield. With courage and determination, he confronted the group of grown men, ready to defend the defenseless. He had already managed to knock out 4 of the assailants, but not without sustaining grave injuries himself. Just as the kid was ready to go down swinging, a series of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the alleyway. His heart pounded with a mixture of fear and hope as he turned to see who approached. Bang! Bang! A series of gunshots echoed while a couple of goons hit the floor before the kid could lay his eyes on the newcomers. "So this is where you guys were hiding. Did you think you could escape after destroying what's mine?" Daffy, followed by the rest of the family, walked in, the barrel of his gun still smoking from the recently fired shots. The remaining men on the scene couldn't help but turn towards the boy holding the gun. They knew who the kid was. He and his little group, whom he called family, had recently joined the power circles of Spider Miles. Although this island was run down, it still held quite a few gangs that exerted their influence on various parts of the island. However, Spider Miles Island recently plunged into turmoil due to a new gang that made headway. They had been eliminating other gangs left and right, refusing to form alliances. It was none other than the Don Quixote family, led by Daffy. After deciding to establish a weapon factory for their future empire, they began clearing out all their opponents. According to Ross's instructions, many guidelines were put forth. Initially, everyone within the family was confused about why they had to follow so many guidelines. However, Ross simply told them that if they wanted to reach the pinnacle, they couldn't sell themselves short. They had to have principles, even if they were engaging in questionable activities. "You kid, it was just a misunderstanding, and it's not like the island belongs to you. Don't push your luck too much," the gang leader barked, pointing his pistol at the boy. But before he could react, a piercing scream tore through the alley. A wrist, along with the pistol, lay on the floor, the man clutching his stump in agony. Diamante was already prepared to strike the killing blow. However, Daffy was more interested in the kid, defending a group of unconscious children behind him. Stepping forward leisurely, Daffy watched as the remaining members of the family began slaughtering the traffickers. Coming to a stop in front of the other boy, Daffy extended his hand, wearing an eerie smile. "You have heart. Tell me, would you like to join my family?" The boy, unnerved by Daffy's smile, hesitated, but he could sense the sincerity in Daffy's offer. After a few seconds of contemplation, he lowered his club. "Where are my manners? I'm Don Quixote da Flamingo." Daffy introduced himself. "You can call me Senor," the other boy replied, shaking Daffy's hand, his gaze still fixed on the carnage unfolding around them. Senor, still processing the whirlwind of events, met Daffy's gaze with a mixture of uncertainty and curiosity. He had never encountered someone like Daffy before, someone who exuded such charisma and authority. Daffy's smile widened, genuine approval shining through. "Welcome to the Don Quixote family, Senor. From this day forward, your life will never be the same." With that, Daffy turned to oversee the cleanup of the alley, leaving Senor to contemplate the new path he had chosen. As he watched the Don Quixote family members work efficiently to erase any trace of the recent confrontation, Senor felt a sense of anticipation for the future, knowing that he was now part of something much larger than himself. "Waters of West Blue, Ice Age," Kazan exclaimed, freezing a massive sea king as our warship traversed the waters of West Blue toward our new destination, Kano country. It had been only a week, yet the rations on board were dangerously low. Originally, the provisions should have lasted us close to 2 months, but my increased appetite due to regular training under Garp had depleted them faster. Observing my unwavering determination, Kazan had also intensified his training. Even Garp, witnessing our dedication, became more eager to train us. He was particularly pleased with how quickly I absorbed knowledge. Already, he had taught me the basics of Rokushiki, and I was diligently trying to master them. Additionally, I was attempting to develop my own technique using these skills. Garp had only prohibited me from sharing marine secrets. Anything I could develop on my own was mine to teach as I saw fit. However, I was still far from creating a technique of my own. Rokushiki was proving to be more profound than I had initially realized. It seemed like a basic technique refined to near perfection over centuries. It was truly astonishing how one managed to keep such a profound art restricted within the world government, keeping it away from the prying eyes of the world. The history must sure have been drenched in blood to keep such an information a secret. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Each punch landed heavily on the large mast, reinforced with sea stones to serve as a punching post. Even Garp would have to coat himself with armament hockey to damage it, showcasing its sturdiness. As I continued my assault on the post, Kazan approached, while other Marine soldiers busied themselves with transporting the Sea King meat from the now-frozen beast. In the months since I boarded the ship, Kazan has grown closer to me. He was nothing like the lazy man from the canon. Instead, he resembled a street brawler, eager to throw the first punch. It was evident that his character was being heavily influenced by a man like Garp, who believed in the justice of the Marines. "Ross, you sure have raised the stakes for our training. All I ever see you doing is training, training, and more training. Do you have a goal in mind?" Kazan asked, his curiosity evident. Thunk. I paused my relentless punching and turned to face Kazan, who awaited my response eagerly. "A goal, you say?" "Yes, I have a goal. One much grander than yours, Kazan-senpai. To achieve such a grand goal, I don't think even the strength of a fleet admiral would be enough. I must go much, much further. I aim to stand at the pinnacle of this world, with no one else able to challenge me." With determination, I resumed my assault on the mast, intensifying my punches. "Ha ha! You sure are ambitious, kid. Even a fleet admiral is not enough. Huh? I hope you can fulfill your dreams someday. But for now, remember, all I need is a single finger to crush you." Garp's booming laughter caught both mine and Kazan's attention as he stepped out, followed by Bogard, who trailed behind him like a shadow. "Well, you brats must prepare yourselves," Garp announced, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation. "We've already confirmed the location of the Hapo Navy with the help of headquarters. We should be able to intercept them within half a day. So, you guys better rest, because you'll join the battle to deal with the little goons of the Hapo Navy. They'll be a good test for you, as they have quite a few competent hockey users among them. And as for Chinjo, my fist has been itching for some time now. I'll make sure to teach him a proper lesson." Garp chuckled heartily, as if he were going on a vacation rather than heading into battle. After a few hours of sailing, we finally intercepted the Hapo Navy, who were anchored on a huge island that seemed like a temporary supply point for pirates. The tension crackled in the air like electricity as Garp and Chinjo locked eyes, their gazes burning with intensity. Chinjo, the formidable leader of the Hapo Navy, exuded arrogance as he stood tall, his muscular frame radiating confidence. "Ah, Garp, the famous hero of the Marines," Chinjo sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "I must say, I expected someone more impressive. You're nothing but a man clinging to past glory." Garp's response was a booming laughter that echoed across the battlefield. "Past glory, eh? You underestimate me. Chinjo, age has only sharpened my skills. I'll show you just how formidable I am. As the verbal sparring escalated, the tension reached its peak, and without warning, Garp lunged forward, his massive fist aimed straight at Chinjo's chest. Chinjo met the attack head-on, his own fists crackling with haki as he blocked Garp's strike with sheer force. The clash between the two titans sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath their feet. It was a clash of strength and willpower, with each combatant refusing to yield an inch. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Kazan and I leaped into action, our determination fueling our movements. Kazan unleashed a wave of icy projectiles, forcing members of the Happo Navy to scatter as they struggled to evade the freezing onslaught. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as Garp, the Marine legend, faced off against Chinjo, the fearsome leader of the Happo Navy. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare-down, each one determined to prove their dominance on the battlefield. "You dare challenge me, Marine?" Chinjo's voice thundered across the battleground, arrogance dripping from every word. "I'll crush you like a bug." Garp's response was a low chuckle, his eyes glinting with amusement. "You talk too much, Chinjo. Let's see if your fists are as loud as your mouth." And with that, the clash began. Chinjo lunged forward like a raging bull, his massive fists swinging towards Garp's head with deadly intent. But Garp was like water, flowing effortlessly out of harm's way with a graceful sidestep. As Chinjo's punches continued to rain down, Garp countered with lightning-fast strikes of his own. Each blow was aimed with surgical precision, exploiting every opening in Chinjo's defenses. The air crackled with the intensity of their battle, sending shock waves rippling through the surroundings. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, I found myself locked in combat with the members of the Happo Navy. With my kitetsu sword in hand, I moved like a whirlwind, anticipating their every move with my keen observation haki. Dodging and weaving through their attacks, I struck back with ferocious blows of my own. Each swing of my blade cut through the air like a razor-sharp gust, leaving a trail of fallen enemies in my wake. The ground trembled beneath our feet as the clash of steel echoed across the battlefield. Back in the heart of the action, Garp and Chinjo continued their epic duel, their movements like a symphony of destruction. With every clash of their fists, the earth shook and the air crackled with energy, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Chinjo's arrogance was matched only by Garp's unwavering resolve, and as they traded blow after blow, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality itself was being torn apart. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, unable to withstand the sheer force of their clash. But still, they fought on, each one refusing to back down in the face of overwhelming odds. For in the heart of battle, there could be no retreat, no surrender. There was only the relentless pursuit of victory, no matter the cost. Dying. More than a dozen pirates from the Happo Navy surrounded me, their guns aimed and firing simultaneously. I could have dodged using my observation haki, but I wanted to test something out. My instincts told me I could handle it. "Tekai!" I exclaimed, utilizing the technique I had recently learned. The bullets hit me, making a noise like clashing heavy metal. The pain was overwhelming, but the shots didn't pierce my skin. Every impact hurt like hell, but I gritted my teeth and endured. Using my sword, I thrust it forward in an improvised move to use Shurgon with my sword thrust. The attack punctured an enemy who swung an axe at me. Before he realized it, a fist-sized hole ripped through his chest, and his body thudded to the ground. I immediately moved to my next target using Suru, a technique that granted me inhuman speed. The more mastery I could gain from the technique, the faster I could become. Currently, I only have initial mastery of Shurgon, Tekai, and Soru. As for the other three techniques, although I could use them, I was not confident enough to do so in battle, unwilling to risk it. Byusashoka Koka! I heard a sudden shout from my side, and my observation haki alerted me to an incoming threat. Without thinking twice, I swung my sword to intercept the incoming punch. Clang! A fist coated with haki collided with my blade. Though I intercepted the blow, the force behind the punch was too much for me to handle, and I was thrown back about 10 meters. My assailant was probably a high-ranking member within the Hapo Navy, able to use armament hockey. I noticed the sword he held in his other hand was now coated with hockey. "Kid, you should not have messed with the Hapo Navy. Die," he declared, raising his sword to strike me down. He rushed forward, and I dodged a series of attacks, knowing I was no match for him. Even with 1 month of training under the legendary Garp, I had yet to awaken the rudimentary form of armament hockey. As I dodged the relentless barrage of attacks, a familiar figure suddenly appeared beside me. It was young Kuzan, his icy demeanor cutting through the chaos of battle. "Ross, focus on the other targets." "I'll handle this one," Kuzan instructed, his voice steady and determined. Relieved to have some backup, I nodded in acknowledgement. With Kuzan taking on the high-ranking officer, I turned my attention to the surrounding pirates, assessing the situation quickly. Several of them were closing in, their weapons raised and eyes filled with malice. Without hesitation, I lunged forward, my sword slashing through the air with precision. Using my observation hockey, I anticipated their movements, dodging their strikes and countering with swift, calculated maneuvers. Each clash of steel echoed through the air as I fought with all my strength and determination. Beside me, Kuzan engaged the high-ranking member in a fierce battle, his icy powers clashing against the enemy's armament hockey. Their exchange was a dazzling display of skill and power, with each move executed with precision and purpose. I stayed close to Kuzan, keeping a vigilant eye on his back to prevent any surprise attacks from the pirates. Despite being outnumbered, the quality of the Marines under Garp's command far exceeded that of the Hapo Navy. Dragon and Bogard, in particular, moved with deadly efficiency, dispatching enemies with ease as if they were mere practice dummies. Observing the battlefield keenly, I noticed a minor detail that intrigued me. While I aimed to kill with every strike, most of the Marines under Garp's command seemed focused on subduing their opponents rather than delivering lethal blows. It was a stark contrast to my approach, but I was not about to change my outlook on the world just because of Garp's softer approach to combat. As the fight raged on, I witnessed Kuzan impaling his opponent with an ice spear, swiftly encasing him in an ice sculpture, and effectively removing him from the battle. It dawned on me that if Kuzan had employed his ice fruit abilities during our spar, I would have undoubtedly been defeated within moments, especially with my inability to use armament hockey. "Hee, Shinjo, it seems like you won't have much of a Hapo Navy left if your subordinates keep falling at this rate," Garp commented. Although both combatants clashed fiercely, with the aid of their observation hockey, they were aware of everything happening around the battlefield. With a quick observation, both knew that the Marines were quickly overpowering the enemy despite their lack of numbers. Despite having quite a few competent fighters among his pirate group, there was none who could match Dragon and Bogard's caliber. Boom! Both fists, clad with armament hockey, clashed with ferocity, the shockwaves sending several others flying who had ventured too close to the battlefield where Garp and Shinjo were fighting. It had been almost half an hour since the clash started, but the Hapo Navy's numbers had dwindled by more than half. However, the casualties on the Marine side were minimal. With a resounding roar, Shinjo pushed back, creating a momentary lull in the chaos of battle. His voice boomed across the battlefield, commanding the Hapo Navy to retreat. The pirate leader's eyes blazed with a fierce determination as he issued his challenge to Garp, demanding a one-on-one duel. Garp weighed his options carefully. His orders were clear: subdue Shinjo and teach him a lesson for his audacity in attacking countries affiliated with the world government. Despite the risks, Garp knew that facing Shinjo in single combat was the easiest way to achieve his objective. With a nod of acknowledgement, Garp accepted Shinjo's challenge. The two warriors stepped forward, their gazes locked in a silent exchange of resolve. Around them, the battlefield fell silent, the sounds of battle fading into the background as all eyes turned to witness the clash of titans. As the tension mounted, Garp and Shinjo squared off, their fists clenched in anticipation. The air crackled with energy, charged with anticipation of the impending duel. With a thunderous roar, the battle resumed, with the combatants lunging forward to meet each other in a clash of strength and will. Their fists collided with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Each blow was met with a flurry of counterattacks, as Garp and Shinjo pushed themselves to their limits. The intensity of their duel was palpable, a testament to the sheer power and determination of both warriors. As the battle raged on, Garp and Shinjo exchanged blow after blow, their movements a blur of speed and precision. With every punch, they sought to outmaneuver and overpower their opponent, each striving for victory with unwavering resolve. The Marines ceased their pursuit of the retreating Happo Navy upon receiving Garp's orders through Dragon and Bogard. Now, the outcome of the entire conflict hinged on the clash between Garp and Shinjo. As the Marines regrouped, I found myself in the midst of an electrifying spectacle, the clash between two conquerors' hockey users. Despite the apparent balance in their exchange of blows, I could discern Garp's advantage. He fought with a calmness that belied his immense power, while Shinjo strained with every move. The battle raged on for an entire day, each moment fraught with anticipation as the Happo Navy and Marines alike awaited the outcome. Tensions ran high as the fate of the confrontation hung in the balance, with both sides holding their breath for the pivotal moment that would determine the victor. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the battlefield, the clash between Garp and Shinjo reached its climactic finale. Both warriors stood at the pinnacle of their power, their auras radiating with the intensity of their conqueror's hockey. With each exchange of blows, the ground trembled beneath their feet, echoing the ferocity of their combat. The air crackled with electricity as Garp and Shinjo danced around each other, their movements a blur of speed and precision. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Garp unleashed a devastating punch, his fist enveloped in a shroud of armament hockey. The force of the blow was enough to send shockwaves rippling through the air, causing even the most seasoned warriors to pause in awe. Shinjo, caught off guard by the sheer power of Garp's attack, attempted to counter, but it was too late. With a resounding impact, Garp's fist connected squarely with Shinjo's famed drill, flattening it under the sheer power of the impact and launching him towards the ground. The battlefield fell silent as debris rained down around them, the echoes of the clash reverberating through the air. All eyes were on Garp as he stood victorious, his expression steely and unwavering. In that moment, the legend of Garp, the hero of the Marines, was cemented for all eternity. With a single punch, he had defeated one of the most feared pirates in the world, proving once again why he was considered one of the greatest warriors to ever walk the seas. Garp waited for a few minutes, observing to see if Shinjo would rise to continue the fight. However, it became evident that Shinjo was incapacitated, having fainted from exhaustion. With his opponent defeated, Garp turned away from the fallen pirate and made his way back to the Marines, who erupted into cheers and applause. "That fight was truly phenomenal," remarked Kazan, who was seated beside me, his voice filled with admiration. He had come to realize the vast difference in power between himself and a powerhouse like Garp. "It was indeed enlightening," I responded, nodding in agreement. "We still have a long way to go." Despite the daunting realization of our current capabilities, I remained determined to continue growing stronger. The battle had only reinforced my resolve to become powerful enough to challenge the world. The news of Shinjo's defeat shook the world, and I, Ross, found myself at the heart of it all. Shinjo, with his infamous bounty of 540 million belly, was a force to be reckoned with, even within the treacherous waters of the New World. His association with the formidable Happo Navy only added to his notoriety. And when Garp, my mentor and a legendary Marine, flattened Shinjo's famed drill, he earned himself a new moniker, Garp the Fist. It was a legendary feat that reverberated throughout the seas. Inspired by the epic clash I had witnessed, I threw myself into even more grueling training. Time flew by as I dedicated myself to honing my skills under Garp's tutelage, alongside my fellow apprentice Kazan. Despite Kazan's best efforts, he couldn't match the rapid growth I experienced. Over a year had passed since I had joined the Marines to learn under Garp's tutelage. During this time, many significant events unfolded. Garp, relentless in his pursuit of the future Pirate King, set his sights on bringing down his archrival. Reassigned to the New World after his clash with Shinjo, Garp became obsessed with apprehending Roger. There were days when he would blindly charge into battle, only for Roger and his crew to narrowly evade capture, fueling Garp's determination even further. I witnessed firsthand the intensity of Garp's pursuit, learning invaluable lessons from each encounter. The clash between Garp and Roger taught me more than I could have imagined, putting the skirmish with Shinjo into perspective. Roger and Garp existed in a league of their own, far beyond the likes of Shinjo. During this year of training, I had honed my observation haki to unprecedented levels, surprising even Garp with my progress. Impressed by my growth, Garp shared with me a technique to conceal one's presence from others' observation haki, a skill I had previously been unaware of. And it wasn't just the Roger pirates that we clashed with. Whenever Roger slipped past Garp's grasp, the frustration would boil over, leading him to target other notorious pirate groups. This penchant for relentless pursuit was why Garp was a Marine feared by all. His determination could sometimes border on the unreasonable. Occasionally, alongside his friend Sengoku, he embarked on joint ventures to subdue formidable foes like Whitebeard, a remnant from the Rock's crew, whom Sengoku chased with the same fervor Garp chased Rock. Unlike Garp, however, Sengoku approached each mission with meticulous planning and precision. Just a few months ago, they had nearly cornered Whitebeard. If not for the unpredictable storm that intervened, the legend of Whitebeard would likely have met its end that day. Besieged by Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, Whitebeard was unlucky, though I was certain he and his crew must have shipwrecked somewhere after the tempest. Each skirmish served as an opportunity for me to grow stronger. Amidst the chaos, I secretly observed Dragon, always reserved and contemplative. His decision to leave the Marines couldn't have been impulsive. He must have weighed his options carefully. While I was Garp's protege, he maintained a certain distance, offering occasional guidance and words of wisdom. He emphasized the importance of not blindly following orders, even if they came from superiors. Surprisingly, Bogard, typically silent, had warmed up to me, particularly impressed by my swordsmanship skills. I once overheard him boasting to Garp about molding me into an admiral specializing in swordsmanship, recognizing the Marines' need for skilled sword masters at the pinnacle of their ranks. During my time aboard Garp's ship, I witnessed not only the noble ideals upheld by the Marines, but also the dark underbelly that lurked within. While Garp strove to maintain integrity and principle among his subordinates, he couldn't ensure the same level of righteousness throughout the entire organization. Instances of corruption and abuse of power were not uncommon, even within the ranks of the Marines. I witnessed Marines abusing their authority for personal gain, accepting bribes from shady individuals, and turning a blind eye to illegal activities in exchange for favors. Some used their positions to intimidate and oppress civilians, instilling fear rather than providing protection. One particularly egregious example involved a high-ranking Marine officer who exploited his authority to engage in human trafficking, turning a blind eye to the suffering of innocent individuals for his own profit. Another instance revealed widespread collusion between Marines and criminal organizations, with officers turning a blind eye to illicit activities in exchange for financial kickbacks. Despite Garp's efforts to instill his sense of justice within the Marines under his command, he couldn't control the actions of every individual within the organization. After the God Valley incident, Garp withdrew from actively promoting his vision of justice among his peers, choosing instead to uphold his principles within his own sphere of influence. Even as opportunities arose for Garp to ascend to the rank of admiral, he repeatedly declined the offer. Despite the vacant spot in the admirals awaiting the appointment of a Marine hero, Garp remained steadfast in his refusal, unwilling to compromise his principles or become entangled in the corruption that plagued the higher echelons of the organization. Over the past year, my family's influence and power have grown at a rapid pace. Despite the constraints of my duties as a Marine, I maintained constant communication with Daffy, ensuring our plans remained hidden from prying eyes. He kept me updated on the family's developments and the addition of new members, some of whom were familiar faces from the original Don Quixote crew, such as Senor, Gianna, Mach Weiss, and Lao Ji. Under Daffy's command, the Don Quixote family had expanded its reach, gaining considerable influence in North Blue. Our new generation weapons had become wildly popular among various customers, further solidifying our position in the underworld. With my knowledge of the One Piece world, I contributed by providing Daffy with a list of names and potential locations of talents that could benefit our family's future endeavors. The recent addition of Wolf from Swallow Island was a significant boost to our research efforts. Additionally, I made a personal contribution to the family by acquiring a mythical Zoan fruit. Utilizing my knowledge from studying the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, I recognized the fruit's significance and requested it from Garp. Although he believed it was for my own use, I secretly smuggled it back to Daffy with the help of coordinated planning. It took nearly 3 weeks of anxious waiting, but the fruit eventually reached Daffy safely, and Virgo consumed it, enhancing our family strength. However, my actions did not escape Garp's notice. When he discovered that I had deceived him regarding the fruit, he was furious. Despite his indifference towards the fruit itself, he punished me by stringing me upside down from the mast for a week. It was a harsh reminder of the consequences of deception, even within the bonds of family loyalty. Within the Marines, I had gained significant notoriety despite Garp's persistent attempts to promote me. Stubbornly, I clung to my rank as a chore boy, much to the confusion of those aboard Garp's ship. They were well aware of my abilities and prowess, leading them to wonder why I remained in such a low position. Even Sengoku, recognizing my potential, had approached Garp to request that I become his apprentice. However, Garp fiercely defended his mentorship over me, even going so far as to challenge Sengoku to a death match if he dared to poach his student. It was a testament to Garp's unwavering loyalty and determination to mentor me himself, despite my reluctance to accept any higher rank. Currently, on a certain island near the Calm Belt, Garp's Marine ship is anchored. The Marines were taking a well-deserved break on the uninhabited island after a recent skirmish with some pirates. The island was abundant in resources, so the Marines were busy salvaging it to replenish their stores. Garp had just woken up from a deep sleep and noticed that his 2 protégés were nowhere to be found. He spotted Bogard instructing a few Marines on the island and decided to approach him. "So where are those brats? Have they been slacking off while I was resting?" Garp jovially questioned Bogard. Although he knew how hard his apprentices worked, the more effort they put in, the more he liked to push them. Bogard couldn't help but give Garp a dumbfounded look. If anyone else had dared to suggest that Kazan and Ross were lazy, he would have punched them by now, especially Ross. The kid always pushed him beyond his limits every single time. Sometimes Bogard even wondered if Ross was truly just 10 years old. He had never seen anyone grow stronger at such a rapid pace. "What do you think?" Bogard nonchalantly said, continuing with his work while ignoring Garp, who liked to laze around. Garp understood what Bogard meant and quickly extended his observation haki to engulf the entire island. Within moments, he detected the presence of his 2 students on the opposite shore. Garp swiftly used Jeppo and stepped into the sky, heading towards where his 2 students were. As he approached closer, he could get a clearer picture of what was happening. I was currently clashing with Kazan without holding anything back, and Kazan was also not holding back. In the past year, I had awakened armament haki just 2 months into Garp's training, so I always clashed with Kazan while he used his ice powers. Despite losing in the end every single time, such battles made me grow quickly. Sora, I flickered behind Kazan, thrusting the blade at his exposed flank. Busashoku Koka. I first hardened my arm, and then coated Sandai Kitetsu with haki and thrust the blade forward. Despite his observation haki not as good as mine, Kazan was able to react to my attacks as he instinctively dematerialized the part of his waist where the hockey clad blade was about to penetrate. Seeing that Kazan had dodged my attack, I immediately retreated back a few dozen meters. A split second later, the vast area around Kazan completely froze. Even the sand on the shore solidified into ice crystals. T-Sich Kazan-san, if I could use a mission, then that last attack would have dealt quite some damage. I couldn't help but say frustratingly. It was tough for me to get a drop on Kazan and land a solid blow, as most of the time, even when I had him beat with speed, he would resort to elementalization. Well, Ross, you should know better than this. You can't make such lame excuses when fighting a real enemy. They're not going to spare you just because you haven't learned a mission yet, Kazan teased, unable to resist poking fun at me. Since I had learned armament hockey, I had been pestering him relentlessly about training. Eventually, he got fed up and treated me like a punching bag. But as the days went by, I was growing stronger at an alarming rate, forcing Kazan to redouble his efforts to avoid being surpassed by me. Boom! Kazan suddenly pushed toward me and threw a punch right at my ribs. However, I was ready and covered myself with hockey around the area where the punch connected. Shit, that hurt like hell, I grunted, feeling the impact of Kazan's punch. It was super effective, incorporating a mission. I understood that Kazan was simply showing off. I was launched about 10 meters and came to a stop, sliding while rubbing the blood from the corner of my mouth. Now that, my little friend, is a mission. I hope you can learn that soon, where you can only dream about landing a solid blow on me in the future. Kazan continued teasing me. He knew that despite being hit by an emission-infused punch, I wouldn't be affected much, as my physique was monstrous. My body was already rapidly healing from all the damage I had just received from the last attack. Show off, I muttered under my breath. I sheathed Kitetsu and, with a quick draw motion, pulled out the blade again, sending a massive flying slash towards Kazan. He chose to take the attack head-on, hardening both his arms with hockey and crossing them in front of him. As the attacks clashed, the sword attack dispersed, not yielding the intended results. As the clash continued, the air crackled with anticipation, charged with the intensity of our training session. Kazan and I were locked in a dance of blades and fists, each movement calculated and precise. Despite Kazan's teasing, I remained focused, determined to prove myself and push my limits. With a swift motion, I lunged forward, my blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. Kazan countered effortlessly, his movements fluid and graceful as he evaded my attack with ease. But I was relentless, pressing forward with unwavering determination. As we exchanged blows, I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, fueling my every movement. Each clash of hockey echoed across the shore, a symphony of battle that spoke of our fierce dedication to our craft. Despite Kazan's experience and mastery over his ice powers, I refused to back down. With every strike, I pushed myself harder, my resolve unyielding in the face of his formidable skill. I knew that I had to surpass him if I wanted to stand a chance against the challenges that awaited me in the future. With a sudden surge of energy, I unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike aimed at testing Kazan's defenses. He met my onslaught head-on, his own attacks coming fast and furious as he sought to overwhelm me. But I refused to falter. Drawing upon every ounce of strength and skill, I matched him blow for blow, my determination unwavering despite the growing fatigue that threatened to weigh me down. Ice block, pheasant peck, Kazan declared, his hand directed towards me as he conjured a massive bird made of ice, aiming to engulf and freeze me completely. With my energy waning, I realized I had no choice but to confront the attack head-on. Busa Shoka Koka, I muttered, shrouding myself in armament hockey and imbuing Kitetsu with its power. As the ice bird hurtled towards me, I summoned the last reserves of my strength and swung my blade, slicing the bird in half just in time. But before I could recover, Kazan launched a second attack, and despite detecting it, I lacked the stamina to counter it. In a matter of seconds, I found myself encased in ice, trapped in an icy sculpture. Yet, thanks to the protective shield, but I refused to falter. Drawing upon every ounce of strength and skill, I matched him blow for blow, my determination unwavering despite the growing fatigue that threatened to weigh me down. Ice block. Pheasant peck, Kazan declared, his hand directed towards me as he conjured a massive bird made of ice, aiming to engulf and freeze me completely. With my energy waning, I realized I had no choice but to confront the attack head-on. Busa Shoku Koka, I muttered, shrouding myself in armament haki and imbuing Kitetsu with its power. As the ice bird hurtled towards me, I summoned the last reserves of my strength and swung my blade, slicing the bird in half just in time. But before I could recover, Kazan launched a second attack, and despite detecting it, I lacked the stamina to counter it. In a matter of seconds, I found myself encased in ice, trapped in an icy sculpture. Yet, thanks to the protective shield of armament haki, I remained unharmed by the extreme cold. "Ha! It seems like you brats are having fun," Garp's voice boomed as he descended from the sky. I had sensed his presence earlier, observing our sparring session. Garp approached my frozen form and placed his hand on my shoulder, emitting a sudden surge of haki that shattered the ice, releasing me from my icy prison. Grateful for his intervention, I offered my thanks to my mentor before collapsing onto the frozen beach, utterly exhausted. "How many wins is that, Ross? I'm sure you've been keeping count." Kazan's voice broke through the haze of fatigue as he joined me, taking a seat beside me. Even Garp joined us, settling in the middle as we reflected on the intensity of our training session. "Kazan-san, mark my words, someday I will knock you down and have a good laugh about it." I muttered in frustration, unable to contain my competitive spirit despite being consistently outmatched by him for over a year. If they had heard my inner thoughts, I was sure they would have given me a good ribbing. "Garp-sensei, why am I not able to use a mission yet? I've been practicing as hard as possible, but there seems to be no progress on that front." I couldn't help but voice my concerns to my mentor, who sat between us. "Brat, are you serious? There should be a limit to how greedy one can be. There are people out there who don't even know what haki means, and I don't think there is anyone your age who has mastered both armament haki and observation haki to such a degree. Yet you're not satisfied." Garp's response was stern, a reminder of the privilege and progress I had achieved at my young age. "Garp-sensei, it's okay, we can cut him some slack. After all, it's not every day that Ross gets stuck in training. Who knows how many years Ross will be stuck trying to learn a mission, and the longer he is there, the more I get to beat him up," Kazan teased, taking advantage of my momentary frustration. "Sigh, Ice Brat, it seems like you've become complacent after beating a kid 10 years younger than you. And what makes you say that the kid has no way to counter you? It's just that the kid has no control over it and hasn't trained in using it efficiently," Garp interjected, his words carrying both wisdom and a hint of reproach. I simply gazed up at the sky, feigning ignorance, while Kazan shot me a suspicious glance. "What do you mean, Garp-sensei? What does Ross have to counter me?" Kazan's curiosity piqued, unaware of the deeper layers of my abilities. Garp turned towards me, knowing full well that I wasn't as clueless as I pretended to be. "You can use it, can't you, kid? I know you've been trying to hone that skill in secret when you think no one is looking," Garp declared, revealing his knowledge of my hidden talents. I couldn't help but sit up, sighing in resignation. "Wait, what are you guys talking about? Why am I the only one being left out?" Kazan's curiosity grew, sensing there was more to the story. Closing my eyes, I concentrated, and within moments, more than a dozen little birds flew over and settled around me, even as an ominous pressure spread around me. Garp, familiar with the Haushika haki, was unsurprised, but for Kazan, it was a revelation. But what even Garp didn't know was that I was using a completely different ability of mine to interact with nature. However, under such a balance, I could use my Haushiku to a certain degree. Instinctively, Kazan reached out his hand towards the little birds, expecting them to scatter, but to his surprise, they hopped onto his head and shoulders, playful and unafraid. "Tell me, Brat, what do you know about the third type of haki, Haushik?" Garp's question was directed at Kazan, who was still preoccupied with the birds. The mention of the Haushika Haki didn't seem to ring any bells in his mind. Kazan, if you keep slacking like this, you can forget about becoming an admiral. You need knowledge alongside strength to reach admiral status, Garp chided, earning eye rolls from both Kazan and me for his predictable lecture. Fine, forget it. I'll explain it in a simple way. Your junior here is someone who has an ability similar to mine called Conqueror's Haki. Haushika Haki is a rare form of Haki that allows the user to exert their own willpower over others. Unlike the other two types of Haki, this type cannot be awakened through training, and only 1 in a million people are born with this ability. It is said that whoever possesses this type of Haki has the qualities of a king, and thus are known as supreme rulers. Garp patiently explained my ability to Kuzan, who listened with wide-eyed astonishment. However, I feel that this brat is still keeping more things from me. I believe he has something that even I am not capable of, Gap commented while squinting at me as I was playing with the birds. Wait, Garp-san, are you saying that Ross is capable of using Haushika Haki, and he's even capable of something that you aren't even capable of? Kazan was dumbfounded by this new revelation. To Kazan, Garp was a supreme figure in this world, and according to him, the Marine hero was capable of anything. The kid has been keeping his ability a secret from everyone, and it's a good thing, too. I hope you'll keep this information to yourself in the future, Kazan. The kid will be targeted for sure if his ability becomes known. Even some higher-ups in the world government might target him. So, bury this deep into your heart, Garp cautioned, emphasizing the importance of secrecy surrounding my unique abilities. And Ice Brat, now that you are aware of such advanced things, I'll be using my Conqueror's Haki on you from now on, during practice, to help you adapt. Most of the Apex powerhouses out in the sea are capable of using Conqueror's Haki, so you need to hone your skills to such a degree that you can challenge them without faltering in the future. After gauging both our skills, Garp had decided to let Kuzan experience clashes of the highest degree. Yes, Sensei. I am looking forward to the training, Kuzan replied, a mixture of terror and excitement evident in his voice. The current Kazan was altogether a different beast from the one in canon. My presence in this world had changed Kuzan's growth trajectory, and this might have a huge impact in the future. So tell me, kid, how much detail about Haki training have you shared with your brother? Garp knew all of my actions, and he had not put any restrictions on me sharing my Haki experiences with my brother Daffy. I knew that although he said he didn't care about my other life, he used his own sources to occasionally keep track of my brother and the Don Quixote family. Well, I've shared almost everything you have taught me about Haki, but honestly, I wish you could help them with training so they can grow faster. I couldn't help but share the truth jokingly, knowing that lying to the man was of no use, and he had kept all his words, so I had no issues telling him the truth. Brat, are you looking for death? You want me, a Marine, to train a bunch of pirates? Garp couldn't help but flare in anger, grabbing my head with his huge fist. Come now, Garp-sensei, you are training me, aren't you? And you should know I am Don Quixote too. And remember, you are not to go after my family. I couldn't help but jest, trying to lighten the mood. Remember, kid, you have promised me never to quit the Marines as long as I let you, Garp said while shaking me around like a rag doll, and he knew back then when I had put forth the conditions I had left a loophole, so as to keep Garp and my family's back just in case, because my family were villains after all. Yes, Garp-sensei, put me down. I know my promise, so you don't have to remind me. Let go. It hurts, I grunted, still recovering from the fight with Kazan. Garp's grip felt like being pressed down by a mountain, and it simply hurt like hell, even though I had a monstrous physique. After shaking me around for a few more moments, he dropped me and reached into his marine coat, taking out a few bounty posters. My heart skipped a beat as Garp reached into his coat and pulled out a set of bounty posters. My eyes widened in disbelief as I saw the faces of my family members staring back at me from the paper. These are the bounties of the Don Quixote pirates, Garp stated matter-of-factly, laying the posters out on the ground beside the others. Your brother, Doflamingo, and his top cadres. Kazan leaned in for a closer look, his expression unreadable. They have quite the reputation, he commented, his voice neutral but tinged with curiosity. The bounty posters displayed the faces of Daffy, Diamante, Pica, and Seigneur. Despite my efforts to hide it, a flicker of delight danced across my face as I took in the sight. However, I quickly composed myself, my expression becoming neutral once more. My face twitched slightly as I noted the meager bounties assigned to my brother and his top cadres. Daffy's bounty poster, in particular, caught my attention. It bore the words "only alive" and listed a reward of a mere 15 million belly. It was clear that my family had been active since establishing the weapons factory, but their bounties did not reflect the extent of their influence. Carefully, I collected all 4 posters, examining them once again. The highest bounty among them was a modest 24 million belly, assigned to Diamante. It was a surprising revelation, considering the alarming growth of the Don Quixote pirates. As I reflected on the modest bounties of my brother and his cadres, a sense of perspective washed over me. Despite their rapid expansion, the Don Quixote family's influence remained confined to North Blue for the time being. Considering it had only been a year since their establishment, such bounties were to be expected. Furthermore, I reminded myself that Daffy, despite being the head of the family, was only 12 years old. His young age likely played a significant role in the relatively low bounties assigned to him and his cohorts. It was a reminder that their journey to infamy was still in its early stages, and much lay ahead in terms of growth and notoriety. Garp Sensei, may I ask why you've brought out these bounty posters? I inquired, wanting to understand his intention behind showing them to me. While I knew he might be trying to look out for me in his own way by informing me about my family, his motives remained unclear. Drop that smirk, kid. I only showed them to you so you understand the path you shouldn't tread, Garp retorted, his tone stern. Both Kazan and I exchanged knowing looks, amused by Garp's attempt at imparting wisdom. If he truly wanted to dissuade me from following in my family's footsteps, showing me the bounty posters seemed counterintuitive. Well, it seems like you two have recovered enough. Let's get back to training, Garp declared, abruptly ending the discussion. With that, he rose to his feet, signaling the resumption of our rigorous training regimen. As much as I appreciated his concern, there was no escaping the inevitable challenges that lay ahead. The next morning, I embarked on an underwater training session, drawn by the discovery of a Sea King nest that my observation haki had revealed to me. This finding sparked a bold idea for refining my haki abilities. It was widely acknowledged that the most effective method to enhance one's armament haki was to engage in combat with formidable adversaries, particularly those with stronger armament haki than one's own. However, relying solely on Garp for such training wasn't always feasible. With his duties and occasional lapses into idleness during his free time, I often turned to Dragon, Bogard, or Kazan for guidance. But the Sea King nest presented an enticing opportunity to hone my skills in an underwater environment. As I swam toward the nest, I continued my training amidst the gentle sway of the ocean currents. My thoughts turned to the topic of devil fruits. I harbored mixed feelings about them. While I wasn't opposed to the idea of consuming one, my standards were exceptionally high. The rumble fruit initially caught my interest, but the uncertainty surrounding its acquisition by my family led me to reconsider. Even if we were able to obtain it, I had decided that it would be best suited for Daffy. The Maramara no Mi served as a viable alternative for Daffy if the rumble fruit proved elusive. Instead of placing all my faith in a devil fruit, I opted to focus on honing my skills in haki and swordsmanship. I refused to become reliant on a single source of strength. Garp had instilled in me the importance of mastering haki, emphasizing its indispensable role in achieving supremacy in combat. Even if I were to consume a devil fruit in the future, I had no intention of becoming dependent on it. I harbored a theory about myself, a theory that my soul's uniqueness might mitigate the typical drawbacks associated with devil fruit usage. It was a theory I was eager to put to the test. As I pondered my future prospects, a looming presence caught my attention, a massive entity closing in rapidly from the depths. Expanding my observation haki, I discerned the form of a Sea King, Jaws Agape, intent on swallowing me whole. With swift determination, I unsheathed Kitetsu, feeling the resistance of the water against my blade. But this was the challenge I sought, to push myself beyond limits. AR, with a primal roar, I unleashed a torrential slash, a manifestation of sheer force and swordsmanship. The Sea King, sensing the impending danger, evaded the first strike effortlessly. Anticipating its move, I followed up with a second slash, tearing through flesh and bone, leaving a deep gash in its wake. The beast roared in fury, its eyes blazing red as blood tainted the water crimson. Clang! From the depths, a thick, serpentine tail lashed out, aiming to impale me with its bone spike. With steely resolve, I clashed with the incoming strike, halting its momentum with a resounding clash. As the Sea King prepared for its next assault, I made my move. With a resounding battle cry, I executed another attack, channeling all my strength into a devastating blow to push back the spiked tail. Soru, I vanished in a blur of motion, reappearing atop the Sea King's head in an instant. Busashoka Koka, I shouted, as I infused my blade with armament haki, enhancing its cutting power. Clad in armament haki, I descended upon the beast with unwavering determination. With a swift thrust, I aimed for its head, channeling all my strength into the attack. The force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling through the water, leaving a gaping hole in the Sea King's head. Yet, to my surprise, the creature persisted, clinging to life despite its grievous wound. The resilience of these sea beasts was truly remarkable, a testament to their indomitable vitality. As I prepared myself for a follow-up strike, another presence in the water gave me pause. Sensing the arrival of a formidable entity, I quickly reconsidered my strategy and opted to retreat from the now half-dead Sea King. Within moments of my retreat, a colossal maw emerged from the ocean depths, effortlessly tearing through the already wounded creature as if it were nothing more than prey. Expanding my observation haki to its fullest extent, I attempted to gauge the full size of the newcomer. If the previous Sea King could be deemed supersized, then this new arrival was simply monstrous. My estimation placed the new Sea King at nearly 3 times the size of the island we currently inhabit. As the gargantuan creature devoured its fallen counterpart, I braced myself to confront the colossal beast. However, to my surprise, after consuming the other Sea King, the massive creature regarded me with a wary gaze. It was a tense standoff, both of us poised to see who would make the first move. Despite my attempts to communicate using my rusty voice of all things, I received no response from the creature. After a few more moments of stalemate, the new Sea King retreated back into the depths of the ocean, leaving me to ponder. Disregarding the earlier encounter, I plunged back into my underwater training, determined to challenge other formidable Sea Kings. With confidence in my abilities, I knew that even if the monstrous Sea King returned, I would confront it and emerge unscathed. For another 6 hours, I navigated the ocean depths, occasionally surfacing for air. In the vicinity, the lifeless bodies of more than a dozen supersized Sea Kings floated, casualties of my rigorous training. The blood from the fallen creatures attracted even more Sea Kings, but I dispatched them with ease. As time passed, the Sea Kings grew wary of the area, sensing my presence and avoiding confrontation. Undeterred, I gathered close to a dozen of the fallen creatures, their varied sizes a testament to the challenges I had faced. Dragging the corpses back to the marine camp, I caused quite a stir among the occupants. A small child clad in a choreboy outfit, hauling numerous supersized Sea Kings. It was a sight to behold. Yet, in this world, one universal truth held. No one could resist the allure of more meat, especially Sea King meat. Kid, you sure know how to cause a commotion, don't you? Dragon sat down next to me, carrying what looked like alcohol and a piece of grilled Sea King meat in his hands. Garp had permitted his subordinates to feast on the Sea Kings that I had brought back, as our stores had already been replenished to full. Dragon-san, you jest. I was simply out training and ended up bringing back those Sea Kings. If left alone, They would have simply gone to waste, I replied, tearing off a piece of the Sea King meat and chewing thoughtfully. It has been more than a year, so what do you think? Dragon questioned me, his gaze probing. Though I understood his question, I feigned ignorance, allowing him to elaborate. I mean about the Marines. I know that you have set a condition with my father, that if he ever falters from the justice in his heart, he will let you go. Tell me, why are you so sure that it will happen? Honestly, I have not seen anyone who holds justice with as much regard as my father. Maybe Zephyr-sensei may be the only exception. So what makes you so confident? Dragon and I often engaged in discussions about the Marines and the world government, recognizing my maturity beyond my years. Setting down the meat, I gazed at the sky. My opinion has always been the same, Dragon-san. As long as the Marines follow the current world government, they will be nothing more than a dignified pirate organization on the largest scale. They're simply the world government's dogs. Like it or not, that's the truth. Don't you think such an estimation is a bit harsh? I understand that the Marines have their flaws, but we represent justice. I am sure if we put enough effort into it, one could eventually change it, Dragon countered, still holding on to his father's ideals, albeit with a hint of doubt. Chuckling, I replied, Dragon-san, are you really asking me to believe such nonsense? I was born a celestial dragon. I know what privileges we held. Marines represent justice? That's the biggest joke I've heard. Tell me, Dragon-san, what, in your opinion, defines justice? I disliked hypocrites and refused to let my family stray toward the path of the old celestial dragons. In this life, we had vowed to bring down the world government and ascend as its new overlords, understanding that tyranny wasn't the only answer to ruling the world. This, Dragon faltered at my question, realizing that addressing the heart of the issue required grappling with uncomfortable truths. He understood that no matter his answer, it would likely be one of convenience, for he realized that the worst form of injustice is pretended justice. It's simple, Dragon-san. Marine justice serves at the convenience of the world nobles. If a pirate kills a person, you would call it crime. But if a world noble did the same, you would call it privilege. And if a person truly stands against the injustice of this world, the government would simply brand him as either a pirate or a revolutionary. I explained, sharing my perspective on the current pathetic nature of the Marines. Dragon fell into brooding silence, grappling with the weight of my words. Remember, Dragon-san, the world you dream of can only be achieved if you have enough strength and prestige to topple the current victors. Justice serves the victors. That's the truth of this world. I stated firmly as I began devouring another piece of Sea King meat. Life Return had granted me the ability to consume large amounts of food without issue. Suddenly, a heavy blow landed on my head, causing me to turn sharply to find Garp glaring at me. I feigned innocence, but inwardly marveled at how the Marine hero managed to approach me undetected, despite my active observation haki. Under Garp's guidance, I had been honing both my observation and armament haki to function effortlessly, but I still had much to learn to match Garp's level. Brat, are you trying to lead my son astray? Garp sat down and grabbed a piece of Sea King meat, his actions lacking any ceremony. Garp-sensei, that's slander. How could I lead Dragon-san astray? And none of the words I said are false. Can you deny it? I challenged, meeting Garp's gaze with unwavering determination. Garp choked on his food momentarily before responding. Kid, justice isn't as simple as that. One must simply strive to serve justice to the best of their abilities, regardless of the outcome. Even if I am able to save just one person, then I believe that justice is served. And if you let yourself falter just because of inconveniences, then you are no better than a coward. His words were not just for me, but also intended to reassure Dragon, whose belief in the Marines was gradually eroding. Garp didn't want my influence to exacerbate Dragon's doubts any further. Just remember this, brat. Pirates are evil, and at the end of the day, Marines represent justice, and justice will prevail, Garp declared, echoing the sentiments of many Marines. I met Garp's eyes with an unwavering resolve, and without my knowledge, my conqueror's haki began to emanate, filling the air with an undeniable presence. Pirates are evil. The Marines are righteous. I countered, my voice firm and resolute. Justice will prevail, you say? Of course it will, because whoever wins in the end becomes justice. Crack. The sound of the bone from Sea King meat snapping in Garp's hand briefly caught my attention, but I quickly returned my focus to the meal. Every word I spoke rang true, resonating with the realities of both my old world and the new. Brat, you better shut up, or I'm going to string you upside down from the mast again. By the way, we've received an update from Marineford. Kong-san wants us back at HQ. It seems like they're expecting some kind of big clash. Zephyr, myself, Sengoku, and Tsuru are being dispatched, Garp announced, steering the conversation away from the topic of justice towards our imminent mission. The Marines were preparing for a significant operation. So, who are the targets? Our last intel gave us the approximate location of the flying pirates, Dragon inquired, his curiosity piqued. The lineup of Marines being deployed hinted at a formidable adversary, with only a select few warranting such attention. Shiki and his entire crew came to mind. No, it seems that the remnants of the Rock's pirates, other than those who formed their own crews, have been spotted. Particularly, two high-profile targets who remained loyal to the Rocks until the end. It appears they're convening for a special meeting, prompting the Marines to capture them all in one fell swoop. Garp explained, his tone serious. Memories of the incident at God Valley lingered, shaping his understanding of the situation. While I possessed some knowledge about God Valley from the canon, much remained shrouded in mystery. Say, Garp-sensei, may I know the source of this intel? The Rock's pirates, especially those who've remained hidden for years, suddenly being discovered and the Marines mobilizing such a significant force. It's suspicious, don't you think? I probed, sensing there was more to the situation than met the eye. The deployment of 3 Admiral-level combatants raised red flags, indicating the gravity of the situation. The intelligence didn't originate from within the Marines. It was passed down by Cipher Pole, and the higher-ups merely relayed the orders. Garp revealed, his unease evident. Despite his doubts about the world government's actions, he couldn't pinpoint the source of his apprehension. Meanwhile, at Mariehua, the 5 elders had gathered to finalize the plan they had formulated during the previous meeting regarding the future of the Marines. After the incident at God Valley, the Marines had been steadily gaining influence. Even with one admiral position currently vacant, the prestige of the Marines had been growing, and the world government could not allow that. They sought to maintain a delicate balance. It wasn't that the world government couldn't control the new world with the forces at their disposal. Rather, they chose not to. Pirates served as a necessary tool to keep allied countries and other forces in check. If all the pirates were eradicated, the allied countries might entertain unsavory ideas of rebellion. Therefore, the world government always strived to maintain equilibrium between marine influence and pirate power. When one faction threatened to overwhelm the other, they intervened, as they had with the Rock's pirates. Ultimately, the authority of the world nobles needed to remain supreme and unchallenged. The preparations are all done. Soon enough, Zephyr will be broken. But how sure are you that he will remain in the Marines after such a blow? Elder Nustero questioned, expressing concern about the aftermath of their plan. Zephyr is someone who embraces the concept of justice, forgetting that he serves us. He is gaining influence within the Marines at a rapid rate. If this continues, he will soon have enough capital to ascend to the post of Fleet Admiral. Although we shouldn't be seen directly involved with marine affairs, we cannot allow the post of Fleet Admiral to fall into the hands of people like Zephyr. Elder Saturn shared his thoughts on the matter. What about Garp? He could be a bigger problem than Zephyr. However, you are right. Currently, there are only a few strong pirates in the New World, the remnants of the original Rock's crew and Roger. As long as they stay in their lane, let them play their pirate game. Elder Jew Peter expressed concern about potential opposition from the Marine hero. Forget about Garp. Since God Valley, he has lost his edge. He isn't even ready to accept his admiral position because he hates us. And just in case, we have his son in Marines too, so he will know how to act restrained. Elder Mars explained, downplaying the threat posed by Garp. Well, just make sure that none of this points back to the world government. Have the Cipher Pole try to find some like-minded Marines to help execute the mission if the pirates fail. We cannot afford for this mission to fail because it would raise suspicion if it did, Elder Warcury commented, emphasizing the need for secrecy. And we don't have to worry. Even if Zephyr leaves, it won't make much of a difference, as the current pirates' power is low. We need to give some time for their growth, Elder Saturn added, expressing confidence in their plan. That's right. The new recruits from the elite training camp have been growing at an exceptional rate. They have adapted to the new devil fruits well and will soon graduate. Zephyr sure has done an exceptional job raising them. If possible, we should have Kong talk to him and convince him to stay as a trainer after this incident, Elder Jupiter suggested, considering future actions to maintain control. Oh, and we need to make sure the agents of CP0 take care of all the pirates involved in Zephyr's matter. By the way, has there been any update on the matter regarding that MADS scientist who published those papers on lineage factor? Elder Saturn questioned, as the matter of MADS discovery was of paramount importance, as they had already disbanded MADS and integrated the top scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, to study about it from underworld government's control. What about the rest? Elder Mars inquired, wanting to know the fate of the other scientists. Caesar has been negotiating, wanting to seek asylum under us. As for Judge, he has gone back to his ruin of a country, and Queen has gone into hiding within the New World. Elder Saturn shared the Elder Nustero suddenly recalled something he had come across. Do you guys remember those brats who tried to blackmail us and ran away from Mary Geos? You mean those little ones from the Don Quixote family who created a fiasco here? Elder Warcury couldn't help but exclaim as he thought about those spawns of the Don Quixote family. He still got a headache whenever he thought of how those little brats got access to such sensitive secrets. Yes, them. It seems like after falling from grace, the Elder One who bargained with us has taken to piracy and the underworld. Surprisingly, their little group seems to have grown significantly within the past year and gained enough influence to stand on their own within North Blue. I have asked the Marines to set up a special bounty for the kid, Elder Nustero shared. Since the day he met those kids, they had left a strong impression on Nustero, so he had been keeping an eye on the Don Quixote duo. TCH, it's just the North Blue. What's so great about that? If the blood of a celestial dragon couldn't achieve this much, then it would really be a shame. Elder Warcury didn't share as much concern as Nustero. To him, they were just little brats. What about the other brat, the little one, the one who carries the slave mark on his back? Elder Saturn questioned. Originally, the Don Quixote family wanted to appeal to retrieve the kid because he was branded, but then an order from the elders put a stop to such requests. That's the interesting part. The little one has joined the Marines directly, being tutored under Garp despite him knowing that the kid was a former celestial dragon. Alongside the other Marine who has consumed the ice Logia fruit, from the intel gathered by CP, it seems like the kid is showing exceptional growth while training under Garp. But it seems like Garp has kept the kid as a chore boy despite his prowess. Elder Nustero shared the details he had gained from CP. Well, maybe it's just Garp being petty. You know, he might be taking pleasure while ordering around an ex-celestial dragon, and maybe that is also the reason for the kid still being a chore boy. Or maybe it's just the kid's age. But it's a good thing, right? In the future, we can just pit the two kids against each other, shared Elder Warcury. In that case, let's send an order to promote the kid directly to a commissioned officer. Despite his current status, he was a former celestial dragon, so we can't have Garp insulting one of our own. And also, maybe we can have the Cipher Pole approach the kid and offer him a spot. Maybe we can nurture him to be our loyal dog if he shows enough talent, Elder Nustero declared, trying to make the best use of the available talents despite throwing them away earlier. A large Marine warship was in transit at the Red Port, crossing the Red Line near Mary Geos from the New World side towards the Paradise side of the Grand Line, with a Marine headquarters, Marineford, lay. It had been a week since Garp and his Marine warship departed in the direction of Marineford. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you said you wouldn't accept any form of promotion, right? Look here, the order came all the way from the top. It seems like you will be a lieutenant from today on. No wonder you told me that you didn't need any promotion. from the lowest rungs of infantry all the way to a commissioned officer in a year. This sure has to be some sort of record. Garp laughed heartily as I was handed my new uniform. My expression soured at this news because my promotion felt forced upon me, with no regard for whether I agreed or not. I had no accompanying duties along with my title, like other commissioned officers. I could simply enjoy my privilege without doing any work. I felt a bit bitter because those elders had bestowed upon me a position that I did not want. This was them simply overreaching, but I knew the current me had no way to refute it. I had to stay under Garp's protection until I was strong enough. Blatantly insulting the elders' orders might draw their attention to Doflamingo, which I could not afford. So, I grudgingly accepted my new custom-made lieutenant uniform from Bogard. The journey from Redport to Marineford was short, as Marineford sat right next to Mary Geos and Sabaody. As the Marine warship docked onto the designated area in Marineford, I spotted a few figures waiting to welcome Garp. From my memory, it had been a year since Garp came back to Marineford. It was around the time I had joined the Marines, and after that, Garp had been busy actively hunting Roger and other high-value pirates all year round. Most of them were figures that I had met previously. The only one that I had yet to meet was Zephyr. In his early 40s, he was a man who became an admiral at the age of 38, joining the Marines at a tender age of 14. However, what caught my attention more was the young teen standing next to Zephyr. It was none other than Virgo, my dear friend and one of my brother's most loyal subordinates. Although we both recognized each other, we kept up the facade as if we were strangers. Ah, Zephyr, what a pleasant surprise. How have you found the time to come and welcome me? Garp's voice boomed as he jumped down from the warship, landing next to Zephyr and Sengoku. I followed closely behind Garp, along with Dragon and the other officers who were aboard the ship. Bogard took on the duties of Garp, handling the docking procedures and other formalities. Garp, you sure know how to joke. You left last year, chasing after that, Roger, and never bothered to return. Look at Sengoku here. He always makes sure to report back frequently. Zephyr teased Garp in a light-hearted banter. The three of them were thick friends, along with Tsuru. Say, Sengoku, have you got any good premium teas for me to taste? I missed those novel snacks that you bring back. Garp continued, wanting to tease Sengoku, who seemed to look serious, but Garp knew this was him trying to portray himself as serious. Garp, you bastard, don't you dare touch my things. The last time you left for the sea, you emptied the entire warehouse of my favorite snacks. Sengoku fumed with righteous anger. I tried to make sense of the situation. 3 admiral-level figures were discussing snacks. I couldn't help but sigh. Zephyr, who was catching up with the others, noticed my gaze and turned towards me. So, Garp, is this the new kid that you have taken under your wing? Sengoku here said that you threatened him with a death match for wanting to snatch the kid. He questioned curiously, as my prowess had reached the ears of most of the Marine higher-ups. Haha, you're right. This is the brat. Don't be fooled by how polite he looks. He's one cunning fellow. But his talent is undeniable. I've never come across such talent in my life. Garp boasted about my prowess in front of his friends, but I remained calm, showing little reaction. Well, at least he has good manners, unlike you, Garp. Are you sure you don't want me to take over as his sensei? I'm even ready to adopt him if the child wants, Sengoku offered, trying to rile up Garp, while I couldn't help but roll my eyes, and Garp simply scoffed. The kid's quite good, Garp. He hasn't let his guard down since he got off the warship, even though he's in Marineford, Zephyr remarked, probing me since my arrival on Marineford, but I kept my observation hockey active, not giving him any loopholes. Zephyr, it seems like you found yourself a protege too? Who's the new kid? Seems like he's a good seedling, Garp noted, having noticed Virgo earlier and having a rough estimate of his talent by probing him, as the kid also used observation hockey all this while, making him a top-level talent even among the elites. This is my son, Virgo. Like you said, Garp, he's a diamond in the rough. Probably. He will carry on my legacy in the future, Zephyr explained, and the rest immediately understood what Zephyr meant by a son. Zephyr had only been married for about 4 years now, and his son should be 3 this year, so Virgo must be a son that Zephyr had adopted. However, unlike the others, I was inwardly shocked at how Virgo had achieved such a feat at best. Virgo had only left the Don Quixote family 3 months ago, after consuming the mythical Zoan that I had sent back. But now Zephyr was saying that he had taken Virgo in as his adopted son. In the whole family, only Daffy and I knew that Virgo was assigned such a covert task. Even the other cadres had no idea about it. Virgo's mission seemed simple, but it was also a huge task that lay ahead of him. Unlike in the canon, I didn't want Virgo to be a simple spy. I wanted him to grow up and become the perfect Marine. And Daffy had strictly ordered him only to share information in case it was a life-threatening matter for the Don Quixote family. Also, under my insistence, Daffy had ordered Virgo to achieve the feat of becoming the next Marine hero. Virgo was my linchpin in getting the Marines under our control in the future. Although Virgo had only been with the family for a year, his loyalty to Daffy was absolute, and he didn't think twice after being assigned such a perilous task. He gratefully accepted it. After a few minutes of catching up, Zephyr led the others towards the elite training camp, which had grown popular in recent years. Dragon had been part of the first batch of recruits to undergo training there. The duration in the camp varied, depending on the age of the Marine recruits, and upon clearing the elite camp training, they would be directly assigned to the post of commissioned officers based on their strength and contributions during their tenure in the Marines. As Zephyr guided us through the new batch of graduates, I noticed how the presence of a Marine hero had changed the atmosphere in the training grounds. It was clear that even the combined prestige of Zephyr and Sengoku couldn't match up to Garp's. Recalling the current information, I realized that Zephyr had yet to undergo the tragedies of his life. From the way things were progressing, it seemed that the world government had set its sights on Zephyr. Perhaps the upcoming mission to hunt the remnants of the rock pirates was merely a distraction to deplete the naval HQ of its highest-level combat powers. Turning to Garp, who was assessing the future mainstays of the Marines, I asked, "Garp-sensei, is the fleet admiral here at the HQ right now?" I needed to confirm my theory. It was Admiral Sengoku who answered my question, as Garp seemed unaware of it. "No, Kong-sen left for Mary Geos this morning. There's an important meeting scheduled next week regarding the upcoming budget allocation for the Marines, so Kong-san left a week ahead to make preparations." Sengoku didn't pay much attention to my question, assuming it was casual curiosity. But Dragon, standing beside me, noticed my frown and whispered in a barely audible tone, "Ross, what's happening? Why are you inquiring about the fleet admiral?" "Dragon-san, when are we set to depart for the mission regarding the Rocks pirates? And how much of the HQ's forces are being mobilized?" I replied quietly, knowing Dragon respected my keen intellect and could engage in mature conversations. I had to make preparations if my speculations were correct. This might be an opportunity for Virgo to find a firm spot in Zephyr's heart. Although Zephyr had adopted Virgo, nurturing their relationship would take time. But if I could use this opportunity well, I could help Virgo and potentially create a problem for the world government in the future. Zephyr's influence within the Marines, second only to Garp, made him a key figure to target, especially when he is such a clear shot at becoming the next fleet admiral. Let's see, if I remember correctly, the intel from Cypherpole has stated that there are high chances that all the remnants, including Whitebeard and Shiki, might make an appearance. The world government fears a possible alliance. So in addition to the previously assigned force, close to 10 additional vice admirals and their subordinates are being mobilized from the HQ because there is a high probability that more of the Rocks remnants might show up. Dragon shared the information he had at hand. Normally, these matters should be dealt with by Garp, but he always pushed aside his paperwork for Bogard or Dragon. "Dragon-san, would it be possible for me to have a look at the various troop deployments and missions that rear admirals and above are assigned to?" I asked. As I questioned, Dragon paused for a moment. Such details were only privy to the highest echelon within the Marines. Even vice admirals were not allowed access to such information, with Garp being the only exception. After thinking for a few seconds, Dragon turned to me. "Is it really important to have access to this information?" His tone was mixed with confusion, but he realized that I wouldn't ask for such sensitive information if it wasn't important. I simply nodded, implying that the information was indeed needed. "Wait here," Dragon said. He approached Garp and, after a brief conversation, returned to my side. "Follow me," Leaving the rest of the group near the training ground, myself and Dragon made our way in the direction where the records room was. A few minutes later, within the records room, I carefully went through the troop deployment records under the careful scrutiny of the vice admiral in charge. Originally, the old man had outright denied access to the information. Only after he received a message through the transponder snail did he provide me and Dragon with the details. Even then, he stood right next to us, carefully screening us as if we were up to some mischief. After 10 minutes of carefully studying the complete details, I returned the document back to the old man and left the room alongside Dragon. After walking a fair distance away, Dragon couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore and questioned me directly. "Ross, are you still not going to tell me what exactly is going on?" I turned to Dragon and looked the man in the eye. "Dragon-san, I think the upcoming mission is a huge trap. I was almost 90% sure now that the world government was aiming for Zephyr, but I could not explain in detail all the things that I had deduced from canon knowledge." Dragon, however, was confused. The mission this time mobilized 3 admiral-level combatants and Tsuru, the famed strategist, along with more than a dozen vice admirals and their subordinates. This was one of the largest marine mobilizations since the God Valley incident. So when I said this was a trap, Dragon was puzzled. Even if all the remnants of rocks were to gather, including Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, and Kaido, the marine force that is being mobilized can still retreat safely even if they are ambushed. So, Dragon gave me a questioning look as if wanting an explanation. I checked the deployment records. The majority of the rear admirals and above have already been assigned missions. Originally, the HQ would have had close to 24 vice admirals after we left for our mission, but with the new additional reinforcements of a dozen vice admirals, the HQ will be left with only a dozen vice admirals to defend it. And from what I have checked, all these vice admirals are veterans who are way past their prime, and a few new ones who have recently been promoted. None can be said to have exceptional strength. I continued, and Dragon felt an ominous feeling as he realized what I was insinuating. "Are you saying that the world government is colluding with the pirates and targeting the Marines, planning to attack Marineford while most of its forces are away?" Dragon was completely in disbelief. He knew that the world government had its flaws, but he never realized that it could stoop to such low levels. Marines were subordinate to the world government, so he was puzzled by the need for such shameless actions. "You are mistaken, Dragon-san. The world government is not colluding. I'm sure the pirates planning to attack Marineford are simply lapdogs working under the world government. I'm sure they will be dealt with once their usefulness runs its course." I had a rough idea of how the world government worked. If they wanted to appear righteous, their first go-to option would be the Marines. However, if they wanted to keep their hands clean in some sort of conspiracy, they always sought pirates or third parties who could be swayed by promises of wealth and power, only to dispatch them off later once the job was done. The Cypher Pole was the only organization they trusted because every single one of its members was brainwashed to be loyal, and anyone who went astray was immediately eliminated. The next morning, the Marines assigned to the Rocks Pirates mission departed. Close to more than a dozen Marine warships were mobilized for this particular mission, marking the single largest deployment since the incident at God's Valley. Leading the mission was Admiral Sengoku, accompanied by the Marine hero Garp, Admiral Zephyr, and Tsuru. As the warships set sail towards the New World, where the remnants of the Rocks Pirates were gathering, anticipation and tension filled the air. Back at Marineford, everything returned to peace as the remaining Marines carried on with their work. Night quickly approached, and unbeknownst to them, close to a dozen war galleons stealthily made their way towards Marineford. The pirate fleet skillfully navigated through, avoiding the patrol ships of the Marines as if they were aware of the patrol routes, aiding their smooth progress towards Marineford. In the town adjoining Marineford, where all the families of Marine officers stationed at the HQ resided, on the outskirts of the town lay a large plot covered by nature, which was the current residence of Admiral Zephyr. Despite being an admiral, the plot assigned to him was quite large, but the house where Zephyr resided was modest. Inside the house, one could hear the sound of laughter as a small child, about 3 years old, chased a young teen who had a piece of steak stuck to his chin. Zephyr's wife, a woman in her 30s, cherished the moment with a smile on her face. The young teen was their newly adopted son. Their own son had quickly taken a liking to the elder boy in the couple of months since they had adopted him. Though the young boy seemed a bit rigid, he was always diligent and even helped around with house chores. The child expressed his desire to join the Marines, but Zephyr had asked him to wait so he could have a proper foundation before joining the elite training class. In the past 2 months, she had come to accept the young boy as one of her own. Boom! The initial explosion echoed like thunder through the tranquil air of Marineford, shattering the peace and signaling the beginning of chaos. It was swiftly followed by a series of deafening blasts that reverberated across the entire headquarters, rattling windows and shaking the very ground upon which it stood. The warning bells, previously silent and serene, now clanged with urgency, their piercing sound cutting through the night like a clarion call to arms. Inside the Marineford headquarters, the atmosphere shifted from one of tranquility to one of frenzied activity in a matter of seconds. Marines on duty sprang into action, their training kicking in as they scrambled to assess the situation and respond to the sudden threat. In the central command room, officers huddled over control panels, their faces illuminated by the harsh glow of flashing lights as they worked furiously to coordinate a response. Communication lines crackled with urgency as distress signals were sent out, calling for reinforcements for neighboring bases. Outside, chaos erupted as the invading pirate fleet made landfall, their ships crashing against the rocky shore with thunderous force. Swarms of pirates spilled forth, armed to the teeth and ready for battle. They descended upon the marine defenders like a tidal wave, their ferocious onslaught leaving destruction in its wake. Amidst the chaos, shouts and cries filled the air as Marines clashed with pirates in a desperate struggle for control. The acrid scent of smoke and gunpowder mingled with the salty tang of sea air, creating a heady mix that hung heavy over the battlefield. As chaos unfolded, Virgo led Zephyr's wife and son carefully through the back alleys of the town, guiding them towards the center of the HQ, where the central fortress was being reinforced by the remaining Marine forces. The bombardments were concentrated heavily on the town side, where the families of the Marines resided. Those who survived the onslaught scrambled towards the main fortress, seeking refuge amidst the chaos. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, a powerful voice reverberated through the chaotic atmosphere. "Zephyr, you bastard! Come out and face me like a man." Amidst the chaos and destruction, a hulking figure emerged from the shadows, towering over the surrounding devastation like a colossus of death. It was Captain Darius Bloodskull, a name feared throughout the seas, leader of the infamous Bloodskull pirates, with an active bounty of 1,186,500,000 belly. Standing at a staggering height of over 5 meters, he commanded the attention of all who beheld him. His imposing presence struck fear into the hearts of even the bravest souls, and his very name sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to oppose him. Captain Bloodskull's muscular frame was adorned with scars, each one a testament to the countless battles he had fought and emerged victorious from. With a cruel sneer etched upon his rugged features, he moved through the chaos with an air of merciless determination. His massive blade cleaved through the ranks of Marines with ruthless efficiency. Despite his immense size, he moved with a surprising grace, his movements fluid and precise as he dispatched anyone who dared to challenge him. With each step he took, Captain Bloodskull left a trail of destruction in his wake, his fury unleashed upon all who dared to oppose him. The air crackled with electricity as he unleashed the power of his Logia-type devil fruit, the Zuma Zuma no Mi, transforming his body into a living storm of plasma. As he advanced towards the heart of Marineford, his eyes burned with a fierce determination, his gaze fixed upon his ultimate prize, Admiral Zephyr's family. He held a deep grudge against the Admiral, stemming from a previous encounter where Zephyr had bested him in combat. If it weren't for a stroke of luck, he would have found himself locked away and impelled down. When members of Cypherpole approached him with a proposal for revenge, He eagerly accepted, knowing that today he would finally repay the resentment in his heart by taking the lives of Zephyr's loved ones within the very heart of Marineford itself. Darius spotted a rear admiral who had just cut down one of his subordinates as he moved in the direction of the HQ. He didn't need to go searching for Zephyr's family. The Cypher Pole had promised to share their location once it was confirmed. All he had to do was go on a rampage, kill Zephyr's family, and leave the HQ unscathed. With a swift motion, he raised his arm to strike down the rear admiral with one downward stroke. Clang! A hand, coated in armament haki, intercepted the blade, defending the rear admiral's exposed back. Dragon, his hand clad completely in haki, stood unfazed in front of the infamous pirate. Another figure moved past them with blinding speed, cutting down the pirates who were causing havoc. Using his observation haki, Darius identified the two new combatants who had halted his progress. His expression twisted into a scowl upon recognizing them. The man standing before him was none other than the son of Marine hero Garp himself. And the other Marine, moving with incredible speed and precision, was Rear Admiral Bogard, the right-hand man of the Marine hero. For a moment, Darius's mind went into overdrive. There shouldn't have been any Marines of such caliber within Marine HQ. He had confirmed it with the Cypher Pole, with whom he had been in contact. The individuals before him were elites among elites, capable of challenging him head-on. If he had known he would have to face the Marine hero's son, he wouldn't have agreed to this. As Dragon and Darius locked eyes, the tension crackled in the air like lightning before a storm. Without a word, they launched themselves at each other, their movements swift and deadly. Darius shifted into his plasma form, his body becoming intangible as he surged forward with blinding speed, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Busashoku, Koka! But Dragon was prepared. He countered with a surge of armament haki, solidifying his own body as he met Darius head-on with a thunderous clash. "Your tricks won't work on me, pirate scum." Dragon's voice boomed with authority as he pushed against Darius. Their strength matched evenly in the intense struggle. Darius grinned maliciously, his eyes gleaming with defiance. "You think you can stop me, Marine? I've faced stronger opponents than you." Their battle raged on, with each strike sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Dragon's mastery of armament haki allowed him to land powerful blows, each strike infused with the force of his will. Meanwhile, Darius's Logia abilities allowed him to evade and counter with lightning-fast attacks of his own. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away from the clash between Dragon and Darius, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, monitoring the unfolding chaos with a sense of urgency. This figure was an agent of Cypher Pole Aegis Zero, specializing in infiltration and reconnaissance. His paramecia type, Devil Fruit, granted him the ability to remain undetected unless faced with a formidable master of observation haki. Now, he found himself facing an unforeseen complication with the arrival of Dragon and Bogard. Quickly retrieving a transponder snail, the agent made a swift call to execute the secondary plan. "We have a change of plans," he reported, his voice laced with urgency. "Proceed with the elimination of Zephyr's family. Leave no witnesses behind. I will notify the other party to act immediately. Time is of the essence. Rear Admirals Dragon and Bogard are currently engaged with Bloodskull and his crew on Marineford. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Complete the mission swiftly before the chaos settles down." This lone CP0 agent understood the gravity of the situation. With only one chance to succeed, he braced himself for the challenges ahead, knowing that failure was not an option. The CP0 agent swiftly relayed his command. Normally, he would have had additional CP0 members for support, but this was a sensitive mission. Therefore, only a single CP0 agent was dispatched. In the event of exposure, he could be swiftly eliminated and branded a traitor to avoid any compromise with the mission. Virgo, someone who had survived the slums of North Blue, was well-versed in navigating chaos. His life experiences are currently aiding him in safely escorting Zephyr's wife and child. He wasn't acting out of righteousness. For him, this was simply young Master Ross's orders. If there was one person who held equal prestige in Virgo's heart as Master Daffy, it was Ross. So when Ross and Daffy asked him to become the perfect Marine for the future of the Don Quixote family, he readily agreed without a second thought. Virgo also knew that Ross had taken a huge risk in smuggling the mythical Zoan fruit, just because Virgo had insisted on consuming one. Virgo had a liking for the unbound vitality trait that came with mythical Zoan fruits, and he had requested a mythical Zoan, believing it to be unattainable. However, Ross selflessly provided the devil fruit just because Virgo had asked for it. Sure gone. Virgo, lost in thought about recent events, detected a sudden incoming attack aimed at Zephyr's wife, intended to kill her with a single strike. Reacting swiftly, he employed armament hardening, a skill he had learned from the notes that Ross had sent the Don Quixote family. The materials they received were top-notch, as the knowledge was extracted from Garp. During their training, it was quickly identified that Virgo had a high affinity for armament hockey compared to observation hockey. The attack aimed at the woman's heart was deflected by Virgo's interception, but the force of a strike sent him crashing into a nearby wall. Virgo, the woman screamed, "TC's kid, you sure are troublesome. Such a waste of talent." A man dressed in a Marine Rear Admiral uniform now smirked creepily at Zephyr's wife, who was holding her son protectively. "You're Marine. Why are you doing this?" Zephyr's wife couldn't help but ask in shock, realizing their assailant was not a pirate, but a Marine officer. "Sorry, Mississippi orders from above. I have to complete the mission. You can blame Admiral Zephyr for this. If only he was willing to follow the world government, we wouldn't have to resort to such nasty things." The Rear Admiral mocked while drawing his sword to end Zephyr's family. Arg! Virgo launched himself like a bullet, mustering as much hockey as he could, aiming a punch at the Rear Admiral's face. However, the man was alert, resheathed the sword, and quickly caught Virgo's arm with his own arm wrapped in hockey. "Damn kid, you sure are resilient. The wound on your body has already healed. No wonder you stood back up so quickly." While saying so, the Marine launched a powerful fist attack right into Virgo's rib, knocking the air out of him. However, contrary to his expectations, Virgo wasn't knocked out. This angered the Rear Admiral, who unceremoniously lifted Virgo up by the wrist and launched back-to-back hockey-powered punches. One could hear bones cracking and flesh tearing with every punch. Virgo's mouth was now drenched with blood, but he remained conscious. He weakly swung his fist, connecting with the man's face. Although the attack lacked power, the Marine felt it was an insult. "Please let the child go. It's us you want. Please let Virgo live." Zephyr's wife looked at the battered and broken body of Virgo, realizing their assailant's target was only Zephyr's family. She pleaded with the Marine to let go of her adopted son. "Like I said, orders. No witnesses." The Rear Admiral imbued his sword to finish off Virgo with a single blow and then planned to eliminate Zephyr's family. However, just as he raised the sword, his observation hockey picked up a new threat. A flying slash imbued with hockey flew towards him at blinding speed, aiming to sever the hand that was holding Virgo. Reacting swiftly, he swung his blade to intercept the flying slash. Clang! As the Marine attempted to push away the first sword attack, a second attack was launched from the same direction, aimed at his hand. He pushed away the first attack with all his strength, and then quickly retreated a few meters using Soru after letting go of Virgo. "Damn, you guys sure are fast. I only had enough time to kill a dozen pirates." I walked out steadily from an alleyway. If I had been a bit slower, Virgo would have been history. Unlike me, Virgo has not had a proper trainer to guide him in hockey yet, so this was the reason for his pathetic display, and he had ample time to grow. He was only 12 years old this year. "Kid, I know who you are. You can blame your luck for being here." The Rear Admiral, who was flexing, suddenly reacted. "Tekkai!" Boom! My fist, clad with hockey, crashed right in the man's rib, not giving him enough time to react as he was launched 10 meters, coming to a stop while skidding. Although I was faster than him, the Marine reacted at the last moment. Virgo stood up, raising his fist to join the fight again by my side. I gave him a sideway glance. "Please step aside. You will only be a hindrance if you join the fight." I didn't take my eyes off the enemy, as he was also looking for openings against me. I drew my sword again, poised to strike, while Virgo clumsily wiped the bloodstains from his face and moved towards Zephyr's wife. She quickly started wiping off the remaining blood on Virgo's face, her hands trembling with a mix of fear and relief. With a sudden action, the rear admiral launched himself at me, his sword gleaming in the moonlight as he aimed a vicious overhead strike. Reacting with lightning-fast reflexes, I parried his blow with a resounding clang, the force of our clash sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. As I descended from the air with the force of my armament hockey-clad strike, the rear admiral attempted to counter my assault with a swift upward swing of his sword. Our blades met with a resounding clash, sending sparks flying in all directions as the sheer force of our collision sent shockwaves. With a fierce determination burning in my heart, I pressed forward, pouring every ounce of my strength into my attack. The rear admiral, however, was no ordinary opponent. His skill and resolve matched my own, and he met my onslaught with unwavering resolve. But I refused to back down. Drawing upon my training and experience, I unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one faster and more ferocious than the last. The rear admiral struggled to keep pace, his defenses beginning to falter under the relentless assault. Sensing an opening, I pressed my advantage, driving forward with all my might. With a powerful lunge, I aimed a decisive blow at my opponent's exposed flank, intent on ending the battle once and for all. But the rear admiral was not so easily defeated. With a lightning-fast movement, he sidestepped my attack, narrowly avoiding the full force of my strike. In the same instant, he launched a devastating counterattack of his own, his blade cutting through the air with deadly precision. Reacting with split-second reflexes, I twisted my body to the side, narrowly evading the deadly arc of his sword. With a deft movement, I countered his assault with a lightning-fast Rankyaku, sending a powerful air blade slicing through the air towards him. The rear admiral barely had time to react. With a desperate lunge, he deflected the air blade with his own sword, the force of the impact sending him stumbling backward. Seizing the opportunity, I pressed my advantage, closing in on him with deadly intent. Shrink! My blade ripped through fabric, flesh, and bone, sending a severed arm flying through the air. Despite the rear admiral having clad his arm with haki, my own haki completely overpowered him, allowing Kitetsu to slice through his sword arm effortlessly. But I had to commend the enemy. Despite the pain, the man quickly collected himself and retreated to a safe distance. Kid, you're meddling in things that are way out of your league. Will you be able to face the consequences for foiling our plan? The Marine started speaking now that he was at a disadvantage. Man, you sure are pathetic, trying to stall for time in such a crude manner. No matter how much time you stall, your friends aren't coming. Do you think that it was only Dragon-san and Bogard-san who stayed back? I knew the man was waiting for other Marine traders who colluded with the world government, but Kazan was already confronting them. Unknown to everyone, after I had made plans, the entire division under Garp's command stayed back in Marineford. Garp was the sole member of his team who left for the Rock's mission. And one must know that the Marines who served under Garp were elites, and even the regular Marines who served on Garp's ship were the cream of the crop. It sure is frustrating to hold back from killing people like you, but I'm sure Garp-sensei will not mind if I kill you. After all, he hates Marines like you the most. I sheathed my blade, already noticing that the enemy was trying to find an avenue for escape. However, I had locked onto all his escape routes with my observation haki. Ro Quogan. I flickered next to him at blinding speed and launched a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent a massive shockwave ripping through the enemy's internal organs. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees, defenseless against my assault. Damn, it sure is oddly satisfying when you pummel someone with your own fists, but then I guess I prefer swords over fists, I murmured to myself as I picked up the fallen enemy. Although I was only 10, I was tall for my age, just like Daffy. Boom, boom, boom. I repeatedly started punching the now defeated Marine, just so I could vent. I had been holding myself back for a long time since joining under Garp, and punching this man felt oddly satisfying. My life in the mafia had etched a few things right into my soul, and tormenting my enemies was something I had to do from time to time to feel refreshed. Zephyr's wife, witnessing this gruesome scene, didn't make a sound. She was a practical woman who understood that, if not for my timely arrival, she would have lost everything. She did not have an ounce of mercy for her enemy now. Virgo walked next to me and stood by my side as I repeatedly punched the man in front of me. The man was already dead. His skull was completely smashed and caved in. But I still kept punching, maybe because I'd seen Virgo near death and something snapped in me. And Virgo is family. I paused and quickly whispered to Virgo, who immediately clad his back with armament hockey and jumped in front of Zephyr's family. Just then, an almost invisible Rankyaku sliced through his back, leaving a gaping wound that exposed Virgo's back right down to his spine. Blood splattered across the woman's face, and Virgo fainted as the attack was too much to handle. I had calculated it perfectly, and I had already detected a man hiding, trying to snipe Zephyr's family while we let our guard down. I had also detected an ally rapidly closing in on our position. Ice Age. Kazan froze the entire street along with the buildings. Just as he landed next to me, the presence that was hiding had already vanished without a trace. Ross, are you all right? Kazan couldn't help but ask as he saw the now broken corpse in my hand. Despite his concern, I could see something else in Kazan's expression, perhaps a hint of disapproval, but he held back from saying anything. I dropped the now dead rear admiral without paying much heed to Kazan's unspoken thoughts and moved towards where Virgo lay. Despite the seemingly life-threatening wound on his back, I knew Virgo's life was not in danger. Mythical Zoan fruits were known for their remarkable vitality. With Kazan's help, I picked up Virgo and escorted Zephyr's family towards the central fortress. As we made our way through the chaos, a few other pirates from the Blood Skull Pirates targeted us, but they were swiftly eliminated by Kazan. It had been more than 3 hours since the attack on Marineford began, and it was close to midnight. Through the darkness, one could see about half a dozen Marine ships quickly approaching Marineford. These were the temporary reinforcements that Kong had mobilized to support Marineford. Originally, he had intended to mobilize troops from Mary Geos, but orders from the elders required Kong to remain there, considering the possibility of an attack on Mary Geos itself. Hence, he had to reach out to Sabaody to send reinforcements. At the site where Dragon and Darius clashed, everything lay in ruins. The aftermath revealed the devastating extent of their battle, with a part of Marineford completely destroyed due to the epic clash. In the center of the largest crater, amidst the rubble and debris, Dragon stood tall, bruised and battered, his chest heaving with exertion and his rear admiral uniform now in tatters, exposing his upper body completely. Before him lay Darius, broken and gasping for breath with a large fist-sized hole in his chest, his once formidable aura now diminished to a mere flicker. Dragon approached Darius cautiously, his gaze unwavering, despite the fatigue weighing heavily on him. "Who sent you? Who ordered the attack on Zephyr's family?" Dragon demanded, his voice resonating with anger and authority. Darius, though gravely injured, managed a weak smirk. "Ha ha, cough. Cough. You're a fool if you believe I'd spill their secrets." He spat out blood defiantly, his voice strained with pain. Dragon's fists clenched at his sides, frustration simmering beneath the surface. He had hoped to extract valuable information from Darius, but it seemed the pirate was determined to remain silent. "You've lost," Dragon stated firmly, his tone unwavering. "There's no escape for you now. Tell me who orchestrated this attack, and perhaps I'll grant you a swift end." Darius chuckled hoarsely, a glimmer of defiance still present in his eyes. "You can't threaten me, Marine. I've faced death countless times, and I'm not afraid to meet it again," he retorted, his voice tinged with bitterness. Despite his injuries, Dragon remained composed, his resolve unwavering. He knew that time was running out, and he needed answers before it was too late. "Darius, listen to me," Dragon urged, his voice tinged with urgency. If you cooperate, perhaps there's a chance for redemption. Don't let your pride cloud your judgment. Darius's expression softened momentarily, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. But then, with a defiant glare, he shook his head. I've made my choice, he rasped, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll take my secrets to the grave. With those final words, Darius's body went limp, his breathing slowing until it ceased altogether. Dragon stood in silence, staring down at the fallen pirate, a mixture of frustration and resignation clouding his features. As the dust settled around them, Dragon knew that, despite the battle won, the true enemy remained at large, unconcerned about the consequences. With a heavy heart, he turned away from Darius's lifeless form, knowing that his entire concept of justice had taken a huge blow due to the actions of the world government. Dragon walked amidst the debris, his gaze sweeping across the devastated landscape. His mind raced with thoughts of the battle, of the lives lost, and of the unanswered questions that still lingered. Beside him, Kazan approached, his expression grave as he surveyed the scene. It's over, he remarked quietly, his voice barely audible over the din of destruction. Together, they began to assess the damage, searching for survivors amid the wreckage. The once proud fortress now lay in ruins, a stark reminder of the price of war. As they worked, they were joined by other Marines, their faces grim with determination. Despite the devastation, their resolve remained unshaken, and their commitment to justice remained unwavering. Among the ruins, they found survivors, battered and bruised, but alive. Little children were among them, their faces paled with shock and exhaustion. Dragon approached them, offering a reassuring smile amidst the devastation. We're here to help, he said gently, his voice a beacon of hope in the darkness. You're safe now. With the help of the Marines, they were escorted to safety, away from the chaos of battle. As they departed, Dragon's gaze lingered on the ruins of Marineford, a solemn reminder of the fragility of peace. The next morning brought forth two pieces of news that reverberated throughout the world, each carrying its own weight of significance. Firstly, reports emerged of a clash between the Marines and the remnants of the Rocks pirates. Contrary to the Marines' expectations, the only notable figures present were Silver Axe, Captain John, and Achiku. The absence of powerhouses like Whitebeard and Big Mom puzzled the Marines as they surrounded the island, the designated meeting point. Despite the fierce clash that ensued, the pirates found themselves quickly overwhelmed due to the vast difference in strength between the two sides. However, just as victory seemed assured for the Marines, Golden Lion Shiki intervened at the last moment, turning the tide of battle. In the chaos that followed, Silver Axe met his demise, while Captain John and Achiku managed to slip away amidst the turmoil. Shiki, having caused enough havoc, retreated, leaving behind a scene of destruction and uncertainty. Meanwhile, the other piece of news that shook the world was the unexpected assault launched by the Bloodskull pirates on Marineford itself. Despite the vigilance of the Marine HQ's patrolling ships and defenses, the pirate fleet managed to sneak up on Stronghold, catching the Marines off guard. The ensuing clash wrought havoc upon Marineford, with parts of the Stronghold suffering significant damage. Fortunately, the presence of Marine hero Garp's entire squad proved to be a stroke of luck, as they had decided to stay back in Marineford. Their presence became a pivotal factor in defending the HQ against the onslaught of the Bloodskull pirates, preventing even greater loss of life, especially among the Marine families who were targeted by the invaders. The assault on Marineford served as a stark reminder of the ever-present threat posed by the pirate factions, even to the heart of Marine power. In the hallowed halls of Mary Geos, the five elders convened to discuss the recent debacle involving Cypher Paul. Elder Jupiter's voice resonated with frustration as he rebuked the agents for their egregious oversight. How could Cypher Paul possibly overlook an entire division, especially one under the direct command of Garp himself? Such incompetence is unfathomable. His words echoed with a mix of disbelief and disdain, highlighting the severity of the situation. However, Elder J. Garcia saw an opportunity amidst the chaos. Perhaps this misstep can serve our interests. We can shift the blame onto the Marines, painting them as incompetent for allowing a direct assault on their headquarters. It could sow discord within their ranks and weaken their public image. But Elder Nustero, with a keen sense of intuition, voiced a more pressing concern. This cannot be dismissed as mere happenstance. It feels orchestrated, as if the plans were leaked from within. We must conduct a thorough investigation and purge any traitors from the ranks of Cypherpol. Our secrets must remain hidden at all costs. Kong has been pressing for permission to depart from Marineford. Elder Peter announced, his tone reflective of the weight of their decision. It might be prudent to grant him leave. Keeping him detained here could arouse suspicions, especially given the length of his confinement. Elder J. Garcia, however, remained steadfast in his conviction. His understanding of our priorities is immaterial. The safety and secrecy of Mary Geos must always take precedence. If Kong cannot grasp that, then perhaps his loyalty is not as unwavering as we had hoped. Meanwhile, as evening descended, Admiral Sengoku and his retinue returned to Marineford with urgency. Despite receiving constant updates from their subordinates, an undeniable sense of agitation gnawed at them. This feeling was particularly pronounced among the Marines, who knew their families resided within the confines of Marineford town, where the damage was reported to be most severe. Initial estimates painted a grim picture. Close to 6,000 pirates had brazenly descended upon the shores of Marineford, launching a brazen assault that caught the Marines off guard. The toll on the Marine side was staggering, with casualties nearing 800 in the initial count. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Sengoku and his comrades as they grappled with the enormity of the loss and the implications it held for the future. As the lead Marine warship closed in on the shores of Marineford, several figures propelled themselves into the air using Jeppo, swiftly making their way towards the Marine HQ. Among them, Admiral Zephyr bore a grim countenance, his thoughts consumed by the safety of his family. Though he held the rank of admiral, Zephyr's principles dictated that all lives were precious, and he had never taken a life in the line of duty. Today, however, his resolve wavered as he grappled with the knowledge that a pirate he had spared in the past had now endangered his loved ones. If not for Dragon's presence, he dreaded to imagine the outcome. Upon reaching the makeshift infirmary, where the injured were being tended to, Zephyr's heart raced as he searched for his family among the throngs of wounded. Finally, he spotted them, his wife and child, safe but exhausted, and his adopted son Virgo, grievously injured and tightly bound in bandages. His wife recounted the harrowing events of the attack, detailing Virgo's selfless sacrifice to protect them. Anger clenched Zephyr's fists, his knuckles cracking under the strain. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Virgo, his fury gave way to admiration and gratitude. He never imagined that a child he had only recently welcomed into his family would display such courage and devotion. After comforting his loved ones, Zephyr stepped outside, only to be met with a commotion. Rear Admiral Dragon, these are orders from the world government, declared a masked figure from the Cypherpol organization, devoid of emotion. They question the competency of the Marines under the current circumstances. You are to hand over all captured traitors, and our CP organization will assume control of the investigation. Zephyr's jaw clenched at the implication of betrayal within their ranks. Yet, beneath his steely exterior, a storm brewed, fueled by determination to protect not only his family, but also the honor of the Marines. Zephyr locked eyes with Garp, sensing the tempest brewing within the Marine hero's gaze. Both men bristled with restrained fury, yearning to unleash their wrath upon the Cypherpol agents before them. Yet, a commanding voice from within the CP entourage caused them to hesitate, their fists tightening but held back by the weight of authority. Garp, stand down, the voice commanded, cutting through the tension like a knife. The orders from the elders are clear. It was Kong who stepped forward, his presence commanding attention and respect. Despite the turmoil roiling within him, He understood the precariousness of the situation. To allow Garp's unchecked rage to clash with the Cypher Pole agents would only invite disaster. Dragon, hand over all the prisoners, including any Marines implicated in collusion with the pirates. Kong continued, his tone firm yet tinged with regret. And in recognition of your role in eliminating Darius, the elders have deemed you worthy of promotion to the rank of Vice Admiral. I found myself caught in the midst of the unfolding chaos, a silent spectator to the spectacle playing out before me. Beside me stood Kazan, his expression dark and brooding, mirroring the tumultuous thoughts swirling within me. The tension between us had been palpable earlier when I sought to employ my old-world methods of interrogation on the colluding Marines without authorization. Kazan's intervention had halted my actions, nearly sparking a confrontation that Dragon had thankfully diffused by taking the prisoners into his custody. Now, as the Cypher Pole agents prepared to seize control of the investigation, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration at the missed opportunity to extract vital information. Tisk, if only you had allowed me to proceed, Kazan-san, I murmured under my breath, unable to contain the simmering resentment towards my senior for obstructing my efforts to uncover the truth, regardless of the consequences. Kazan's gaze remained fixed ahead, his silence a testament to the lingering tension between us. Though I understood his objections to resorting to torture, the urgency of the situation demanded swift and decisive action. As expected, the Marines were forced to step back, and Garp, unable to bear any more humiliation, stormed out in a fit of frustration. Kazan and I followed in his wake, tracing his path to where the decommissioned warships lay abandoned. Approaching the area, we witnessed a scene of raw fury. Garp, in a display of sheer strength, unleashed his pent-up frustration upon the hapless warships. With each resounding boom, boom, of his fists against the metal-plated hulls, the ships groaned and shuddered under the onslaught. He eschewed the use of haki, relying solely on the force of his bare fists to dent and deform the once mighty vessels. Each punch left a deep mark, a physical manifestation of Garp's anguish and rage. One could almost feel the weight of his emotions with every blow he landed, a testament to the depth of his sorrow and the magnitude of his loss. As we watched in solemn silence, it became clear that for Garp, the warships bore the brunt of his frustrations, serving as a tangible outlet for the turmoil raging within him. As Garp noticed our arrival, he made an effort to rein in his anger. Yet, when his gaze fell upon me, I sensed a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Earlier, when I had shared my concerns, only Dragon supported the possibility I raised. Garp, unaware that my confidence stemmed from knowledge acquired in another life, initially dismissed my concerns. However, after a lengthy discussion, he relented, choosing to leave his entire squad behind in Marineford based on a hunch. You should have tried to convince me harder. Maybe I would have stayed back. Garp's voice was tinged with guilt and sorrow. It wouldn't have worked, Garp-sensei, I replied earnestly. Everyone would have known that the Marine hero was still within Marineford, and they would not have dared to carry out their plan. Your own Marines would have blown the whistle to alert the enemies. I knew that if Garp had stayed back, the Cypher Pole would have surely intervened to prevent the attack. Perhaps they would have devised an alternative plan to undermine Zephyr's prestige. As I mentioned the collusion between Marines and pirates, I witnessed a flicker of shame in Garp's eyes. A man known for his unwavering resolve in the face of adversity couldn't help but sag in shame at the thought of how far the Marines had fallen. Ross, that's enough. This is not the time. Kazan interjected firmly, redirecting the conversation. We need to address your recent behavior first. Garp, frustration etched on his features, turned to us with a questioning gaze, seeking an explanation. Kazan began to outline my recent actions, but I remained silent. I refused to deny who I was or compromise my principles, even in the face of scrutiny. Ross, I hope you have a good explanation for why you killed a fellow Marine. Garp questioned, disapproval evident in his tone. Tell me, Garp-sensei, do you still consider the Marines? I retorted, a hint of defiance coloring my words. Why don't you go and tell the 800 families who lost loved ones that their deaths were at the hands of fellow Marines? Dying for a cause is one thing, but being betrayed is another. The moment they turned on their comrades, they forfeited their humanity. All I did was rid the world of vermin, and if I have to do it again, I won't lose a moment's sleep over it. My words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the harsh realities of war and betrayal. Garp's expression softened slightly, perhaps begrudgingly acknowledging the validity of my stance, even if he couldn't fully condone my actions. Perhaps Kazan-san isn't fully aware of the truth yet, but you, Garp-san, should know better, I asserted, taking a step forward. With resolve in my heart, I began my own training regimen, unleashing blows upon another battered warship, leaving Garp and Kazan to ponder my words in silence. Days passed, and Virgo made a full recovery from his injuries. Under Kong's orders, Marineford's defenses underwent a complete restructuring. Determined to prevent a recurrence of the recent tragedy, Kong orchestrated a massive overhaul despite the world government's reluctance to allocate sufficient funds. Through resourcefulness and determination, Kong managed to redirect funds, ensuring the extensive modifications to Marineford were carried out swiftly and effectively. After ensuring that Marineford was back on track, Garp felt the pull of the open sea, yearning to hunt pirates to soothe his restless heart. He made the decision to depart from Marineford, leaving behind Kazan to pursue enrollment in the elite academy and graduate alongside the finest Marines. Though Zephyr extended the offer for me to join the elite academy as well, a privilege rarely granted at such a young age, I declined, opting instead to remain under Garp's mentorship. Meanwhile, Dragon, now promoted to Vice Admiral, received a new assignment. He was reassigned to lead his own Marine division and was stationed at the G5 Marine base in the New World, ready to face the challenges that awaited him in the treacherous seas. As for Virgo, under Zephyr's guidance, he joined the Marines to begin his journey from the ground up. With Zephyr's tutelage, Virgo would lay a solid foundation upon which he would eventually be admitted to the elite academy, poised to become one of the Marines' finest. As the Marine ship cruised through the turbulent waters of the New World, it had been more than 3 months since our return to these treacherous seas. Perched at the forefront of the vessel, I sat with an old violin nestled in my arms, the wood warmed by the glow of the setting sun. With a gentle sway of the ship, I drew the bow across the strings, summoning forth the familiar tune of Bank Sake, which I had recently mastered after receiving the said score from a pirate group that we destroyed. The melody carried a bittersweet echo, reflecting the passage of time and the trials we had faced since our return to these turbulent waters. Why is the kid playing a pirate song on a Marine ship? One of the newly joined Marine soldiers couldn't help but inquire. Garp had assigned some of his veteran soldiers to Dragon's division with Kong's assistance, aiming to provide support for his new posting. As I often avoided wearing my uniform, many of the newcomers knew me simply as a kid under Garp's training, unaware of my lieutenant rank. Music has no language, no boundaries, and no barriers, Bogard, leaning against the main mast, interjected. It transcends all borders and brings the whole world together. So what if it's a song favored by pirates? Just enjoy it. I remained focused on the music, tuning out the comments, and immersing myself in the melody. I hadn't slacked on my training for even a day, and with each passing day, I could feel myself growing stronger. I had reached a decent level of control using the voice of all things, and through repeated high-intensity battles, I had gained a rudimentary grasp of a mission. I understood that frequent battles, especially those teetering on the brink of life and death, were the most effective way to hone my hockey skills. As for Kitetsu, I noticed a gradual transformation occurring within the blade. With each infusion of hockey, the Sandai Kitetsu took on a darker shade, inching closer to becoming a black blade. Perhaps the blade had already been honed by previous users, and my hockey was accelerating its transformation. Even Bogard was taken aback when he witnessed Kitetsu turning into a black blade. Despite years of nurturing his own blade, it had yet to darken. I consider myself fortunate to wield such a high-grade blade. With each drop of blood shed in battle, The bond between Kitetsu and me grew stronger, solidifying our connection and enhancing its power. As I was engrossed in my music, I was interrupted by an intriguing message from the shoal of fish. A smirk tugged at my lips as I realized that dumb pirates were targeting the warship with Garp aboard. Curiosity piqued. I wondered who could be foolish enough to attempt such a feat. The pirate ship utilized the cover provided by the treacherous climate of the New World seas to catch us off guard. Perhaps our recent loss of a ship's figurehead in battle had emboldened them to target us. With a calm demeanor, I rose to my feet and utilized my observation haki to probe the incoming danger. Bogard, noticing my actions, approached me, eager to understand the situation. Bogard-san, pirates are approaching from our rear. There are 3 ships incoming, but they are currently out of my observation range. I explained to Bogard, who swiftly relayed the information and commands, including notifying Garp, who was resting within the ship. Bogard didn't question the authenticity of my information. Maybe he was already aware of some of my secrets, because he was Garp's most trusted confidant, and my range of observation haki had long surpassed his. The only person who could surpass my range on this ship was Garp himself. Bogard ordered the ship's navigator to turn in the direction of the nearest island. Fighting with solid ground under our feet seemed like a better option than battling on turbulent seas, especially in the unpredictable waters of the New World. A minute or two later, Garp emerged on deck, fully adorned in his marine attire, a commanding presence that needed no words to convey urgency. 3 pirate ships are quickly approaching our position. It feels like someone who can surpass my range of observation. I'm pretty sure they have a decent bounty. I relayed to Garp, still attempting to extend my range of observation to glean more information. Sensing Garp's swift retraction of his aura to its maximum, I marveled at his expertise in concealing himself from observation haki. While I couldn't detect him solely through observation, his vitality shone brightly when I tapped into the voice of all things. Kid, unleash your haki to the maximum. Let them believe you're the strongest fighter aboard. Increase the ship's speed to the maximum. Make them think we're attempting to flee, Garp commanded, shedding his marine coat and rolling up his sleeves in preparation for the impending battle. The entire ship buzzed with activity as we awaited the arrival of the 3 pirate ships. It took another 10 minutes for them to come within visual range, their Jolly Roger flags waving ominously in the wind. When I recognized the emblem, a laugh escaped my lips involuntarily. It was the Beast Pirates. There, amidst their ranks, I could already discern the imposing figure of a young Kaido, swinging his club aggressively as if to threaten the very integrity of our marine vessel. Kaido held a special place in my mind. Perhaps it was petty, but from my canon knowledge, I understood that while he was in alliance with Doflamingo, it was more akin to Doflamingo being subservient due to the vast difference in their strength. Kaido was someone I aspired to surpass in the future, though with my current abilities, the user of the mythical dragon fruit was undoubtedly out of my league. However, for Garp, the current Kaido posed no challenge at all. Kaido had a history of targeting Marines multiple times for plundering, but it seemed he had chosen the wrong target this time. The current Kaido had yet to set his sights on Wano country. As our Marine ship approached a large inhabited island, the Beast Pirates closed in within cannon range. Sensing their confidence, Garp ordered the Marines to fire the cannons haphazardly, creating chaos and confusion among the pirates who believed they had the upper hand, pushing us toward the island's shores with aggressive maneuvers. Boom! 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 The thunderous roar of cannon shots closed off the retreat routes of the Marine ship. Quickly disembarking, the Marines hastened toward the island, followed closely by the Beast Pirates, who ensured there was no avenue of escape for their quarry. Ha ha, you pathetic Marines! Quite the runners you all are. I originally only wanted to plunder everything you guys were worth, but then you made me chase all of you for so long. So, I've decided to send you all to hell, Kaido bellowed, his imposing form radiating Conqueror's haki to incapacitate as many Marines as possible. I seized the opportunity to hone my own Conqueror's haki, releasing it with all my might. Lightning surged from both sides. Kaido's Haushika manifested as purple lightning, while mine crackled with pitch-black energy tinged with gold. The initial clash highlighted the disparity between our abilities, yet I held my ground. Curiously, Kaido observed me as if I were some sort of treasure. "Ah, kid, you're quite interesting. Such control of Haoshiku at such a tender age. Join me, and I'll spare your life. If not, I'll bury you here with the rest of the Marines," Kaido challenged, releasing his Conqueror's Haki with full intensity in an attempt to intimidate me. Undeterred, I gritted my teeth and summoned my willpower. Though Kaido's Conqueror's Haki was overwhelming, I refused to back down. Just when it seemed I might falter, a surge of Conqueror's Haki erupted from the Marine's side, overpowering Kaido and forcing him to his knees. "Who's there? Come out, you coward!" Kaido roared in anger, seeking the source of his disadvantage. Clank, clank, clank. The clash of lightning produced an eerie noise as the Marines parted like the tide, revealing Garp walking majestically forward, closely followed by Bogard. With each step, Garp exerted pressure on Kaido, causing him to sink lower into the ground. GERP. Kaido and the remaining beast pirates stood in disbelief, realizing their grave mistake. With most of their crew incapacitated, they couldn't make a swift retreat. "Kaido, brat, it seems I should have dealt with you back in God Valley. You've become quite the menace in recent years," Garp declared nonchalantly, advancing toward Kaido with measured steps, his gaze briefly pausing on a sweating teen with black wings behind his back, struggling to withstand the force of Garp's Conqueror's Haki. Clang! Garp effortlessly caught the hockey-clad club with his own hockey-coated arm, leaving Kaido bewildered. However, in a split second, Kaido shifted to his hybrid form and unleashed a full-powered energy beam, Burrow Blast, at close range. A massive detonation ensued, shrouding the area in dust and smoke. "Ah, Garp, you've grown too rusty to fall for such an attack. I am a dragon that soars the sky, destined to become the king of this world," Kaido boasted, flexing despite the uncertainty of Garp's status. Observing the situation with my observation haki, I knew Kaido wouldn't be so relaxed if he were concentrating on his own observation. Boom! Garp's fist, coated and hardening, and Conqueror's Haki slammed into Kaido's chest. Had Garp released the club, Kaido would have been launched back hundreds of meters. From a shockwave, I could estimate the tremendous force behind the punch. Kaido spat out blood as Garp's attack caused internal damage, proving Haki's supremacy regardless of Devil Fruit's abilities. Remember this lesson well, Kaido brat. Regardless of your Devil Fruit, Haki always reigns supreme, Garp declared, rushing forward and relinquishing Kaido's club. Anticipating the threat with his observation haki, Kaido hardened his entire body with Busasho Koka. Meteorite. Garp's blazing fist struck Kaido's chest, leaving a visible dent on the haki-clad hybrid form. Realizing Garp's superiority, Kaido attempted to transform into a full-fledged dragon and take to the air. However, Garp, a veteran of aerial battles against the likes of Shiki, effortlessly intercepted Kaido's attempt. With 3 Jeppo steps, Garp closed the distance and unleashed a ferocious downward punch. Since the attack on Marineford, Garp has yet to vent his frustration properly, having failed to confront powerhouses like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki in the New World. When Garp saw Kaido targeting his own ship, he resolved to impart a lesson Kaido would never forget. Blue Hole. The impact sent Kaido crashing towards the hill in the center of the island. Garp wasted no time, immediately pursuing the fallen dragon. As Garp and Kaido made their way toward the island's center, the remaining Marines and pirates, still standing after the Conqueror's haki onslaught, prepared to confront each other. With Kitetsu drawn, I awaited Bogard's command to launch the attack on the remaining pirates. My target was already chosen. King, the future king of Conflagration and an all-star of the Beast Pirates. Bogard simply waved his hand, signaling the remaining Marines to descend upon the pirates like a tide. Bogard-san, please allow me to face that man. I directed my request towards Bogard, indicating King, who was attempting to collect himself from Garp's Conqueror's haki pressure. After observing King briefly, Bogard nodded at me, granting consent to confront my chosen enemy. My primary reason for seeking Bogard's approval was to ensure that the rear admiral wouldn't interfere once the fight began. I closely scrutinized my target. King stood as a towering figure, boasting a well-muscled, broad-shouldered frame and long limbs. As a Lunarian, he bore the distinctive features of his race: large, black-feathered wings sprouting from his back, extending down to knee length, a brown complexion, and silver-white hair. His hair was shaved on the sides but left long on top, mostly drawn back and bound at King's occiput before cascading freely down past his nape. Several side locks hung on the right side of King's face, reaching his collarbone, including a thin braid. I flickered at lightning-fast speed towards King, who stood ready to face the incoming Marines. Sensing my threat, he quickly kicked out with his long limbs. However, with my high mastery of observation, King's attack was easy to detect, and I dodged it swiftly, swinging Kitetsu at him. Clang! King drew his own sword to deflect my attack. As our blades clashed, sparks flew in all directions, illuminating the battlefield with flashes of light. King's swordsmanship was formidable. Each of his strikes was delivered with precision and power. I parried his blows with Kitetsu, feeling the force behind each impact reverberate through my arms. With a swift twist of his wrist, King aimed a diagonal slash towards my midsection, but I anticipated his move and sidestepped just in time. Seizing the opportunity, I countered with a rapid series of strikes, aiming for the gaps in his defense. However, King was no easy opponent. He expertly parried each blow, and his movements were fluid and calculated. The clash of our swords echoed across the island as we danced in a deadly dance of steel. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, heightening my senses and sharpening my focus. Every move I made was calculated, and every strike was aimed with precision. King's attacks grew more aggressive, his strikes coming faster and with greater force. I responded in kind, matching his intensity with my own ferocity. We traded blows with blistering speed, each strike threatening to land a fatal blow. But amidst the chaos of battle, I remained calm and focused. With a sudden burst of speed, I launched myself into the air, somersaulting over King's head and landing behind him in a fluid motion. Before he could react, I lunged forward, driving Kitetsu toward his back with all my strength, completely cladding my blade with haki. However, just before my blade could pierce through, I sensed a sudden threat and swiftly retreated a dozen meters. There, I saw a large mass of flames engulfing King's back, a trait of his Lunarian heritage. "TCH, you're lucky to have detected my flames," King remarked as he turned to face me once more. "Ha ha, you think I'd fall for such a trick, Albert?" I replied confidently, sensing my upper hand in the battle. From my estimation, King had only recently joined Kaido's ranks. My words seemed to shock King, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Who are you? How do you know my name? Are you with the world government?" He questioned with a threatening tone, but I ignored his queries, intentionally using his name to unsettle him. "Albert, oh Albert, you rushed into joining Kaido. You could have chosen better," I taunted, further provoking his anger. "What do you know, kid? Kaido-sama will become the king of this world and bring down the world government," King retorted, his hatred for the world government evident. "I may be a kid, but I know Kaido will never ascend the throne. At best, he'll be an infamous pirate in the New World, and you, his right-hand man, Kaido, really wasted a mythical Zoan fruit by consuming it." I mocked, further infuriating King. It was also because Kaido's devil fruit was something I would have consumed if I'd gotten it, but now it was too late. A gunshot suddenly echoed across the battlefield, but I swiftly swung my Kitetsu, cleanly slicing the sea stone bull in half. I had detected another assailant targeting me, whom I recognized as Queen, a former MADS member and future all-star of the Beast Pirates. Aware that the sea stone bullet held a sinister secret, I remained vigilant. Before Queen could launch another attack, Bogard intervened, moving swiftly toward him with a drawn blade, ensuring no interference in our confrontation. As Bogard engaged Queen, I refocused my attention on King, readying myself for the impending clash. With a determined expression, King unleashed the full power of his devil fruit, transforming into a formidable pteranodon and taking to the skies. Hovering above me, King let out a deafening screech, his wings beating against the air with powerful strokes. I watched as he descended upon me, his sharp talons poised to strike with deadly precision. With a swift motion, I raised Kitetsu to parry King's attack, the clash of blade and claw ringing out across the battlefield. As we locked in combat, I could feel the heat radiating from his flaming wings, intensifying the tension of our confrontation. King's aerial maneuvers were swift and unpredictable, his agility in the air making it difficult for me to land a decisive blow. But I remained vigilant, analyzing his movements and searching for an opportunity to gain the upper hand. With each exchange, sparks flew as our weapons clashed, the intensity of our duel escalating with every passing moment. Despite King's ferocious assault, I refused to back down, determined to stand my ground and emerge victorious. As the battle raged on, I focused on exploiting any weaknesses in King's defense, probing for openings to deliver a decisive strike. With every movement, I remained agile and alert, ready to counter any attack with precision and skill. In his pteranodon form, King unleashed a barrage of fire projectiles aimed at burying me beneath a series of explosions. With swift precision, I deflected each incoming flaming projectile with my sword, refusing to yield to his relentless assault. As the air crackled with fiery chaos, I swiftly assumed a sword draw stance, channeling armament hockey to imbue my blade with added strength. With a resolute swing, I unleashed a flying slash towards King, slicing through the incoming projectiles and connecting with his airborne form. A deafening screech echoed through the battlefield as my attack left a deep gash on King's side, despite his attempt to defend himself with hockey. Enraged by the blow, King prepared to retaliate, but I refused to give him the chance. Utilizing the advanced techniques of Jeppo and Soru, I moved with unparalleled speed, darting towards the towering form of King with lightning-fast agility. With a decisive downward slice, I brought Kitetsu crashing down upon him, the force of the blow sending his massive form hurtling towards the ground below. As King's colossal body collided with the earth, a cloud of dust and debris engulfed the area, its impact reverberating through the battlefield. With King momentarily subdued, I stood ready, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead in our fierce battle. After landing a few meters away from where King had crashed, I flicked away the bloodstain on my blade and kept my gaze fixed on the crater where King had landed. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, I observed as King emerged, his human form bearing a large wound on his shoulder, almost severing one of his arms. Despite his injuries, he stepped forward to face me once again, his determination unwavering. "Kid, you sure are quite strong. I did not know the Marines were hiding such a monster. Tell me, what kind of glorious story did the Marines use to make you the world government's lapdog?" "Yes, kid, you heard me right. That's all you are, the world government's dog," King remarked, despite his pain, maintaining a smirk on his face with a teasing smile. "Is that supposed to irk me?" "Ha ha ha ha, King, you sure are naive. You are the last living relic of a now-fallen race, and you still have the time to tease me, a child who you couldn't beat in single combat," I retorted, not falling for his words. I had never considered myself a Marine, so no matter how much he tried to insult me, it was not going to work. "Kid, this is just a scratch. Don't think you have one. As long as Kaido-sama is here, the Marines can do nothing to us," King boasted about Kaido. Right when he wanted to continue, a strong boom resounded, shaking the entire island to its core. Galaxy impact! Garp launched his most powerful blow towards Kaido, who was crushed beneath the attack with no chance of resistance. "Ha ha! Albert, is that the man you think will ascend the throne in the future? He is only alive because of his devil fruit. He never had the resolve or determination needed to conquer the world." I couldn't help but shake my head in disappointment. I coated my blade again with Haki to restart the fight with King. My observation Haki already detected that the huge island was slowly sinking from Garp's last blow. With a few more attacks of such intensity and power, the island would be buried beneath the sea. Forget it. Let's not dwell on the past. It's time we think about the future. It's time you eat this, Daffy. Treble intervened, shifting the focus to the devil fruit he held out to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, still lost in contemplation over recent events, snapped out of his thoughts at Treble's words. He reached out to take the devil fruit, but my voice interrupted the momentary silence. Do you at least know what kind of devil fruit it is? I questioned, causing both Doflamingo and Treble to pause, confusion evident on their faces. Brother, let's set aside the matter of devil fruits until we can get our hands on a devil fruit encyclopedia. Don't rush to eat a devil fruit. I advised my brother, though I could sense the disappointment in Treble, Diamante, and Pika's expressions. They had likely put in considerable effort, possibly even staking their lives, to acquire this rare treasure. Devil fruits were scarce commodities, even in the treacherous waters of the New World. Rosinante, devil fruits are super rare. Eating one will make Daffy instantly stronger. Don't you want your brother to become strong? Treble pressed, acknowledging the truth in my words. However, I knew the fruit before us, the string fruit. Though there was a saying that there were no weak devil fruits, in my eyes, this particular one was not worthy of my brother. Before committing to it, I needed to confirm if my knowledge of the canon held true. If so, as an avid fan of One Piece, I had knowledge of undiscovered devil fruits, some of which were Logia types. To fulfill my brother's dream, we needed strength, enough to challenge even the world government, which had held power for centuries. My little brother is right. If I want to fulfill my ambitions, I cannot settle for mediocrity. Treble, keep the fruit safe until we can acquire the encyclopedia. But before anything else, I want to personally go to Mary Geos and uncover the truth, Doflamingo declared, his words resonating with determination. Deep down, he still harbored hope that the celestial dragons would welcome them back, absolving them of their father's mistakes. Daffy, you can't be serious. Going back, there will simply spell your doom. You're no longer part of the celestial dragons. They wouldn't hesitate to remove you from the equation for convenience's sake. Treble sprang up from his seat, urgency evident in his voice as he tried to persuade my brother to change his mind. It was clear that despite their recent allegiance to Doflamingo, they still believed in and cared deeply for him. No, I won't go. No matter what, the blood of the Don Quixote family runs through my veins. They simply cannot deny me my birthright, Doflamingo stated firmly, his celestial dragon upbringing still influencing his mindset. He believed that a single word from him could move the world. Understanding what motivated my brother's decision, I couldn't let him walk willingly into the lion's den. I wanted to ensure that even if his request was denied, we would have a chance to retreat from Mary Geos unscathed. My knowledge of the canon might give us an edge, so I immediately began formulating plans in my mind. Young master, if that's the case, then let us follow you to Mary Geos. If something untoward happens, at least we can try to get you out safely, Diamante suggested, aware of the dangers that lay ahead on this journey. No, it's better if it's just me and my brother making the trip. If I'm not mistaken, our visit will be short, and we'll soon return. We'll need you guys here to help us if things go awry up there, I countered, rejecting Diamante's suggestion. I knew it was better to keep our small force hidden, ready to facilitate our escape if necessary. Doflamingo was surprised by my sudden assertiveness, but he realized that the recent hardships we had endured had changed me for the better. He understood that his once meek little brother wouldn't survive in this cruel world unless he adapted. But Treble began to protest, but a glance from Doflamingo silenced him. Daffy signaled for me to continue, placing his trust in me as his last blood tie. Do you guys have any transponder snails on hand? I inquired, turning to the three future executives. They exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Although we don't have any at hand, we can obtain a few given some time. Is it important? If so, we can arrange it within 2 days, Diamante offered, realizing that my abilities were underestimated. If possible, try to get young snails that haven't been registered yet. I don't want them traced back to this location. If we're ousted by the dragons, this will be our new home for the foreseeable future. I share my thoughts with the group in the cramp house. Virgo had stood beside Doflamingo throughout the meeting, resembling a loyal bodyguard. I made a mental note to ensure that everyone's fate would change. Though I couldn't fulfill my brother's wish in the last life, I was determined to make it happen in this one. If history were to go unaltered, I knew my brother would be denied by the celestial dragons, and the people around me would become the foundation of the future Don Quixote family. Although I was not averse to the actions my brother took in the canon, except for a few, I knew they were weak, pitifully weak. At best, they could be called minor antagonists in a major arc. But with my intervention, I wanted to change all that. I aimed to subdue the world and crown my brother the king of the world. To achieve that, we needed power, fame, wealth, and, most importantly, strength to vanquish anyone who defied us. I also wanted to ensure that my brother didn't repeat the same mistakes in the world I only knew as fiction. Currently, in the family, we only had Treble as the sole devil fruit user, and we had the string fruit in stock, but we set it aside for the time being. Now that I was in this new body, my soul was a blend of Ross and Rosinante, and I had found a balance between the two souls. I stood up to make the necessary arrangements, but Pika stood up and stopped me, indicating that I should just let him know what was needed. He, like Virgo, had kept silent throughout the meeting. I quickly shared my plans with the rest, and we ironed out the details, further polishing the plan. Treble, known for his intellect, couldn't help but praise me for my plans, and Diamante and Pika left to carry out the preparations. As Kaido's colossal dragon form crashed into the earth, the impact created a seismic shockwave that reverberated through the island, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Garp approached the fallen beast, his expression a mix of disdain and disappointment. "Is this all you can muster, Kaido?" Garp's voice boomed, echoing across the desolate landscape. "You've barely grown since the days at God Valley, despite consuming that mythical Zoan fruit of yours." Kaido struggled to rise from the debris, his once majestic form now marred by wounds inflicted by Garp's relentless assault. Blood trickled from his scales, staining the ground beneath him, but the indomitable spirit of the beast pirate refused to yield. "You talk too much, Garp," Kaido growled, his voice dripping with defiance. "I'm the strongest creature in the world. No one, not even you, can defeat me." With a defiant roar, Kaido unleashed a torrent of azure flames from his jaws, aiming to engulf Garp in a searing inferno. But the marine legend stood unfazed, his body enveloped in a cloak of Busashoka haki that repelled the flames with ease. Without another word, Kaido lunged forward, his massive maw poised to strike. But Garp was ready. His reflexes had been honed through decades of battle. With lightning speed, he sidestepped the blow, delivering a punishing punch to Kaido's midsection. The impact reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Kaido was shot backward, momentarily stunned by the force of Garp's attack. "You call yourself the strongest? Pathetic." Garp's voice was a thunderous roar as he unleashed a barrage of punches, each one landing with the force of a sledgehammer. Kaido struggled to defend himself, his arms straining under the relentless assault. But Garp showed no mercy, pressing his advantage with unmatched ferocity. He unleashed a flurry of devastating blows, each one driving Kaido further and further back. Sudden, as Kaido reverted to his fearsome hybrid form, his towering figure loomed over Garp with primal fury. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself at the marine hero, his fists wreathed in crackling energy. But Garp was ready, his fists meeting Kaido's with bone-shattering force. Each blow reverberated through the air, creating shockwaves that sent debris flying in all directions. The clash echoed across the island, a symphony of destruction that bore witness to their ferocious battle. Despite Kaido's relentless effort, Garp punished him blow after blow, his blows landing with precision and devastating impact. With each strike, he pushed Kaido back, completely dominating the strongest creature in the world, giving Kaido no chance to retaliate. The battle on the island between Garp and Kaido had been raging for 6 grueling hours. Despite Kaido's monstrous physique, enhanced by his mythical Zoan fruit, he found himself unable to mount any significant retaliation against Garp's relentless assault. The Marine legend, fueled by years of pent-up frustration, unleashed his full fury upon the self-proclaimed strongest creature in the world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, my own confrontation with King had reached a decisive conclusion hours prior. With Katetsu poised to deliver the final blow, Bogard intervened, subduing the Lunarian with sea stone shackles. Queen, likewise, had been defeated by Bogard, but he managed to slip away amidst the chaos, escaping with a handful of his crewmates who had regained consciousness. As the dust settled on our respective battles, I turned my attention to Garp and Kaido's ongoing clash. Despite Kaido's resilience, I could see the toll that Garp's relentless assault had taken on him. With each passing moment, it became increasingly evident that Garp would emerge victorious. The island itself bore witness to the ferocity of their struggle. Cracks formed in the earth, trees splintered under the force of their blows, and the very air crackled with electricity as their haki clashed. Suddenly, Kaido's eyes flashed with fury as he summoned the full power of his devil fruit. Flames erupted from his body, enveloping him in a fiery aura as he unleashed his strongest form, a fiery dragon. He launched his most fearsome attack, but Garp was undaunted, despite the scorching temperature that would have melted any normal human to the bone. With a roar of his own, he countered with his legendary technique, Blue Hole. His fist crackled with electricity as he delivered a devastating blow, shattering Kaido's flames and sending him reeling. You think you can defeat me with such pathetic strength? Think again, Kaido. Garp's voice boomed across the battlefield, his eyes burning with determination. Enraged, Kaido rose into the air with his fearsome, flaming dragon form, his massive figure casting a shadow over the battlefield. With a deafening roar, he unleashed another barrage of flames, intent on incinerating his opponent and the entire island beneath him. But Garp was ready. With a swift motion, he unleashed his own signature attack, Galaxy Impact. His fist glowed with a brilliant light as he charged forward, his attack cutting through Kaido's flames like a hot knife through butter. The two titans clashed in a spectacular display of power and skill, their attacks colliding in a dazzling explosion of energy. With each blow, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air crackled with electricity and fire. And then, with a final, bone-shattering impact, Garp delivered the decisive blow. His fist, coated with both armament and Conqueror's haki, connected with Kaido's flaming dragon form, sending shockwaves rippling through the air as the future Emperor of the Sea was sent crashing to the ground, defeated at last by the indomitable marine hero. As Kaido's massive dragon form crashed onto the center of the island one last time, I could detect the subtle seismic shift due to Garp's final attack, and I quickly turned towards Bogard. Bogard-san, we should evacuate the island. The whole island is sinking. We only have a few minutes before it vanishes, I said, surprised that the island had held out for so long. I had expected it to sink much earlier, but it had endured until the end of the battle. Bogard swiftly ordered the Marines to evacuate, while all the pirates had already been secured on the ship. Within minutes, the entire Marine force was back on the ship, eagerly awaiting Garp's return. We had captured 2 of the Beast Pirates' ships. We only had to wait a couple of minutes when I saw Garp using Jeppo to traverse through the air. Our Marine ship was already a few hundred meters away from the sinking island, and Garp was now carrying the battered and broken unconscious Kaido like a dead dog. Thud! Garp unceremoniously threw the massive Kaido onto the warship's deck and landed next to us. As Garp stood beside the unconscious form of Kaido, his expression was unreadable. His eyes were clouded with a mixture of weariness and determination. I stepped forward, the weight of the situation heavy on my shoulders. "What should we do with him, Garp-san?" I asked, my voice tinged with urgency. "He's too dangerous to keep alive. We should end this now, before he escapes again." Garp's gaze flickered towards me, his brow furrowing slightly. "Shackle him in sea stone cuffs, and use additional sea stone restraints," he commanded, his voice firm. "Bogard, get in touch with HQ and share the information." Bogard nodded, reaching for a transponder snail to relay the message. As he conversed with headquarters, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease gnawing at me. This was my chance to rid the world of Kaido's tyranny once and for all. Or rather, I should say I wanted to try my luck if I could get the Uoyo Inomi model, Sarayu, once the fruit returns to the sea after Kaido's death. "Garp-san, we should consider," I began, my voice trailing off as I gathered my courage. "We should consider ending him now. You're one of the few who could execute him." Garp's gaze snapped to mine, his eyes flashing with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. "No," he stated firmly, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "He'll be sent to impel down." Disappointment washed over me like a wave crashing against the shore. "But Garp-san," I insisted, desperation creeping into my tone. "Sparing him will only lead to more bloodshed. How many more Marines will have to die before you realize that killing him is the only solution?" Garp's jaw clenched, his resolve unwavering. "Killing isn't always the answer," he replied, his voice heavy with emotion. "But what about the future?" I pressed, frustration bubbling within me. "He's escaped capture countless times before. Even among Marines, only you have strong enough hockey mastery to end him. We should do it now, before it's too late." Anger flared in Garp's eyes, his voice rising with intensity. "I said no," he shouted, his words echoing across the deck. "Killing him won't solve anything. We'll send him to impel down where he belongs." I recoiled at the force of his response, feeling a pang of regret for challenging him. But as Garp turned away, his gaze fixed on the horizon, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was making a grave mistake. And so, I didn't bother to push the matter any further. I knew I didn't possess the strength to kill even the fallen Kaido currently. After consuming the mythical Zoan fruit of the dragon, his already formidable body had been upgraded to a near-immortal level. Only someone with the highest level of haki could possibly deal a fatal blow, even to his base form. With my voice of all things, I could detect the monstrous rate at which his body was recovering. The combination of the mythical Zoan fruit and Kaido's natural physique was truly phenomenal. Even my own recovery abilities paled in comparison to what I was currently witnessing in Kaido's body. At the current rate, he should be able to completely regain his fighting strength in 2 to 3 days. With Garp's command, Kaido, the future emperor, was bound in sea stone shackles, and his body was wrapped with sea stone chains as an extra precaution. Dawn was already breaking when the fight ended, and in the next few minutes, the entire island had sunk, leaving no trace of its presence. "Garp-san, HQ has asked us to wait. They are sending a marine fleet to escort Kaido to impel down. We have been ordered to move in the direction of G9 base." Bogard relayed the information he received from Fleet Admiral Kong himself. I pondered over how much importance the world nobles gave to a user of the mythical dragon fruit. I guessed it was not their top priority if such a fruit was offered as a trophy during the native hunting competition. Garp simply nodded, still somewhat occupied due to my earlier words. Bogard quickly passed down orders to return to G9 Marine Base to hand over the prisoner. It was late in the evening when we encountered the large marine fleet consisting of 10 ships. Among them was a great battleship serving as its flagship, accompanied by 3 large warships, and the remaining ships being standard-sized marine battleships. Despite Garp's status as a vice admiral, equivalent to that of an admiral, he chose a large-sized warship that suited his needs over a super large-sized great battleship. Using my observation haki, I discerned the strength of the incoming fleet, detecting several strong presences. By my estimation, there were about 3 vice admiral-level figures among them. As the flagship came to a halt near our ship, a few figures jumped up to Garp's ship. Garp, standing leisurely on the deck, awaited the arrival of the other party. He also detected some unsavory presences among the Marines' fleet, including several CP agents garbed in crisp black suits alongside the standard Marines. Garp-san, here are the papers for prisoner transfer. We will take it over from here. One of the Marine vice admirals, whom I was not very familiar with, passed the document to Garp. Bogard, despite the vice admiral's disapproving look, picked it up and went through it. Garp still held a questioning look, as he had an inkling of what this was about. Dear, cherished readers, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your unwavering support. Your enthusiasm and encouragement have been the driving force behind my creative journey, propelling me to delve deeper into the realms of storytelling. For those of you who crave more, who yearn to immerse yourselves further into the narrative, I am thrilled to announce that advanced chapters are now available on my exclusive Patreon page. There, you'll uncover intricacies and developments beyond what's currently accessible, taking your reading experience to new heights. I cannot express enough how much your support means to me. It's because of you that I can continue to craft this tale that we've all grown to love. As of now, you can venture into the story up to Chapter 40, and rest assured, fresh chapters will grace my Patreon weekly, ensuring there's always something new to discover. Once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of this incredible journey. Together, let's keep the magic of storytelling alive and thriving. Warm regards. Garp-san, the order states that we are to hand over the prisoners and continue with our patrol mission in the New World. Bogard relayed the order they had received. Garp-san, the prisoners? The Vice Admiral questioned in an authoritative tone. Using my voice of all things, I was able to collect quite a few interesting details. As I honed my observation hockey, I unlocked more and more of its unique characteristics. Recently, I had started to read people's thoughts unless they had a strong enough will to resist. This power of mine was similar to Patrick Redfield's and Queen Odoheim's from Fishman Island. I understood that everyone in the prisoner escort fleet belonged to the world government faction. They didn't want Garp to receive credit for the capture of Kaido, and they also had a nefarious plan of letting Kaido go and blaming the Marines again for incompetence. I couldn't understand why the world government was planning such a scheme. Maybe they thought that after the recent fiasco with the Marines, they would need quite a few strong pirates to stir trouble in the New World, and Kaido was a prime candidate. They couldn't afford to have such a pirate locked down and impelled down. It wasn't that the world government lacked the power to deal with Kaido. It was simply because they didn't care. After taking down Roxy Zebek, the power balance had shifted in favor of the Marines, and the world government didn't want the Marines' prestige to grow significantly. Kaido is my prisoner. I will be part of the escort until he is safely deposited into Impel Down, Garp declared, showing no regard for the sheet of paper that Bogard had now returned to the Vice Admiral who led the fleet. Garp-san, these are orders from HQ. Are you going to disobey them? Or are you implying that my fleet is incapable of transporting a prisoner who is already bound in chains? The Vice Admiral fumed inwardly at the Marine hero's attitude. They were of the same rank, but he knew he couldn't challenge the man in front of him due to prestige, so he attempted to strong-arm Garp using the name of HQ's order. Do I look like I care? I did not ask for reinforcements, and I informed HQ for protocol's sake. I alone am capable of escorting my prisoner to Impel Down, Garp retorted adamantly, making his stance clear to everyone present. Just then, a man clad in a black suit stepped forward and handed a transponder snail to Garp. Garp, are you disobeying my orders? The order is clear. Transfer the prisoner over to the prisoner fleet, and I have sent you the latest intel regarding the whereabouts of Roger. Go and do your duty. Fleet Admiral Kong's voice echoed from the other side of the transponder. By the way, I saw the expression on the transponder snail. He seemed quite frustrated. Kong-san, this? Kaido has already escaped from similar situations multiple times. It's better that I accompany them to Impel Down to make sure there are no accidents, Garp argued, though he still maintained a level of respect for Kong. I couldn't help but snicker from the side regarding Garp's situation, as I had expected something similar to happen. Garp turned to glare at me, promising severe punishment later, but I simply shrugged it off. The scene was really funny for me, seeing how powerless the Marines appeared. No excuses, Garp. You're a vice admiral, so follow my orders. If you want to challenge my authority and overrule my order, you should at least be an admiral. Tell me, are you willing to accept the promotion? If not, just follow my orders, Kong barked, his irritation palpable. The vice admiral and the CP agent's faces contorted with displeasure as Kong offered Garp the option to accept the promotion, knowing full well there was no chance Garp would agree. Garp found himself caught in a dilemma, but ultimately he relented. He knew that there was only so much he could do with his current status as vice admiral, but he would absolutely not agree to become a lackey and serve as an admiral at the beck and call of the world nobles. Bogard, have them transfer all the prisoners over to the prisoner fleet, and make sure to get it in writing that the transfer has been completed. Ensure all the documents are complete before the transfer. I do not want anyone blaming us if something untoward happens later. Garp instructed firmly, fully aware of the ulterior motives of the individuals who had arrived regarding Kaido. He was determined to wash his hands of the matter entirely. Garp-san, I am sure this is not really necessary. After all, we are all Marines. Don't you trust us? The vice admiral quickly wanted to intervene, fearing that if he agreed to what Garp suggested, the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders once Kaido escaped. While he was a supporter of the world government faction, he knew that if Garp took this action, he would become the scapegoat for letting such a dangerous prisoner escape. You can either sign the documents, or you can directly explain to the fleet admiral why you are not following proper procedures and signing the necessary documents. I'm sure Kong Sin heard everything I said. You can explain it to him, Garp stated firmly, passing the transponder snail over to the vice admiral, who hesitated before ordering his subordinates to complete the paperwork and transfer. However, the CP agent paid no heed to the vice admiral's predicament. His gaze searched for something on Garp's warship, and when his eyes fell on me, he stepped forward and pulled out a letter, presenting it to me with both arms as if I were some aristocrat. The elders wanted me to personally deliver this letter to you, he said, before returning to their warship. I was confused as to why the elders were sending me a letter. Though I was curious, I controlled myself and kept the letter in my marine coat, continuing to observe the prisoner transport. Garp eyed me curiously, but seeing that I hadn't opened the letter yet, he returned his attention to the prisoner transfer. It took nearly an hour to complete the procedure, meticulously orchestrated under Garp's watchful eye. Bogard ensured that every protocol was followed to the letter, leaving no room for error. Even the sea stone cuffs were replaced with those brought by the prisoner's ship, a precautionary measure to avoid any potential blame for faulty restraints. As the meticulous process unfolded, it became increasingly clear to everyone aboard Garp's ship that a political game was afoot, and the vice admiral's defeated expression spoke volumes about who emerged victorious. I trust you'll safely escort the prisoner back to Impel Down. If not, be cautious. Your heads might be on the chopping block. Bogard's taunt left a palpable chill in the air, a subtle reminder of the consequences awaiting any misstep. With the prisoner successfully transferred, Garp wasted no time. Armed with new intelligence regarding Roger's whereabouts, our ship swiftly set sail in pursuit of the elusive Roger pirates. As we sailed towards our new destination, I found myself perched in my usual spot on the warship's railing, engrossed in the letter addressed to me by the elders. Unlike most 10-year-olds who might have been easily swayed, I possessed a deeper understanding of the elders' true nature. While the world perceived them as the highest governing body, my dual existence and insights from the canon revealed otherwise. The world government's displayed strength was merely a facade. Few comprehended the true might wielded by each elder, let alone the hidden forces concealed from public knowledge. Perhaps only Emu grasped the full extent of the world government's true power. The letter held a tempting promise: reinstatement as a celestial dragon upon making significant contributions. It presented me with two paths: join the CP organization, where I anticipated they would attempt to indoctrinate me, or remain within the Marines as their lackey. They pledged ample resources to facilitate my ascent to the rank of admiral, even dangling the coveted position of Fleet Admiral should I prove myself worthy. However, the timing of their offer left me pondering. Little had changed within Doflamingo's sphere of influence, and while our Don Quixote family flourished, it hardly warranted the elders' attention. It dawned on me that perhaps it was my potential and rapid growth that had captured their interest. Despite my tender age, my strength rivaled that of a top-class rear admiral, excluding outliers like Bogart. Perhaps my recent skirmish with King had showcased my prowess, leading Garp's new Marine soldiers, or rather spies, to relay word of my abilities to their superiors. A smirk played on my lips as I contemplated their intentions. They underestimated me, treating me as a mere child to be manipulated. Yet, I saw an opportunity to exploit their offer for personal gain. The wealth and resources of the world nobles were unmatched, and I would be a fool to reject such an opportunity. It would serve as recompense for my humiliation at Mariewa, a subtle reminder that even the mighty elders were not beyond my reach. As I pondered the myriad ways to exploit the elders' offer, my observation haki alerted me to Garp's approach. He settled beside me on the railing, casting a glance at the letter in my hand, but refraining from questioning me, despite his evident curiosity. I couldn't help but smile, downplaying the importance of the letter despite its significance. Garp-san, it seems like quite a few roaches have boarded your ship under the guise of Marine soldiers. Transferring some veterans to Dragon-sen has created quite an opening for these bugs, I remarked playfully, swinging my leg leisurely over the railing, relishing the cool sea breeze. Garp's expression shifted slightly at the mention of spies, and he turned to me with a questioning look. Without hesitation, I passed him the letter, as I harbored no reservations about sharing the elder's offer with him. Reluctant at first, Garp perused the contents of the letter, but soon a chuckle escaped him in amusement. Through our time together, Garp had come to understand the depth of my disdain for the world nobles, despite my birth into their ranks. Though I concealed my hatred outwardly, Garp could sense the seething resentment within me, fueled by Doflamingo's own suffering at the hands of the world nobles. I masked this animosity, biding my time until I possessed enough strength to unleash it upon them. "So what have you decided, kid? Going to take their offer?" Garp inquired, amused by the elders' unwitting generosity. They had offered to provide the little monster with all the resources needed for his growth, a task Garp had been shouldering personally until now. While it was seldom discussed openly, the truth was that the stronger one aimed to become, the greater the resources required for their nurturing. In the real world, unlike in canon, such details were crucial. Even the most formidable pirate powerhouses allocated the majority of their loot toward maintaining their peak fighting condition. Well, why not? If they're offering to nurture me, who am I to deny them? All I need to do is grow stronger under your tutelage, learn everything you can teach me, and comfortably resign from the Marines. Isn't that my initial goal? I declared jovially, though I aimed to maintain modesty to avoid angering the Marine hero with my words. "Kid, you're still harboring thoughts about quitting the Marines? Are you itching for a beating?" Garp couldn't help but admonish me upon hearing my suggestion of leaving the Marines eventually. "Garp-san, don't you think you should be more worried about the moles on your ship?" I teased Garp, knowing that, like me, he detested the world nobles. Having the world government place spies on a ship was not something he would accept lightly. Hello, dear readers. I would like to know what your thoughts about MC getting a devil fruit is, if he should get one or not. If yes, then what would be a good fit? Even non-canon fruit can be considered. Please share me your thoughts on comments. Thank you above is an extra chapter for today. Lavneal, North Blue. Within the confines of a huge mansion controlled by one of the big shots of the underworld in North Blue stood a majestic room where the young Doflamingo, who was currently 12 years old, was leisurely going through a children's storybook. Interest was evident in his eyes as he absorbed the tale. Standing next to him was Senor, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, standing like an unwavering statue with no change in his expression. The door adjoining the room opened, and a tall man dressed in a crisp blue suit, followed by two burly goons who towered close to 4 meters, entered. He took his seat on the main chair, opposite the table where Daffy was seated. An array of rifles were neatly arranged on the table. Doflamingo was here to discuss some business and potentially buy a devil fruit from the underground big shot rumored to possess one in the underground market. The Tales of Nolan the Liar. It was quite an interesting book to read. Here in Lavneal, every child knows the story. Oh yes, I completely forgot that you were a child too, the underground leader commented with a smirk as if mocking Doffy, while his two goons chuckled. Doflamingo kept his composure, disregarding the man's comment, and addressed him. I'm here as per your request. I understand that you want to discuss and sign a large-scale deal with us regarding the latest weapons that my Don Quixote family produces, and you have also offered a certain devil fruit that you possess as part of the deal. Haha. Child, you sure are impatient. But I must say, your family really did hit the jackpot when it came to these latest models of weapons. What are they called? Oh yeah, semi-automatic rifles. They sure are beautiful, the leader said, picking up one of the rifles arranged for display and demonstration from the table. He caressed the weapon as if he were caressing his lover, and one could see the greed in his eyes. Senor wanted to retaliate for mocking Doflamingo, but Doflamingo simply placed the book back down and gestured for Senor to hold back. Originally, I did have an intention to make a deal with your Don Quixote family, but then, after seeing you, I somewhat changed my decision. Why should I buy things from you when I could take everything that you own? Kid, you should know that in this world, strength is everything. How can you be so stupid to personally come into my turf without any precaution? The underworld leader chuckled as he placed the weapon back and started laughing mischievously, failing to notice that Doflamingo and Senor's expressions didn't show any signs of panic. Don't worry, kid. This room is completely soundproof, so no one outside will hear your screams. I suggest that you hand over all the blueprints for these weapons and all your assets. I have heard that your family has made quite a fortune in recent days. So, I suggest that if you don't want to suffer, just hand everything over. The man pulled out a revolver from his desk and placed it on the table. The two goons behind him smirked at Doflamingo and Senor. Within a few seconds, more than a dozen intimidating-looking goons poured into the room and stood guard near all the doors, closing off all avenues of escape. Ha 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 ha. Senor, why is it that every time we come across such fools? I can't wait to grow strong enough to get to the new world. I offer them a fair trade, and they don't want to take it. The fat bastard even has the audacity to talk about strength. Disregarding the atmosphere in the room, Doffy laughed loudly at the stupidity of the underground big shot. Master Doffy, would you like me to dispose of them? Senor questioned Doffy, as if the people surrounding them were irrelevant. The leader stood up angrily, picking up the pistol and pointing it at Doffy. Kid, you sure are audacious. I don't think you still understand the severity of the situation. Let me show you what you've gotten yourself into, he said, directing the pistol toward Senor and pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The leader fired a series of shots, but contrary to everyone's expectations, 3 goons within the room fell like broken puppets as none of the bullets connected with Senor. Senor simply twitched his fingers, and the 2 large goons standing behind the man drew their weapons and started attacking the rest of the goons. Aya, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? The other goons desperately tried to dodge and defend, but a few more gunshots were fired by their leader, effectively killing a few more goons. What the hell? What's happening to me? The leader panicked. His body was moving even without his own control, shooting his own subordinates. And when the 2 burly goons had killed all the remaining goons, Senor simply made a swiping gesture, and a thin string cut off the heads of both the goons. The leader was still holding onto his pistol, which was already empty, looking at the devils in front of him. He knew uttering a single wrong word would be his end, so he carefully moved his foot onto the panic button he had set on his side of the table and pressed it. You don't have to worry. No one is going to come to your rescue. Shall we start our meeting like I intended? Originally, I wanted to trade like a good businessman, but then you had to push your luck. Well, let's forget that. Tell me, where is the devil fruit that you promised me? Doffy questioned. The leader still had terror written all over his face, but he still held a string of hope, thinking backup would come. But then he heard one of the doors click. He instinctively wanted to think it was his men, but then a tall man wearing a crimson-colored suit, holding a blade dripping with blood, casually entered the room. "Daffy, the entire mansion is clear. Sorry, I couldn't find the devil fruit anywhere, but I did find their vault. They seem to have quite the wealth accumulated." Diamante chuckled while he leisurely used the shirt of the now dead goon to wipe clean his blade. "You, don't you dare do anything to me. I am part of the underworld organization. The entire underground will come after your head if you harm me. Spare me, and I will let bygones be bygones." The leader knew that everything was lost. His mansion had more than 200 goons, and if the tall man had come here, that means he must have passed through everyone, and he even had accessed their family vault. Daffy made a gesture towards Senor, and with a simple flick, an ear of the underworld big shot flew into the air. "Ah, my ear, my ear." The man started rolling on the floor in pain. "SSSSSHHH. Did I give you permission to speak? Your voice is annoying. You'd better shut up before you lose your other ear," Daffy commented while smirking, and the man quickly covered his mouth and started sobbing. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way. All I need is the devil fruit that you promised. Hand it over, and we will be on our way. You have a minute." Daffy, although a child, carried himself with majesty, and the recent years had toughened him up, so such things did not faze him as he knew how this world worked. The man scrambled onto his feet with fear etched all over his face and quickly started fidgeting around the chair he was sitting on. He pushed away the chair with all his might and tore away the carpet in all haste, revealing a safe that was perfectly lined so that it aligned with the floor. Even Daffy was surprised by the man's ingenuity. No wonder I couldn't find a fruit despite searching the whole mansion. You have always been sitting on top of it like a chicken. Weird fella." Diamante couldn't help but mock. In the meantime, the man quickly opened the safe and retrieved a small chest, running towards where Daffy was seated and presenting the chest while on his knees. "Master, please spare my life." After passing the chest and its key, the man started profusely begging while knocking his head on the floor. However, Daffy didn't care about the man's actions. Click! The little chest opened with a resounding click, and Daffy opened the box carefully. Within the chest lay a single fruit, a pear-shaped, gray-colored fruit with spiral patterns and a blood-red stalk. "It sure is a logia fruit. I didn't believe the fool would really hold a logia fruit and not use it." Daffy couldn't help but chuckle. Daffy now had decent knowledge regarding most devil fruits because of the information Ross had shared. The fruit in front of him was the logia type soot fruit. The man who had been begging Daffy was shocked when he heard the fruit was a legendary logia type devil fruit. He had only come into possession of this fruit recently and had yet to discern the type of fruit it was. So when Daffy disclosed it was a logia fruit, his face showed immense greed despite his dire situation. He quickly pounced forward to grab the fruit from Daffy's hand and consume it. But before he could reach Daffy, he was completely trapped by metal-like strings. Senor simply clenched his fist, and the man got sliced into multiple pieces right before everyone's eyes. "Senor, your control over the string fruit is quite exquisite." Daffy couldn't help but comment. It had been only a year since Senor consumed the string fruit that was originally intended for Daffy, but Senor had been mastering his string powers at a very fast pace, which made Daffy praise him. "Here," Daffy tossed the logia fruit towards Diamante, who was waiting by the side. "I know my brother has promised you good devil fruit. I'm sure this fruit will be a good match for you." Despite having found quite a few devil fruits, Daffy has yet to consume one. Diamante caught the logia fruit deftly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he examined the mysterious fruit in his hand. The weight of its power felt tangible, almost intoxicating. However, he quickly collected himself. "No, Daffy, why don't you keep this alongside the flame fruit? This way, you and Ross will have a logia-type fruit. We don't know if we can really get the rumble fruit. We still haven't gotten any updates from Treble and Skypea, and he and his team have already been searching for more than a month." Diamante shared his thoughts regarding the soot fruit. Although Treble had taken a team and reached Skypea using the High West, They needed to be absolutely careful regarding the devil fruit, because Daffy could only trust Treble and not all the goons that worked under him. So the search has been going at a snail's pace. Their only comforting thought was that the lightning fruit had been lost for centuries, so no one would recognize it. But one cannot judge human greed, so they had left the rest to luck. Haha, Diamante, you underestimate my brother. Although he hasn't shared his opinion regarding devil fruits, I know he is not someone who would go after just any fruit. Not that this fruit is inferior or anything, but he has his pride. He will only go after the best, and if not for me, he would have coveted the lightning Logia. And I intend to do something about it. Daffy reminisced about his brother, who had given him so much information that it even shocked Daffy to his core. But Daffy never once chose to question his brother since the day what happened at Mary Geos. If there was one person Daffy would believe in this world wholeheartedly, then it would be Rosinante. Diamante, you don't have to worry about Ross. I will keep the flame fruit for my brother in case we cannot find the lightning fruit. And it's still too early for me to eat a devil fruit. I prefer to hone my haki to a decent standard before I consume a devil fruit. So go ahead and eat it. Our family still lacks strong fighters. After you eat this fruit, we can start challenging the mafia powers in North Blue. You will sure have your work cut out for you. Daffy chuckled while explaining the situation to Diamante. After a few moments of deliberation, Diamante finally resolved himself and took a bite of the devil fruit. Yuck, this sure tastes nasty, Diamante commented as he took another bite into the fruit. Although they knew they only needed a single bite under Daffy's insistence, everyone in the family who consumed devil fruit made a point to consume the complete fruit. Diamante said, I remember you mocking me when I ate the devil fruit, saying how bad can a fruit taste. Senor smirked while making fun of Diamante, who was now almost gagging. So, how do you feel, Diamante? Any changes? Daffy questioned regarding Diamante's current status. However, Diamante simply drew his pistol and fired a shot through his outstretched palm. Bang! Oh, so this is the famed elementalization of a Logia. It sure is crazy. Diamante admired the hole that was quickly closing up, feeling no discomfort or pain due to the bullet. Diamante, don't make the same mistake as other Logia users. You aren't invincible just because you ate a Logia fruit. You should know there are ways to counter Logia, so you need to redouble your efforts regarding haki to not fall back. Ross has also advised me to somehow acquire Sea Stone, so that our devil fruit users can start resistance training in tandem, so that we won't be caught off guard in the future, Daffy cautioned, despite being happy for Diamante. He shared his words of caution as he saw Diamante slipping into the mindset of most Logia users, which made him remember what his brother once said to him. Logia, users who think they're invincible tend to have short lifespans. Haha, Daffy, I know. I was just getting used to my new powers. I think we should leave before we are besieged by the Lavneal Kingdom's army and marines. I'm sure this bastard had some connection with them. Diamante gestured towards the now split body of the fallen underworld big shot and snickered. Yes, let's leave. We have quite a lot of work to take care of, Daffy stated, getting up while making sure to pick up the children's book of Liar Noland and walking out of the room, followed by Senor and Diamante. New world. As I pushed myself up into a handstand, I could feel the immense weight pressing against my whole body because I was also carrying a ton of weight using my legs. 9612, 9,613, 9,614. The strain was intense, but I pushed through it, determined to reach my goal. Each repetition felt like lifting a mountain, but I knew that was how I'd become stronger, how I'd conquer the challenges that awaited me in the new world. With each push, I could feel the muscles in my legs, arms, and core working tirelessly, propelling me upward against the resistance. I am currently immersed in my training routine, as usual. This had become my norm, as most of my time was either spent sparring, training, or fighting with pirates. Recently, I have come to realize that my physique is becoming a limitation in my pursuit of haki, especially my armament haki. Since I had unlocked the basic workings of a mission, an advanced form of armament haki, my armament haki hadn't been increasing. Upon consulting Garp, I realized the issue. My physical body and stamina couldn't support any more armament hockey. If I needed to strengthen it, then I needed to increase my physique or allow my body to grow completely as my age progresses. When Garp realized that I had touched the threshold of the mission at the age of 10, he had advised me to concentrate more on my physique and increase my overall vitality for the time being. So recently, I have immersed myself in physique-enhancing training and swordsmanship. Shit, how can a child eat so much? My back's aching from all that cooking. He literally ate an entire sea king in one sitting. Our lieutenant sure is a monster. A cook from Garp's ship couldn't help but complain. In the recent days since I had started working on my physique, their burden has increased drastically. But I did not care. When I had an avenue to eat tasty and nutritious food, why would I miss it? So, I regularly caught sea kings for my meal and passed them to the kitchen. It sure was the right decision to learn Same Kicken, life return. It helped me quickly absorb all the nutrition from the massive amount of food that I ate. I can now proudly say that even Canon Luffy was no match for my appetite. Maybe the only person I thought might be able to beat me when it comes to eating is probably Big Mom herself. SSSSHHH. You moron, are you dumb? Do you know how strong Lieutenant Ross is? He can fight fearsome pirates head-on. There are quite a few people he has saved on this ship, so you better watch what you say. And it's our job as cooks to serve as much food as he eats. A senior cook admonished the other, who was feeling exhausted about cooking for me. What most people on the ship didn't realize was that I could hear everything that went on within the ship. As part of my training, I always kept my observation hockey and armament hockey active. Despite consuming a large amount of stamina, this method made it easier to hone my hockey and also increased my hockey quality and quantity. I knew for a fact that the new cook was a CP agent who had joined Garp's ship during the last recruitment. I'd already found out about every rat that was on Garp's ship. Being able to read people's emotions and thoughts was a massive advantage in this bloodthirsty world. I hadn't even shared this newfound ability of observation hockey with Garp yet, nor did I intend to share it with him. As for the spies, Garp had already started weeding them out one by one, so I did not intervene. I had to commend how thorough and efficient these CP agents were. If I did not have all my overwhelming abilities like emotion sensing and the voice of all things, there was no way I could have found these rodents so easily. Just as I was thinking of these things, I detected a flying slash in my direction. I quickly dropped the barbell weights on my leg and transitioned quickly, sending out a Renkyaku to clash with the incoming sword attack. The two attacks clashed midair and dispersed, and I quickly stood up as I knew it was Bogard who was testing my awareness. After he started teaching me swordsmanship, he always had a habit of launching such attacks randomly to hone my instincts. He didn't even forego the time I used to rest. He would even randomly attack when I was asleep. He wanted me to keep my guard up even during sleep, and I kind of agreed with his mindset. Not bad, kid. Your instincts are quite sharp. I had even masked my presence to launch that attack, but it seems like you can now detect my presence even if I try to hide it. Bogard was delighted to see his student have such keen senses. For a swordsman, his senses were paramount. They should be able to detect every minute change within their surroundings. Maybe you will soon surpass me, kid. Bogard sheathed his sword and started walking towards me. I used my towel to quickly wipe off the sweat from my body. I could detect the sadness in Bogard's eyes as he laid his gaze upon the slave symbol on my back. Everyone within the ship knew that I carried the mark of a celestial dragon slave, but none of them had ever dared to question me about it. Only Garp and Bogard knew the truth of the matter, which I'm sure they must have received from Kong. It wasn't like I couldn't hide the mark, but I kept it as a reminder. The last time a bounty hunter tried to capture me in one of the port towns for the slave mark on my back, I had beaten him to within an inch of his life and hung him from a post so that the entire port town could admire my handiwork. Doesn't that bother you? Bogard asked, knowing what that mark symbolized. Not really, Bogard-san. I was weak back then. I couldn't retaliate. I only blame my weakness. Even now, it reminds me every day that I am weak and that I can be at the mercy of others at any moment. It motivates me to become stronger with each breath. If not, I will end up in a similar situation. I shared my thoughts with my swordsmanship master. Bogard understood my reasoning and did not question me further regarding the matter. HQ has confirmed Roger Pirate's current location. They are currently in Saints Island. Bogard shared the new, updated information regarding our target, or rather, Garp's target. Saints Island? Isn't that? I quickly recalled the information regarding Saints Island in the New World. Similar to how Drum Kingdom was famous for its medicine in the Paradise half of the Grand Line, Saints Island was a place dedicated to the healing arts within the New World. Because of their neutrality, none of the pirates dared cause any trouble in this hallowed land, as they treated everyone without discrimination. Any pirate who caused trouble, they would be quickly eliminated by the other pirates because, unlike Marines and the world government, who could have access to high-class medical care, pirates only had limited options. Saints Island was a safe haven that even the world government hesitated to touch because it was within the New World, and the backlash would be huge. Bogard-san, did the Roger Pirates have any big clashes with Shiki or any other powerhouses of the New World recently? I couldn't help but inquire, because if the Roger Pirates had to visit Saints Island, it meant the issue was serious. This must be around the time when Roger discovered his illness. If not, the only other reason could be that someone in the crew was seriously injured, but I was much more sure it was because of the former reason. Roger was sick, and this would start to change everything in the future, like an avalanche. No, we don't have any reports of such large-scale clashes. Although Shiki's fleet has had some minor skirmishes with Roger Pirates, nothing major has happened. Bogard, as someone who manages all the information on behalf of Garp, was privy to most of the intelligence from HQ. So, is Garp-sensei going to wait for backup, or is he planning to lunge headfirst in a battle this time as well? I couldn't help but ask because every time we fought against the Roger Pirates, Garp would become a different monster altogether. It was close to an obsession for Garp to capture Roger. However, sometimes he forgets to consider that most of Roger's crewmates were monsters themselves. Despite our larger numbers, without proper backup from Admiral-level fighters like Sengoku or Zephyr, restricting them was an impossible task. This was one of the major reasons that Garp was never able to corner the Roger Pirates efficiently. Even if Garp and Sengoku besieged the Roger Pirates together, with the likes of Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, Scopper Gabon, and many more, unless Roger wanted to fight to the death against Garp, there were really zero chances of cornering the Roger Pirates with just Garp's squadron. Garp was acutely aware of this reality better than anyone, yet he still chose to confront Roger and his gang. Each time, it would erupt into an epic clash that lasted for days. The saving grace was that most of the powerhouses within the Roger Pirates chose not to target the weaker Marine soldiers. When Roger and Garp clashed, most just watched from the sidelines, as if Garp's crew and the Roger Pirates had formed a tacit understanding. Even when they clashed under Garp's orders, the fight was to restrain the enemies because he knew that if their entire crew fought to the death, perhaps only Bogard might survive, while the rest, including me, would surely perish. It wasn't that I hadn't cross-sword with monsters like Rayleigh to measure the gap between us, but every time, he would simply swat me away like a fly. The difference was like a gaping chasm, unfathomable and daunting. "Wait, are you deep in thought, Ross?" Bogard couldn't help but ask, noticing my contemplative demeanor. "The tides will soon start to shift, Bogard-san. The world is changing," I replied, collecting my training equipment, including all the weights, and walking towards my designated cabin to prepare for another encounter with the Roger Pirates. It took us another 3 days to reach Saints Island, and luckily for us, HQ had notified us that the Roger Pirates had yet to leave the island. As we approached the island, I observed a remarkable sight. A large number of ships lay anchored along its shores. Most of these ships bore the Jolly Roger of pirates, while others belonged to certain kingdoms and merchant vessels. However, unlike other pirate-infested islands where chaos and violence reigned, Saints Island exuded an air of tranquility. Amidst the array of ships, my attention was immediately drawn to a majestic vessel, the Oro Jackson. This 3-masted galleon stood out with its imposing presence and intricate design. Its sails billowed in the wind, and its hull gleamed in the sunlight, showcasing the craftsmanship that went into its construction. The Oro Jackson would later become renowned throughout the world as the only ship to have traveled across the entire globe. As it was a neutral island, Garp also did not want to create any sort of conflict. Our marine warship came to a stop a mile away from the port, adhering to this principle. The pirates on the island had also noticed the imposing marine warship anchored a mile away from the shore of Saints Island. I had already detected movements on the Oro Jackson using my observation hockey, but I was certain that the Roger pirates were already aware of the identity of this marine warship despite its broken figurehead. Within a few minutes, the Oro Jackson raised its sails and slowly started moving in the direction of our ship. As the Oro Jackson drew closer, Garp stood at the forefront, mentally prepared for a potential conflict. I spotted Joel D. Roger, the future Pirate King, majestically standing on the Oro Jackson's railing, carrying Ace on his hip. Roger's presence was commanding, exuding an aura of authority and power that seemed to envelop the entire ship. His legendary status was evident in every movement, every glance, as if he was a force of nature personified. As the Oro Jackson drew nearer, I could see Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King, standing tall and imposing on the ship's railing. His presence commanded respect and awe, with an aura of authority that seemed to radiate from him. Ace, his cutlass, rested casually on his hip, a testament to the bond between them. But it wasn't just Roger who caught my attention. His first mate, Rayleigh, stood beside him, his expression cautious as he eyed Garp and the rest of our crew. I could sense an air of tension emanating from him, as if he was wary of the potential consequences of a confrontation with Garp. "Roger, are you sure about fighting Garp now?" Rayleigh whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of the waves. "We still haven't ascertained your current condition. It wouldn't be wise for you to clash with Garp before we exactly figure out what's wrong with your body. And if the Marines knew, then it would become troublesome." Roger's laughter rang out, carrying across the distance between our ships. "Ha ha, Rayleigh, you've disclosed the information yourself despite being so cautious," he remarked, his eyes flickering towards me with uncanny precision. I felt a chill run down my spine as our gazes met, as if I was being weighed down by the entirety of the ocean itself. Yet, I refused to back down, meeting his gaze head-on despite the sweat beading on my back. "Roger," Garp's booming voice echoed through the air, and the overwhelming pressure on me receded like a retreating tide. In that brief moment, the vast difference between us became glaringly apparent. He was an absolute monster, much like Garp himself. "Garp, you've certainly found yourself quite the recruit," Roger remarked with a hearty laugh. "He's grown remarkably strong since our last encounter. Perhaps he'll hit it off with Shanks and Buggy here, huh?" I remained composed, fully aware of Roger's ability to detect any of my advanced observation hockey techniques that helped me read emotions and thoughts. Even the voice of all things was off-limits in his presence. However, despite the risk, curiosity got the better of me, and I attempted to eavesdrop on Rayleigh's conversation. It confirmed what I suspected. Roger was indeed sick, and they had only recently discovered it. If the canon knowledge held true, Crocus would soon join the Roger pirates to aid in Roger's recovery. Observing Shanks and Buggy, Roger's two apprentices aboard the Oro Jackson, brought back memories of our clashes during confrontations between Roger and Garp. Each encounter lasted for days, with both sides battling relentlessly for supremacy. Shanks, a celestial dragon possibly from the Fur Garland family, had been discovered by Roger in a chest after the God Valley incident. He would go on to become one of the future Yonko and play a significant role in Luffy's journey as a pirate. Despite being born in the same year as me, the current Shanks still fell short in comparison. He had yet to fully harness his potential as a powerhouse. However, it was another newcomer to the Roger pirates who truly caught my attention, Douglas Bullet. According to the canon, Buggy had started a rumor that he was someone who could clash evenly with the Dark King himself. I harbored doubts about such a ridiculous claim. Maybe Rayleigh was just playing around so as not to hurt the teen's ego. The current bullet who stood before me was a teen around 16 or 17 years old. Yet, a part of me longed for a confrontation, eager to measure myself against an opponent so consumed by combat. Perhaps it was my intense fighting intent that drew the attention of Douglas Bullet, who turned nonchalantly to face me, a creepy smile curling his lips. "Oi, Bullet, be careful. That kid's not like your average Marine trainee." Even Roger praises him for his tenacity and talent, Scopper Gaban remarked from his perch on a wine barrel, noting the exchange between Bullet and me. Roger has offered him a spot on our ship more than once, despite him being Garp's protege. Bullet's gaze grew more intense as he absorbed Gaban's words. In his mind, Roger was the only opponent worth his attention, and everyone else was insignificant. He had joined the Roger Pirates solely for the opportunity to face Roger in combat, and hearing that even Roger had praised me ignited his battle lust like a raging tornado. Roger, unperturbed by the exchange, was curious to see how much I had grown in recent months. He didn't intervene, as long as the skirmish didn't escalate into a death match. "Roger, I have no intention of disturbing the peace on this neutral island. If you're not a coward, follow me. I found a good spot with a chain of islands where we can go all out without holding back," Garp declared, goading Roger into a confrontation. Sensing something amiss in Rayleigh's reaction, Garp wanted to ensure that Roger engaged in battle rather than attempting to flee. "Very well, Garp. We can fight to our heart's content. No one will intervene. I hope you'll join our banquet after the fight," Roger replied with a hearty laugh. "And perhaps you can bring the kid along." With a few instructions from Garp, the Marine ship began to move towards the designated battlefield, followed closely by the Oro Jackson. Garp had already received multiple calls from Kong, which he chose to ignore, urging him to wait for reinforcements. But both Sengoku and Zephyr were occupied, and Kong himself couldn't make a sudden move so deep into the New World. So I knew the so-called reinforcements would take a long time, and Garp was not patient enough to wait such a long time. "So you want to fight him?" Bogard's voice came from my side, indicating that he too sensed the battle intent emanating from me. I began undoing my sword belt and handed it over to Bogard, who shot me a questioning look at my action. "Oh, I'm just worried that those monsters would end up killing me if I cut down one of their own. My blade is meant for killing. I'd rather fight him with my fists. People might forget that I am Garp-san's student if I rely too much on my sword," I explained. I knew that killing Douglas was not an option. I couldn't disrupt the fragile balance that Garp and Roger had established, nor was I foolish enough to believe I could challenge someone as formidable as the Dark King and the rest. Bogard squinted his eyes and gave me an ugly look as I handed him my sword. As my swordsmanship instructor, everything I had learned about blades during my time in the Marines had come from him. "I'm fine, but don't you dare lose. You know how Garp-san will punish you if you fail," Bogard warned. He understood how much I had grown in strength and could also vaguely estimate the power of the young man challenging me. Thus, he had an idea of who would likely emerge victorious in the fight. On the Oro Jackson, everyone eagerly observed the preparations for the upcoming confrontation, with one exception: Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates. He entertained the idea of silencing me, knowing that I had eavesdropped on their secret about Roger's condition. However, he ultimately shook his head and sighed. "Rayleigh, don't try anything stupid. Garp will hunt you to the end of this world if you harm the child under his protection. Even I may not be able to save you from his wrath if you cross that line." Roger cautioned his friend, understanding his first mate's line of thought. He knew Garp's fierce determination to protect those dear to him, a trait shared by both of them. I also believe that the kid will play a huge role in the future, perhaps even changing the balance of the entire world. "I believe he is destined for greatness," Roger added, casually tapping his friend's shoulder while laughing. In doing so, he subtly conveyed his thoughts, urging Rayleigh not to target me. "TCH, Roger, I'm not that heartless to target a child because of your stubbornness. Is this fight really necessary? We could just leave. Garp is only a single ship and can't stop us. With our ship's speed, we could be away from here before more Marines arrive." "But no, you have to go ahead and clash with your Marine friend, even before you ascertain what kind of disease is ailing your body," Rayleigh lamented. Having been with Roger since the beginning, he understood his friend's nature. If it was a challenge, Roger wouldn't back down. Haha, where's the fun in that, really? One must never run away from a fight, and for all we know, I'm simply being affected by a different type of cold, Roger remarked with a chuckle. He understood that his friend was worried about him, especially since the doctors at the infamous Saint Island were unable to diagnose his condition. Instinctively, Roger knew there was something wrong with his body, but for the time being, he brushed it off as a simple ailment to avoid worrying Rayleigh further. Whatever, just take care of your body. Don't drag the fight on for too long. If I feel we're being encircled by Marines later, I'll pull you back into the ship and leave immediately. Is that understood? Rayleigh's tone turned stern as he issued a warning to his friend, fully aware of Roger's tendencies. Fine, I get it. I haven't had a decent fight in the past couple of months. Garp sure knows when to come knocking. Ha ha, Roger replied, his tone light as he quickly jumped in the direction of the island where Garp had left earlier. As Garp and Roger moved towards the largest island chosen as their battleground, I found myself facing the young Douglas Bullet, my opponent. The island we selected for the fight was close to where the ships were anchored. Although the island was of medium size, it would suffice for our clash. Kid, give up now before we start. I tend to go all out against all my opponents, so if you value your life, heed my words. Bullet warned, tossing aside the coat he was wearing and standing with his bare upper body facing me. In response, I mirrored his actions, removing the marine shirt I was wearing. A collective gasp rippled through the spectators who had decided to witness our fight, while most others chose to focus on Roger and Garp's battle. I was aware of the reason for their gasps. It was the mark on my back. However, I paid no mind to their reactions. I simply wanted to flex. Fighting Garp had never given me a feeling of superiority, as he always knocked me down when I felt arrogant about my strength. But now I had a chance to show off, and I intended to make the most of it to carve out a name for myself. Ready or not, pirate, here I come, I whispered, then immediately used Soru and flickered in front of Bullet. He didn't expect me to go on the offensive from the start, and though he momentarily faltered, he quickly crossed his arms. Just before I made contact with my fist, he instinctively coated his arms with hockey. Boom! My fist, clad in hockey, connected with his crossed arms, sending a shockwave that caught many spectators by surprise, including Bullet himself. Despite blocking my attack, Bullet flew through the air and crashed into the forest behind him, toppling quite a few trees in the process. Fiyu, what a monster! The kid has grown even stronger since the last time we met. Scopper Gabon, who had surprisingly chosen to observe my fight, whistled loudly as I sent Bullet flying through the air. Bullet, having crashed, stood up, pushing aside a fallen tree. He dusted himself off and eyed me with a glint in his eyes. Being new to Roger's crew, he didn't know about me. Initially, he thought I was just bluffing, but now he realized I'm not mere talk. Kid, you are good. You already have such dense hockey at such a young age. No wonder Roger praises your talent. Come, then, let's see how much of a genius you are. Bullet rushed forward, coating his arm with hockey. He had yet to use his devil fruit powers, believing it beneath him to do so against a kid at least half a dozen years younger than him. As Bullet rushed forward with momentum and punched, I simply tilted my head to dodge, countering with a ferocious jab, Busashoka Koka, aiming for Bullet's chest. However, he dodged with surprising agility. His movements were fluid like water. Undeterred, I followed up with a swift hook, aiming for his head, but he blocked it effortlessly, his arms coated in a shimmering hockey of his own. Rapid strike, I shouted, unleashing a barrage of hockey-clad punches, each one aimed with precision. Bullet countered with a series of punches of his own, his attacks coming fast and furious. We traded blows, the sound of impact echoing through the air like thunder. With a burst of energy, I launched myself into the air, flipping over Bullet's head and landing behind him with a graceful thud. I appeared behind Bullet, despite his observation hockey was on. Rankyako, I cried out, my foot connecting with Bullet's back with enough force to send him stumbling forward. Seizing the opportunity, I followed up with a powerful uppercut, aiming for his chin. Meteor punch! I exclaimed as my fist connected, the impact sending Bullet flying through the air. He crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, but to my surprise, within seconds he sprang back to his feet with a fierce growl and spat. "Is that all you've got?" Bullet taunted, his eyes burning with determination and anger. I expected more from someone whom Roger himself praised. Despite him acting cool, I knew that my last attack had done quite some damage, evident from the bloodstains on the side of his mouth. To be honest, I was just getting warmed up. From the initial exchange, it was evident to me that Bullet was not the monster that I had hoped for. In the future, if anyone told me Bullet had fought the Dark King to a tie, then I would punch those people. The current me was superior to Douglas Bullet in every way. Even his armament hockey was still in the initial stages of imbuement, which could be called a medium-level technique. I didn't know when he started training hockey, but I was sure he was never going to catch up to me in the future. Meanwhile, on the central island, a clash of entirely different magnitudes was unfolding. Unlike the gradual buildup in my fight, this battle erupted at full throttle from the very start. The clash between Garp and Roger's Haoshiku was unleashing continuous shockwaves, creating an aftershock that reverberated through the island. The pressure emitted by their conqueror's haki created a barrier, making it difficult for most spectators to remain standing. With a mighty swing, Roger unleashed his signature technique, Divine Departure. His cutlass, imbued with ferocious armament haki and conqueror's haki, sliced through the air with such force that it seemed to affect the very surroundings. However, Garp, never one to be outmatched, countered with equal ferocity. He coated his fist in a pitch-black layer of haki, infusing it with his own conqueror's haki. With a thunderous roar, he launched his attack to intercept Roger's incoming strike. Meteor punch! The clash of their techniques created an explosion of power, the impact echoing across the island. The ground shook beneath their feet as the sheer force of their blows collided. It was a battle between two titans, each refusing to yield an inch. "You're one stubborn Marine, Garp," Roger chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow as he eyed his opponent warily. "Most Marines would have given up the idea of catching me by now." Garp's gaze narrowed, his expression hardening as he locked eyes with his longtime adversary. "Stubbornness runs in the family, Roger," he retorted, his voice tinged with a hint of challenge. "But unlike you, I have a duty to uphold." Roger's grin remained undeterred by Garp's stern demeanor. "Ah, duty," he mused, his tone dripping with mockery. "Always getting in the way of a good time, aren't you, Garp?" Garp's grip tightened, his fists clenching, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. "It's not about fun, Roger," he shot back, his voice firm and unwavering. "It's about justice. Someone has to keep the peace in this chaotic world." Roger's laughter echoed across the battlefield, a stark contrast to Garp's steely resolve. "Justice, huh?" he replied, his tone laced with skepticism. "I always knew you were a stickler for the rules, Garp. But tell me, how's that working out for you?" Garp's jaw clenched, his patience wearing thin. "Better than being a lawless pirate," he countered, his words laced with contempt. "At least I can sleep at night, knowing I'm doing what's right." Roger's expression softened, a flicker of something akin to respect in his eyes. "Fair enough, Garp," he conceded, his tone taking on a more serious note. "But just remember, sometimes doing what's right means challenging the status quo." As the clash between Garp and Roger continued, the intensity of their battle seemed to defy the laws of nature itself. Each blow they exchanged resonated like thunder, echoing across the island and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Roger, his eyes gleaming with determination, launched another devastating strike. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of slashes with his cutlass, each one infused with his formidable armament haki. The air crackled with energy as the blades sliced through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Garp met Roger's assault head-on, his fists moving with blinding speed as he countered each strike with his own formidable techniques. With a roar of effort, he unleashed his signature move, the Blue Hole, channeling the full force of his armament haki into a single, devastating punch. The impact reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. But Roger, ever the resilient opponent, refused to yield. With a defiant grin, he unleashed a powerful counterattack of his own, his cutlass glowing with an otherworldly aura as he channeled his conqueror's haki into the blade. With a mighty swing, he unleashed royal execution, a technique renowned for its sheer destructive power. The clash of their attacks sent shockwaves reverberating across the island, shaking the very ground beneath them. Spectators watched in awe as the two titans clashed, their battle reaching a fever pitch as they unleashed their most powerful techniques. But even as the battle raged on, neither Garp nor Roger showed any signs of backing down. With each passing moment, their attacks grew fiercer, and their movements became more fluid and precise. It was a battle of wills as much as it was a battle of strength, with each combatant pushing themselves to their absolute limits in pursuit of victory. The sun beat down mercilessly on the battlefield, its harsh rays illuminating the intense clash between Garp and Roger as they locked horns in a battle of titans. Meanwhile, on the medium-sized island, I danced around Douglas Bullet with the agility of a panther, my movements fluid and precise. With every step, I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, heightening my senses and sharpening my focus. Bullet, on the other hand, was struggling to keep up, his massive frame laboring under the weight of my relentless assault. Despite his formidable strength, it was clear that he was outmatched in terms of speed and agility. As I darted around him, landing quick and calculated strikes, I could see the frustration building in Bullet's eyes. His breathing grew heavy, and sweat glistened on his brow as he attempted to anticipate my next move. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to gain the upper hand. Beside the battlefield, Scopper Gabon observed the exchange with keen interest, his expression unreadable. It was evident that he, too, had underestimated my abilities, but now he watched with growing respect as I outmaneuvered their newest recruit with ease. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, I murmured to myself, drawing inspiration from the legendary words of a boxing icon. The phrase seemed to encapsulate the essence of my fighting style perfectly: swift, agile, and deadly. With each passing moment, the gap between us widened, and my attacks wore down Bullet's defenses little by little. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to mount a significant counteroffensive, and it was only a matter of time before my relentless assault proved too much for him to bear. Oi, Bullet, do you still think I'm not worth Garp's tutelage? I couldn't resist taunting my opponent, who had been belittling me since the outset. Bullet's face contorted with anger at my words, his eyes almost glowing red with humiliation. I could practically hear his teeth grinding in frustration as he longed to tear me apart, but it was clear to both of us that I held the upper hand. You little bastard, is dodging all you know? If you got the guts, try facing my attack head-on. Let's see if you can still talk after taking a single strike from me. Bullet's voice was laced with fury as he shouted, his pride preventing him from using his full abilities, including his devil fruit powers. Hey Shanks, how did Ross get so strong? Do you think we can become as powerful as him in the future? On the Roger Pirate's side, Buggy couldn't help but inquire of his friend, observing my battle with wide-eyed wonder. Well, maybe it's possible. We just need to train like maniacs. I think we should have listened to Rayleigh-san when he told us to practice, Shanks mused, his gaze fixed on our skirmish. But do you remember that he used to spar with us whenever our groups clashed? Do you think he was holding back against us? Isn't he our age? How did he become so strong that he can even put Bullet-san at a disadvantage? Buggy's curiosity was palpable as he marveled at my strength in the midst of battle. Of course he must have been. If not, how do you explain all this? Now, do you understand why you should stop being lazy? You know, I'd always wondered why he would rush at Rayleigh-san or Gabon-san after he defeated us every time. Now it all makes sense. Maybe, just maybe, if you practice regularly, you'll have a chance against me in the future. Ha-ha, Shanks remarked jokingly, his tone light despite the seriousness of his words. Shanks, you bastard. What's that supposed to mean? Even now, I'm stronger than you. Want me to prove it? Let's have a fight. Buggy's competitive spirit flared as he jumped around, eager to establish his supremacy among friends. Boom! But as their banter filled the air, the resounding shockwave from our clash of fists brought their attention back to the intense battle unfolding before them. You think you can stand against me, you little cunt? You're just a kid playing with fire. Let me show you true power. With an evil smirk on his face, Bullet roared into the sky, his body surrounded by crackling blue lightning. The very air seemed to pulse with his overwhelming Haushika haki. He believed he could overpower me with sheer force. But little did he know, I'd been honing my own conqueror's haki under the pressure of a powerhouse like Garp. On the sidelines, little Shanks and Buggy watched in concern as Bullet unleashed his Haushika haki. Oh, Ross is in trouble now, Buggy whispered nervously to Shanks. Bullet-san's Haushiku is no joke, but I remained unfazed, meeting Bullet's taunts with a confident smile. You talk big, Bullet, but let's see if you can back it up. As Bullet's Haushiku surged with all his might, the ground trembling beneath us, I held my ground, channeling my own inner strength. With a determined glint in my eye and a smirk, I released my own conqueror's haki, a dazzling display of black lightning tinged with gold. The intensity of my aura eclipsed Bullet's, causing him to falter and take a step back. Despite his efforts to match my power, I could sense the uncertainty in his eyes as my haki firmly suppressed his own. The sudden shift caught Bullet off guard, his eyes widening in shock. Ow! How is this possible? He stammered, disbelief evident in his voice. Whoa, Shanks! Did you see that? Ross can use Conqueror's haki too. Buggy exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Shanks' inner self was in turmoil. Did Ross just match Bullet-san's Haushika? Shanks whispered, his brow furrowed in confusion. I think so, Buggy replied, equally baffled. But how? Ross is just a kid like us. Across the battlefield, right next to Shanks and Buggy, Scopper Gabon watched with a solemn expression, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a sense of gravity. The two little Rogers apprentices had no idea that if not for Gabon's passive protection, they might have already been knocked out. This kid, he's something else, he murmured to himself. If he keeps growing at this rate, he'll become an unstoppable force in the future. The Marines sure lucked out this time around. On the central island, the clash reached new levels of intensity, with each strike sending shockwaves rippling through the air, a testament to the apex of strength in their world. Divine departure. Roger's cutlass ace sliced through the air, its edge coated in Haushiku haki. In response, Garp unleashed his signature move, Galaxy Impact, his fist crackling with power as it collided with Roger's weapon. Lightning-like ripples emanated from the clash, their conqueror's haki battling for dominance in a fierce struggle. The force of their collision sent both Garp and Roger hurtling through the air, their bodies crashing to the ground and skidding to a stop after several dozen meters. Despite the gravity of their battle, Roger couldn't resist a jest. Garp, tell me the truth. What have you been feeding that kid? Are you grooming some sort of monster to take on the world nobles? I always knew you had a knack for causing trouble for those bastards. Ha ha! Even in the midst of combat, Roger's jovial nature shone through as he marveled at the spectacle unfolding on the medium-sized island on the outer edge. He recognized the immense talent and potential displayed by Garp's protege, a testament to the Marines' unconventional methods of training. As Garp rose to his feet, a fierce determination burning in his eyes, he couldn't help but respond to Roger's jest with a hearty laugh of his own. Ha ha! You always did have a way with words, Roger. But let me tell you, that kid you see down there isn't just any other recruit. He's the future of the Marines, the embodiment of everything I've worked for. With a stern expression, Garp continued, his voice booming across the battlefield. I didn't feed him anything but the spirit of justice and the will to protect. He's a Marine through and through, and I'll be damned if I let anyone tarnish that. His words were punctuated by a resounding yell, his Haushiko haki flaring as he emphasized his point. And you, Roger, should know better than to put weird ideas into my student's head. He's not some pawn for your pirate games. He's a beacon of hope, a symbol of righteousness in this world. Garp, you sure are a jester, Roger jeered, his voice echoing with a mixture of amusement and challenge. And Rayleigh says you don't know how to make a joke. That kid becoming a Marine and serving those world nobles? Do you think it has even a remote possibility? I'm sure even you don't believe your own words, Garp. That kid can hear and speak to this world just like me. He will never be subservient in this lifetime. Mark my words, Garp, that kid is someone who was born to change this world. With his words punctuated by the surge of his conqueror's haki, Roger rushed forward, his aura blazing with determination as he prepared to clash with his arch-enemy once again. Meanwhile, somewhere in the New World, the prisoner fleet carrying Kaido and his captured crew lay anchored near an uninhabited island. Normally, they should have reached the red line by now after the prisoner transfer was completed, but for a certain reason, the Marine fleet continued to lurk within the waters of the New World. Within the largest flagship, inside the most secure brig, the world's strongest creature was imprisoned. Kaido was bound tightly, even with his monstrous physique, leaving him with no chance of escape whatsoever. Despite mostly recovering from the injuries sustained in the fight with Garp, Kaido had never suffered such a humiliating defeat in his life since forming his own pirate group after the disbandment of Rock's Pirates. He had always believed he could roam the seas unchallenged, but the recent clash with Garp had taught him an important lesson. Tugging on the sea stone chains for the 1,000th time since regaining consciousness, he strained against his confinement. How long are you going to watch? If you have nothing to say, you should leave. I don't like bastards like you who sneak around, Kaido roared, glaring at a certain dark corner just outside the brig where he was held. Tack, tack, tack. Steady footsteps echoed on the metal floor as two tall figures emerged from the shadows, led by a man garbed in a white suit with a white mask covering his face. The other person following the lead agent was similarly attired. Such a shame, Kaido. There are rumors that you are the strongest creature in the world, and look where all that boasting has brought you. Maybe if you had steadily grown for another decade or so, you could have had a chance to stand against that man. But no, you had to go and challenge Garp, even after knowing he was directly involved in bringing down Rock's DZBEC. Or did you think you were already at their level? The lead agent from CP0 couldn't help but mock Kaido in his current condition. Even the world government was wary when dealing with Garp, yet a mere pirate, just because he had consumed the treasure devil fruit, wanted to challenge an apex powerhouse. As Kaido continued to struggle against the sea stone restraints, his frustration grew, with veins bulging in his neck as he strained against the unyielding chains. If I break free from these bonds, I'll rip you all apart, he threatened, his voice dripping with venom. The leader of CP0, unfazed by Kaido's threats, simply chuckled. First, you'll have to be capable of breaking free, Kaido, he taunted. With a smirk, he introduced the Sea Stone restraints as a new upgrade variant specially designed to restrain monsters like Kaido. No matter how much you struggle, your future is to spend your life in impel down until death, he added, his tone mocking. Kaido's expression twisted into one of displeasure, but he knew better than to act rashly. These CP0 agents wouldn't have approached him without an agenda. Making a mental note to remember this insult, he demanded to know what the CP0 agent wanted. Despite his estimate that they should have already reached Impel Down, he could sense they were still in the New World. The CP0 agent's smile widened as he praised Kaido for being able to detect their location despite being bound. He then went on to say that the world government was willing to nurture him. However, Kaido immediately refuted, declaring vehemently that he would never be the world government's lackey. Bastard, do you think I would become the government's dog? Keep dreaming. Kaido bellowed, in anger, the sea stone chains rattling under the sudden outburst. Before Kaido could get any angrier, the CP0 agent stopped him. I'm not suggesting servitude, Kaido. We're looking for a sort of cooperation, he explained calmly. Kaido paused, contemplating the agent's words. What kind of game was the world government playing? As he mulled over the offer, the tension in the air thickened, each moment pregnant with uncertainty and potential consequences. As Kaido's eyes narrowed, his voice rumbled with skepticism. Cooperation, you say? What could the world government possibly want from me? The CP0 agent's smile remained inscrutable as he responded. The world government recognizes your strength, or should I say your future potential, Kaido. We believe there are ways we can mutually benefit from a partnership. Kaido's lip curled in disdain. Mutual benefit? You mean to say you want to use me as a weapon against your enemies? The CP0 agent's expression remained unreadable. Think of it more as an alliance of interests. We have resources and influence that could be of use to you. Kaido's eyes flashed with defiance. I don't need the world government's resources. I can carve my own path in this world. The CP0 agent tilted his head slightly, his tone taking on a hint of persuasion. Consider this, Kaido. With our support, you could expand your influence beyond the New World. Imagine the power you could wield with the backing of the world government. Kaido's gaze hardened. I have no interest in ruling the world as your dog. I seek only to create a place where the strong can thrive, and with my own strength, I will one day rule the world. The CP0 agent's smile turned enigmatic. And we respect that, Kaido. But tell me, how are you planning to achieve that now that you are imprisoned and don't think you can escape this time around? So, consider this an opportunity to further your goals. With our cooperation, you could achieve heights you never dreamed possible. Kaido fell silent, his mind racing with possibilities. Kaido knew he truly couldn't trust the world's government. This is merely a ploy to manipulate him for their own ends. As he weighed his options, the air crackled with tension, both parties acutely aware of the stakes at hand. So what are you proposing, and what will I gain from all this? Kaido's deep voice rumbled through the brig, his imposing figure towering over the CP0 agent before him. Despite being bound by sea stone restraints, his eyes burned with curiosity and a hint of defiance. I knew you were a smart man, Kaido. The CP0 agent responded with a smirk, adjusting his suit. Let me lay it out for you. First and foremost, we will orchestrate your escape from this vessel, along with your crew. It will appear as though you broke free with your own strength, ensuring your reputation remains intact. In addition, we will provide discreet support, resources from the shadows, and other privileges. As the agent spoke, Kaido listened intently, his mind racing with possibilities. The prospect of freedom and support from the world government was enticing, but he remained wary of their true intentions. In return, the agent continued, his tone becoming more serious. We require a simple task. We want you to seize control of Wano country and secure a steady supply of sea stones for us. Wano is currently in a state of internal conflict, making it ripe for the taking. With our assistance, you'll have the means to establish your dominance. Kaido's eyes gleamed with interest at the mention of Wano. He knew of the country's secrets and potential power, but he also understood the challenges that lay ahead. And if I refuse? Kaido's voice reverberated with a low growl, his muscles tensing beneath the sea stone restraints. The CP0 agent chuckled softly, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Ah, but why refuse such a generous offer, Kaido-sama? However, if you were to decline, let's just say your future prospects will be significantly less favorable. Kaido gritted his teeth, weighing his options carefully. The allure of Wano and the support of the world government were tempting, but he couldn't shake the feeling of being manipulated. The CP0 agent's smile remained cryptic. Let's just say the world government has its own interests in Wano. But rest assured, Kaido, our goals align for the time being. And what assurance do I have that you will uphold your end of the bargain? Kaido's voice was laced with skepticism as he stared down at the CP0 agent. The agent's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Kaido, you have my word, and as a good, we will even let the Lunarian youngster free alongside you. The world government always honors its agreements. Besides, it's in our best interest to see you succeed. Kaido pondered the agent's words carefully. Wano was a land shrouded in mystery, with secrets that even he had yet to uncover. If the world government was offering him control of such a coveted territory, there had to be a reason. Very well, Kaido finally conceded, his voice resolute. I accept your proposal. But remember, if you betray me, there will be consequences. The CP0 agent nodded, his smile never faltering. Of course, Kaido, you have my word that the world government will uphold its end of the bargain. As the negotiations concluded, Kaido couldn't shake the feeling that he was stepping into a web of intrigue and deception. But for now, the promise of power and control over Wano was too tempting to resist. With a nod of acknowledgement, Kaido fell silent, his mind whirling with thoughts of conquest and power. As the CP0 agent turned to leave, Kaido's resolve hardened. Whatever path he chose, he would carve out his destiny with his own hands, even if it meant allying with the world government for the time being. As the CP leader stepped out of the prison area, 2 more CP0 agents joined them, their faces concealed behind masks. Sir, we have an update regarding the matter of the world pirates, one of the agents reported. The mission was a success. Burndy World has been captured, and the Cypher Pole team is currently awaiting a fleet to escort the prisoner back to Impel Down. Haha, it seems like good news comes in packages, the CP0 leader chuckled. Fine then, inform the elders that Kaido has agreed to our deal. Prepare to sink a few marine ships to make Kaido's escape believable. Target those that don't belong to the world government faction. We can also pin this incident on the remaining marines. As for the flagship and other battleships, let's set course to where Burndy World is being held and escort him to Impel Down after we sort out Kaido's matter. The lead CP agent's commands were swiftly executed by his subordinates, who moved with purpose to carry out their orders. Meanwhile, at the Chain Islands, where Roger and Garp were immersed in an epic duel, it had been more than 7 hours since the clash started. Garp and Roger's battle had already sunk the largest island, and they were now clashing on a nearby one. However, on the other end, I was facing a battered and bruised Bullet. He was sweating buckets, and his entire body was covered with a metallic exoskeleton that he had created using the metal he had disassembled. Originally, 2 hours into the fight, Bullet was still reluctant to use his devil fruit powers. However, as the fight continued and it became increasingly one-sided, even after he went all out with the use of Conqueror's Haki, Bullet chose not to hold back anymore. With the addition of his devil fruit powers, he could now match me, and the fight had been raging on for close to 5 hours now. Kid, are you underestimating me? I asked you to bring out your sword. Bullet growled furiously, his towering exoskeleton form now standing close to 8 meters tall. He had never felt so humiliated before, especially by someone he considered a mere kid. Realizing that I was a swordsman, but had been relying solely on my fists throughout the fight, only fueled his anger. Haha, Bullet, do you have a death wish? My sword will simply cut you down. You're still not worthy of my sword. Maybe you should try fighting me after a few more years. I mocked, unable to resist taunting my opponent. I knew I had extracted everything Bullet had to offer, and now I was just using him as a good old whetstone. Despite being completely outmatched, I had to commend his resilience for refusing to give up. Hey, Buggy, do you still think Bullet is comparable to Rayleigh-san in strength? I shouted out, addressing the rumor Buggy had spread. However, Buggy was currently hiding within an empty barrel, unwilling to face me. Red-nosed brat, look, your friend Ross is looking for you. It seems like he has a question he wants you to answer, Scopper Gabon taunted Buggy, knowing he was hiding to avoid confrontation. Gabon-san, my name is Buggy. That monster is not my friend. Please don't spread false rumors. I already have enough trouble as it is. Do you want to add more weight to my shoulders? Buggy stuttered from inside the barrel, trying to deflect the attention away from himself. Buggy, hiding inside the barrel is of no use. Ross surely has observation haki, and he must already know that you're hiding here, Shanks said as he approached and began shaking the barrel, try to coax Buggy out. Get away, Shanks. Why don't you go and play buddy with that monster? I would like to safely live for a few more years. I don't want to attract his attention, Buggy pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. He had no desire to engage in the chaos of battle, preferring to live a quiet and leisurely life. Becoming a member of the Roger Pirates had been a stroke of luck for him, and he lacked the same drive and ambition as Shanks, who sought to follow in their captain's footsteps. "You little bastard. I'm going to kill you today, even if it's the last thing I do." Bullet bellowed like a crazed madman, his bloodshot eyes reflecting his overwhelming rage. Despite already overextending his stamina, he piled on another layer of exoskeleton and charged toward me with reckless abandon. Busashoka Koka! Bullet coated his entire gigantic arm with armament haki, intending to pummel me into the ground. Unlike him, although exhausted, I still had plenty of stamina left, and my haki remained strong. He was pushing himself forward with sheer battle lust, his determination blinding him to the reality of his dwindling strength. I could have easily dodged the massive fist aiming at me, but I opted for a straightforward clash. My arms turned pitch black, shimmering in the sunlight, as I prepared to end this farce once and for all. Meteor fist. My entire fist ignited like burning metal as it collided with Bullet's incoming attack. Boom! The clash sent the massive metallic construct of Bullet hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Snap! Amidst the chaos of battle, the clear and crisp sound of bones breaking echoed across the battlefield. Bullet crashed into a small hill on the island, unable to maintain his armament haki any longer. Piece by piece, the exoskeleton around him crumbled, revealing the broken and defeated form of Douglas Bullet, the Demon Heir. His injuries were severe and visible to all who witnessed the aftermath of the battle. His right arm lay completely crushed beneath him, twisted at an unnatural angle. Bruises and lacerations covered his body, evidence of the intense physical trauma he had endured. He lay motionless amidst the rubble, defeated and broken, his once formidable presence reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Huff! 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 I stood panting, my gaze fixed on the spot where the infamous Bullet had crashed. This wasn't the first time he had fallen. It had happened more than a dozen times already. Each time, he rose again like a man possessed, only to be knocked down once more. So, I kept my guard up, waiting to see if he would rise again to continue the fight. But after a minute passed, there was no visible movement, not even a twitch. Even my observation haki detected no signs of him stirring after the last devastating attack. Phoebe, I took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as the realization sank in that victory was finally mine after close to 7 hours of nonstop battling. As the dust settled around the fallen Bullet, the spectators, both Roger pirates and Marines alike, watched in awe and disbelief. Among them, Shanks and Buggy, who emerged from his hiding spot, their eyes wide with amazement at the outcome of the battle. "Shanks, did you see that?" Buggy exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "Ross actually did it. He took down Bullet San." Shanks nodded, his expression a mixture of pride and astonishment. "I never doubted him for a second. That's my future rival," he replied, a grin spreading across his face. "But to see him defeat Bullet San like that, he truly is something else." On the side, the Marines, the Roger pirates, including Scopper Gabon, exchanged whispers of astonishment and admiration for the young fighter's prowess. "Did you see the way he fought?" one Marine whispered to another. "He's just a kid, but he took down that pirate from Roger's crew without breaking a sweat." "Kid, you sure are a monster," remarked Scopper Gabon, who had now arrived next to the fallen Bullet. "You can already apply the principles of a mission at such a tender age. Even I feel scared thinking about what you will grow up to be in the future." The weight of his words hung heavily in the air as I surveyed the aftermath of the battle. Victory had come after a hard battle, but it was a battle I was willing to fight to prove my strength and resilience in the face of formidable opponents like Bullet. "Ha ha, Roger, it seems like your crew member lost. He couldn't even fight my apprentice, who is just a kid. Your quality of crewmates seems to be declining day by day." Garp couldn't help but mock Roger regarding Bullet's loss. Roger's face was grumpy, despite knowing that Bullet fought against a little monster. He would have liked it if it had at least ended up in a tie, but in the end, the kid had won with a handicap. The kid had yet to use his sword. He had just used his fist to take down Bullet. "Garp, you simply lucked out with the kid. Are you sure that you don't want him to join my crew?" I promise to take good care of him. I'm sure you are quite busy with your marine duties, Roger countered. It was always him who made jest of others, and he didn't like to be on the receiving end, even against Garp. He was petty that way, so he once again brought up the topic of recruiting Ross to piss off Garp. Roger, you bastard, stay away from my student. I will kill you if you try something underhanded. Garp roared, his voice reverberating across the island as he resumed the battle, which had momentarily paused due to Bullet's defeat. Blue hole. Garp unleashed another devastating attack, his powerful fist enveloped in swirling currents of energy as he aimed directly at Roger, who responded with equal ferocity. The clash between the two legends intensified once more, each blow sending shockwaves rippling through the air and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered overhead, a testament to the sheer power being unleashed in their duel. As Garp and Roger continued their epic confrontation, the spectators watched in awe and anticipation, fully aware that they were witnessing history in the making. The Roger pirates and Marine soldiers alike held their breath, their hearts pounding with excitement as they witnessed the clash of titans unfold before their eyes. I had already returned to Bogard's side, who was spectating the epic clash between the two legends from the safety of the Marine battleship. A few hundred meters away, Oro Jackson lay anchored, with the Roger pirates gathered aboard to witness the spectacle. Bullet had already been sent off to heal from his injuries sustained in our earlier battle. On Oro Jackson, Gabon sat next to Rayleigh, both observing the confrontation between Roger and Garp with intense focus. Despite the distance between us and the battling titans, Rayleigh seemed poised to intervene at a moment's notice if necessary. Gabon provided Rayleigh with a detailed summary of my fight, ensuring that he was kept informed about the developments. As Rayleigh listened attentively, his eyes widened in surprise, and he glanced briefly in my direction. Our eyes met, and a subtle smile crossed Rayleigh's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. In return, I nodded back, a silent understanding passing between us in that moment. The battle raged on relentlessly, with the moon casting its radiant glow upon the scene. What had begun in the early hours of the morning, as dawn painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, now continued under the serene light of the night. Amidst the tranquil sea, the clash of titans echoed like thunder, reverberating through the stillness of the night. Under the ethereal illumination of the moon, the confrontation between the two legendary figures unfolded like a mesmerizing dance of death. Each clash of their formidable powers left a lasting impact on the surroundings, forever altering the landscape in their wake. Despite the intensity of their battle, there was a strange beauty to their struggle, as if their conflict had transcended mere violence and transformed into a form of art. Remarkably, amidst the chaos of their clash, there was an unexpected harmony between the Marine ship and the infamous pirates anchored nearby. Despite their opposing allegiances, there was no hostility between the two sides. Instead, there existed a rare form of mutual respect, upheld by the unwavering determination of their respective leaders, who fought with a fierce desire to emerge victorious at any cost. A Marine captain on Garp's ship came running towards Rear Admiral Bogard, who was still immersed in the fight. Rear Admiral Bogard, we have an emergency mission from HQ, the captain said, sweat dripping down his forehead. Intrigued, I quickly read the captain's thoughts, finding them amusing. Bogard noticed my reaction but ignored it, turning his attention to the Marine captain. Haven't we already updated them regarding our clash with the Roger pirates? What could be more important than apprehending an overlord pirate crew from the New World? Spit out. What are you not telling me? Bogard's authority within Garp's ship was second only to Garp himself. Sometimes he even refuted Garp's orders, earning immense fear and respect from everyone on the ship. Bogard-san, we just received an update that Kaido has escaped. He sank 9 battleships and escaped from the prison fleet along with most of his crew. HQ wants us to pursue the enemy and capture them again if possible, the captain conveyed, sweating buckets under Bogard's gaze. As Bogard listened to the report, he unconsciously released his strength, crushing the steel railing he held onto. He now understood why I was laughing so hard. It was a rare sight to see Bogard visibly angry. He was usually as calm as a cucumber, maintaining a neutral expression in any situation. "Ross, shut up. This is not a laughing matter, despite how amusing it may be for you. And don't you dare say I told you so to either my face or to Garp-san later. Is that understood?" Bogard's frustration was evident. He knew I had a penchant for taunting them whenever my predictions came true, yet he couldn't scold me, as my warnings could have prevented the loss of 9 Marine battleships and the lives lost with them. I simply nodded, knowing that, despite my knowledge of such an event occurring, rubbing it in Bogard's face was not the right thing to do. I remained quiet, returning to the fight and letting Bogard deal with the issue. "Tell HQ that we are occupied. We will currently be unable to assist them regarding the issue. Have them dispatch an admiral if they cannot wait. Let them know we had offered to escort the prisoner, but it was their decision to have us hand over the prisoner and pursue Roger. And now they want us to let go of Roger and pursue Kaido again. Ask them if they take us for fools. Ask them to go and shove that order up their own." Bogard's voice was full of frustration as he vented his anger. The Marine captain and a few other Marines around him dared not even breathe. The poor Marine captain was turning blue, holding his breath, unsure of what to do. If he relayed Bogard's message back to HQ, he was sure to face repercussions when he returned to Marineford from his superiors in the communication department. "Bogard-san, let the poor guy go, will you? If he relays such a message, then I am sure they would transfer him to some remote corner of this world, burying him beneath paperwork." I intervened, sensing the tension in the air. I turned to the captain. "Just let HQ know we will look into the matter immediately after we deal with the Roger pirates. Let them know that Garp-san is currently locked in combat with Roger, and, if possible, ask them to dispatch reinforcements, preferably Zephyr-san or Sengoku-san." I instructed the captain, offering a solution to the situation. The captain, as if grabbing a lifeline, quickly ran into the ship to relay the message to HQ. Everyone within the ship knew I was Garp's apprentice, so despite my age, my words held great weight. As the fight entered its 3rd day, the ferocity between Garp and Roger showed no signs of waning. Both fighters continued to clash neck to neck, their stamina and combat prowess seemingly endless. I marveled at their ability to maintain such a high level of intensity for 3 continuous days. Meanwhile, Bogard had noticeably calmed himself over this time, though the tension still lingered. Amidst the relentless battle, news from the outside world reached us. The first report detailed Kaido's daring escape. However, the narrative spun in the news leaned heavily on blaming the Marines for Kaido's freedom. It portrayed Kaido as an unstoppable force, almost glorifying his escape while condemning the Marines for their apparent negligence. The paper insinuated that a stronger Marine figure should have escorted Kaido alongside such a formidable pirate, questioning the judgment of the Marines. The second news item concerned the capture of Burndy World by the world government, a significant development that seemed to pale in comparison to the chaos unfolding between Garp and Roger. Yet, it added to the complexity of the situation, showcasing the intricate web of events unfolding in the world beyond our battlefield. As the clash between Garp and Roger reached its crescendo, the air crackled with anticipation. "You're pushing yourself too hard, Roger," Garp grunted, his voice strained with effort as he unleashed his mighty fist. "Galaxy impact," Roger grinned, his eyes gleaming with determination. "And you're holding back, Garp," he retorted, meeting Garp's attack head-on with his own counterattack. Divine departure. The collision of their techniques sent shockwaves rippling through the air, shaking the very foundations of the island. Lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the fierce determination etched on both their faces. But then, a sudden jolt coursed through Roger's body, causing him to cough up blood. He stumbled for a moment, and in that split second, Garp's galaxy impact surged forward with renewed ferocity, slipping past Roger's defenses. Gritting his teeth, Roger managed to summon his armament hockey to defend against Garp's onslaught. But the force of Garp's punch was overwhelming, sending Roger hurtling towards the ground with bone-shattering force. With a thunderous impact, Roger was sent hurtling towards the ground, crashing into the mountain below. Rayleigh, who had been watching the battle with keen eyes, swiftly moved to Garp's side, his sword drawn in readiness to intervene, and stood between the two. But as the dust settled and the rubble cleared, Roger emerged from the wreckage, bloodied but unbowed, his sword in hand. As Roger struggled to rise from the rubble, Rayleigh approached cautiously, concern etched in his features. "Are you all right, Roger?" he asked, his voice laced with a rare hint of worry. Roger chuckled weakly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I've had worse," he replied, his gaze defiant despite the pain, and he shouted at Garp. "But I'll be damned if I let you have all the fun, Garp." Rayleigh, ever watchful, turned around towards the marine hero, his sword drawn, but his expression grave. "Enough, Garp," he said firmly, his gaze flickering between the two titans. Rayleigh stood between them, his presence commanding attention. "This fight is over," he declared firmly, his gaze unwavering. Garp nodded reluctantly, his fists unclenching as he took a step back. "Fine," he conceded, casting one last glance at Roger. "But don't think this is over, Roger. We'll settle this once you're back on your feet." It had been an hour since Rayleigh had put an end to the fight and escorted Roger back to the safety of Oro Jackson. Earlier, when I observed the worried expressions of the Roger pirates, it was clear they had never witnessed their captain in such a disadvantaged state. Despite Roger's desire to continue the fight, Rayleigh had forcefully taken him back to the ship. Even Garp had lost his urge to fight, sensing that something was wrong with his longtime rival. With Oro Jackson now out of sight, Garp was deep in thought, pondering over the events that had transpired. No one dared disturb him as he contemplated the unexpected turn of events. A week had passed since the intense clash with the Roger pirates, and Garp's mood remained somber. News of the Oro Jackson's departure from the New World waters toward the first half of the Grand Line reached him, indicating their likely destination to find Dr. Crocus near Reverse Mountain, where the Twin Cape Lighthouse stood. Lost in his thoughts, Garp stared out at the horizon until my voice broke his reverie. "Why didn't you continue the fight, Garp-san? I'm sure you could have pressed your advantage," I casually remarked from my position on the ship's rail. Garp's gaze returned to the sea, his expression unreadable. Rayleigh intervened. "It wasn't wise to continue, and our forces were outmatched against the Roger pirates," he replied, keeping his true thoughts guarded. "But that's not the real reason, is it, Garp-san? Roger is sick, and you know it. Yet you haven't relayed this message to headquarters, nor have you shared it with Bogard-san." I pressed, recognizing the deeper concerns beneath the surface. "But our difference in combat strength was never an issue for you. I've seen you jump headfirst into battles, even when you were alone. There were so many times Bogard-san had to drag you back onto the ship after both you and Roger fell unconscious. I'm sure you could have handled the Dark King," I said with a smirk, needling Garp with my observations. Garp turned to me with a stern look, expecting an accusation. "So what are you getting at, Brat? Are you accusing me of letting Roger go?" he asked, his tone edged with suspicion, ready to retaliate. "Why would I do that, Garp-san? I just wonder why you spoke to Kong-san and had him increase Roger's bounty. I don't think he has done anything recently that warranted such an increase," I replied calmly, pulling out a new set of bounty posters issued at Garp's behest. It seemed that Garp was looking out for Roger in his own way, using the increased bounty as a deterrent against other pirates and giving Roger and his crew some breathing space, especially now that Garp knew Roger was sick. With a grunt, Garp took a copy of Roger's new bounty. The increase was significant, now standing at 2,886,900,000 belly, a full 500 million increase from his last bounty. In the current era, a pirate with a 2 billion belly bounty was considered an absolute overlord. Roger was now one of 3 pirates with more than 2 billion in bounty to their name, surpassing the other 2 competitors, the remnants of the Rocks pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, and Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard. With this increase, Roger held the title of pirate with the highest bounty. Normally, such a bounty increase could only be approved by the world government, but somehow Garp had managed to secure it for Roger. So, are we going to pursue the Roger pirates? And by the way, Garp-san, do you know Kaido's bounty has also increased? I couldn't help but curiously ask, eager for Garp's response. However, Garp had other ideas. Brat, it seems like I've been lenient with your training. You have so much time to blabber all this nonsense instead of practicing. Come, let me personally teach you, Garp said, turning towards where I was sitting. With a swift movement, he reached out and caught me by the collar of my shirt, lifting me up effortlessly. Despite my struggles, I couldn't escape Garp's firm grip. Resigned to my fate, I prepared myself for what followed, a grueling 2 weeks of hell, which Garp referred to as training. I endured it all until our marine ship returned to Marineford. In a remote port town nestled among the rugged seas of the New World, chaos reigned supreme as a ruthless pirate crew descended upon its unsuspecting inhabitants. The once peaceful streets now echoed with the sounds of terror and despair as the pirates unleashed their wrath upon the defenseless town. Amidst the chaos, a young woman with fear in her eyes huddled with her child in a dark alley, desperately trying to avoid the marauding pirates. "Shh, my dear, stay quiet," she whispered to her children, her voice trembling with fear. "We must hide until the pirates pass." But her efforts were in vain as a group of pirates, their faces twisted with malice, stumbled upon them. Well, what do we have here?" One of the pirates sneered, his voice dripping with cruelty. "It looks like we've stumbled upon a little family reunion." The woman clutched her children tighter, her heart pounding in her chest as she braced herself for the worst. "Please, spare us," she begged, her voice barely above a whisper. "We have nothing of value. Just let us go." But the pirate's laughter echoed off the walls of the alley as he advanced menacingly towards them. "Nothing of value, you say?" He scoffed, his eyes gleaming with greed. "I'll be the judge of that." As the pirate reached out to grab them, a sudden commotion erupted from the other end of the alley. A group of townsfolk, armed with whatever makeshift weapons they could find, emerged from the shadows, ready to defend their home. "Leave them alone, you filthy scum," one of the townsfolk shouted, brandishing a rusted sword. The pirate's expression darkened, his amusement turning to fury as he turned his attention to the would-be defenders. "Looks like we got ourselves a little resistance, boys," he growled, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. "Let's show these fools what happens when they dare to defy us." With a blood-curdling roar, the pirates charged forward, their weapons raised high as they clashed with the brave townsfolk. Amidst the chaos, the young woman seized the opportunity to escape, clutching her children tightly as she fled into the night, the sounds of battle fading behind them. Just as she was about to escape the clutches of these pirates, an axe buried itself into the woman's back. 3 pirates stepped forward, mocking the woman, who had been planning to escape with the children. The young mother and her children found themselves cornered by the merciless pirates. Hope seemed to wane with each passing moment, but a glimmer of courage sparked within one of the children as she bravely brandished a stick, determined to protect their mother at all costs. Ignoring the child's brave defiance by kicking the child away, the pirates closed in on the terrified woman, their intentions dark and sinister. With cruel laughter and lecherous grins, they discussed her fate with callous disregard for her pleas. "She's a beauty, ain't she?" One pirate sneered, his gaze lingering on the woman with predatory hunger. "I reckon the captain would enjoy her company." His companion chuckled darkly, suggesting a more sinister fate. "Nah, she won't last long. Let's have fun and be done with it. A slit throat's quicker than a slow death." The mother's desperate pleas fell on deaf ears as the pirates advanced, their intentions clear. Desperation clawed at her heart as she urged her remaining child to flee, but the young one remained rooted to the spot, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to their mother. Suddenly, the alley was bathed in a spray of blood, shocking the pirate, who lay on top of the woman, into silence. 2 severed heads rolled at their feet, a gruesome testament to the arrival of an unexpected savior. A figure emerged from the shadows, towering over the scene, with an imposing presence that seemed to command the very air around him. His name struck fear into the hearts of even the most hardened criminals. Whitebeard, the legendary pirate known as one of the most powerful men in the world. At around 40 years old, Whitebeard stood at an astonishing height, his massive frame dwarfing those around him. His broad shoulders seemed to carry the weight of countless battles, each scar on his weathered skin a testament to his strength and resilience. Despite his appearance, there was an undeniable aura of vitality and power that radiated from him, as if he were a force of nature unto himself. Whitebeard's face was weathered and rugged, and his sharp and piercing eyes held the wisdom of a man who had seen it all, yet they also glinted with a fierce determination that refused to be extinguished. His attire reflected his status as a formidable pirate captain. He wore a long, flowing coat adorned with the Jolly Roger of his crew, the Whitebeard Pirates, and his iconic pirate hat cast a shadow over his face, adding to his mystique. Across his broad chest, the scars of countless battles crisscrossed, each one a testament to his indomitable spirit. In his hands, Whitebeard wielded a fearsome weapon, a massive polearm adorned with intricate carvings and symbols of his authority. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble beneath his feet, a reminder of the raw power that he possessed. As he emerged from the darkness, his presence alone was enough to send shivers down the spines of the remaining pirates, who were now ravaging the town. In his arms, he cradled the child that had been kicked aside by the pirates earlier, his expression solemn as he gazed down at the innocent soul in his care. The child, wide-eyed and trembling, found solace in the safety of Whitebeard's embrace. Whitebeard! With a feeble attempt at defiance, the trembling pirate stuttered Whitebeard's name, but before he could muster any courage, justice was swift and unforgiving. Whitebeard's weapon cleaved through the darkness, delivering swift retribution and splitting the villainous pirate into two halves. Boom! Whitebeard planted his weapon on the ground, unleashing a seismic shockwave of conqueror's haki that radiated outward from him like a tsunami. The force was so immense that it stirred the very atmosphere, conjuring up ominous thunderstorm clouds overhead. Lightning crackled from Whitebeard's imposing figure as his haki swept across the island town, rendering many of the rampaging pirates unconscious in its wake. The sudden eruption of Haoshiku brought the chaos to a temporary halt, leaving even the most hardened pirates stunned into silence. Those who remained standing trembled in fear, realizing they faced none other than Edward Newgate, the renowned overlord of the New World and the strongest man alive. Run for your lives, you bastards. It's Whitebeard. The enemy pirate captain, though defiant, knew better than to challenge such a formidable opponent and swiftly ordered a retreat. Whitebeard's fury was palpable as he bellowed commands, his voice carrying the weight of impending doom. Kill them all. With a mighty swing of his arm, he focused his energy into a concentrated shockwave, forming a devastating sphere of power that he unleashed toward the anchored pirate fleet. In an instant, the massive ships splintered and shattered into pieces, consumed by the unstoppable force of Whitebeard's attack. And like a pride of hungry lions, the Whitebeard pirates descended upon the fleeing pirates, hunting them down mercilessly despite their desperate pleas for mercy. The skirmish was swift and decisive, as Whitebeard and his formidable crew systematically eradicated the pirate group from existence. However, despite the timely intervention and heroism displayed by the Whitebeard pirates, many among the townsfolk remained hesitant to approach them. The stigma associated with pirates lingered heavily, casting a shadow of fear over the grateful but wary populace. Despite this apprehension, two young children played fearlessly next to Whitebeard, who sat in a relaxed posture, indulging in a large vat of wine. Sitting next to Whitebeard was Odin, a formidable figure with a rugged yet noble appearance. His muscular frame exuded strength and determination, accentuated by his weathered features that bore the marks of countless battles and adventures. Odin, how about we stay on this island for some time? It would be good for your child, Whitebeard suggested, regarding Odin as a brother and respecting him for his strength and adventurous spirit. Odin's wife, Toki, had recently given birth to Momonosuke, so Whitebeard felt it would be better for Toki and the child to stay on land rather than in the open seas for the time being. Odin, already flushed with wine, nodded with gratitude towards his captain. He had recently been promoted to the 2nd Division Commander, and he would always be grateful to Whitebeard for allowing him aboard his ship. Odin, are you not worried? It seems like that brat Kaido somehow escaped from Garp's clutches and has now nestled himself in Wano. Whitebeard couldn't help but express his concern, knowing well the ruthless nature of Kaido from their days under Rock's pirates.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.